Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, I hope you're all doing well. It's been a while. Welcome to the Faction Wars. So today we have 24 of the top players in the world representing every single faction of the game. It is going to be a best of one tournament, and we're going to be seeing who is going to be the greatest faction of them all. So the first round matchup we are going to be doing here is going to be the Empire versus Khorne, which is a classic, very fun stuff. You know, Chaos versus the good guys of the old world, of sorts. You know, everyone's got their issues, but not quite like 40k. But let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets real quick and have some fun. Yes, the dreaded Anticity is on Slaanesh, Tremble, Mortals, and Despair. Very, very frightening stuff. Now, as far as the brackets go, here is everything. You can see we have the Greenskins versus Dwarfs, Empire versus Khorne, Tomb Kings versus Kislev, Nurgle versus Bretonia, Demons of Chaos versus Chaos Dwarves, Norska versus Skaven, Grand Cathay versus Tzeentch, and then we have High Elves versus Lizardmen on the bottom, which is going to be the last round of round one that we do cast. And then the individuals in round two here. So Danikentrop, Berserk, Own Goal, Scrambled Egg Special, Maximilian, Anticity, Charix, and Ulrich Rawl. These individuals got a bye round because you have to with 24 players. But yeah, they got bye rounds because they are the top 8 players on leaderboard right now. So they got the benefit of having a bye round and being closer to the finals because they earned that by being top players on our competitive leaderboard. So that is the tale of the tape here for today. And without further ado, we're going to be jumping in here real quick and having some fun with our round one match. Round uno is upon us and should be loading up in a second. Just give it one moment. Sometimes Total War can be a little bit tricksy hobbitses. It's like doesn't want to appear on screen. One sec. Okay, so that's here. Why are you not appearing? Maybe if I go here, it'll appear. One sec here. Sorry about this, guys. Where's that? There. Okay, so we need to add this. And game time. All right. That should do the trick. Should be appearing here in a second. Maybe I need to rejoin the lobby or something. Yeah. Funky business. Well, regardless, in the meantime. Oh, there we did it. All right. Power of technology. All right. So we're all set. Cool. Twitch stream is not loading for you. It should be up. Yeah, I see it right now. It says it's live. Noctilus, thank you so much for resubscribing, man. We are all good. And this is going to be round one. Okay. Go for it. Ready. And we're going to get this going. All right, all right. So we have a couple other people casting today. Anticity is going to be casting his perspective. Maverick Sloth, the Khorne player, is also casting their perspective. And Own Goal, artist formerly known as Tim, is going to be casting his games as Beastmen 2. So we're not going to be casting every single game on this channel. We're going to be jumping around casting with a couple other casters in the earlier rounds. And of course, for the video after the fact, I'll put links to the games that weren't included on this stream so you guys can go watch it on their channels. But regardless, once we do get to top 8, we're going to be casting every single game also. So you could probably expect maybe 10 to 14 games today here. So it's going to be quite a bit. You're going to get some sweaty hot action, and it should be great. Yes, Anticity is on Slaanesh. Yeah, he's getting extra evil. Okay, so checking here, and let's do this. So they're working on their map pick and bans. This is also something new to the Faction War. Historically, we have not done map pick and bans, but to make it a little bit more fair, because there are some factions that get dunked on by certain maps, we added map pick and ban. So now individuals will have some control over the map that they're going to be playing on, which is fun. So thank you all for joining. And here we are in round uno. It's going to be Empire versus Khorne, and they are going to be fighting on a Ragnarok lair, which would be a Khorne-favored map, typically, against Empire. But Empire can go more melee-focused with, like, greatswords and fight them off. Okay, and that's what it's going to be. So check it out, guys. Let's freaking get it. Let's have some fun. Yes, Anticity is on Slaanesh. He's going to be extra forbidden here today, I can assure you. All right, so round one of today's Faction War is going to be the Empire versus the dreaded Khornate champions. All right. Let's get this started. Let's have some fun and see who's going to get the fat dub here today. Will the evil Slaanesh be taken down? That is the question. I don't know. Find out today. Anticity in round one, he got a bye round in round one, so I'm not sure who he'll be playing. Yeah, but we'll get to it. Now, the Empire is going to be meeting Khorne in its own territory, which, of course, Khorne, if they were bringing their armor-piercing tools, would typically be favored. But a lot of times, Khorne goes wide against Empire, uses a combination of Khorne Gores against Cavalry and Marauders just to overwhelm. So that's where the Empire can kind of surprise Khorne from time to time by bringing in greatswords, which will be very good against Khorne Gores. They'll beat a lot of the Chaos Warrior variants. It's not bad at all. So we do see the greatswords backed up by halberds, which I love. Empire Knights, it's going to be Boris Toadbringer up in the sky, a great fighter, and you know, you can go fisticuffs with Valkia if he needs to. And there's going to be an Amethyst Wizard with Soul Blight, which is going to be reducing armor, lowering damage, and all that sort of good stuff. And then Doom and Darkness as well. So I was actually expecting maybe to see Aspect to the Dread Knight to get the magic damage on your troops against like Bloodletters and Fleshhounds and things like that. It's actually quite good to use on like Empire Knights against Fleshhounds, but not going to be the choice there. But this is the army of Melkor, our Empire player. And now on the other side, it's going to be our Coordinate Champion, the Great Maverick Sloth. He also does YouTube as well, so you guys can check him out, and he will be linked in the video afterwards here. Khorne, and Fleshhounds. So I like this. Get the Khorne up at the points, grab it real quick, put a lot of pressure on the Empire. Definitely the way to do it. And the secondary is going to be Chaos Warriors of Khorne, backed up by Furies, Valkia the Bloody with Sleipnir. Is it Sleipnir? Is that what it's called? No, she didn't bring it. Yeah, she did. Okay, so she's got the spear and the demon shield. So the dueling shield as well as a spear to clear out the greatswords, which is also quite fun. And ladies and gentlemen of the old world, that's going to be it. So these two players fighting for a spot in the next round. Whoever loses this will be eliminated. Again, Faction War is 24 players. And, you know, it's best of one. So it's pretty sweaty. You cannot afford to lose it. It's kind of like I guess a campaign of sorts, you know. The players are fighting through the trenches of a campaign and fighting battles and battles. And you know, can't afford to lose one here. All right, guys, let's get it. Let's have some fun and break it down. I'm going to minimize real quick, make sure there's no admin stuff I'm being pinged for. Doesn't look like it, and the other individuals are ready to go. Cool. So very excited to see who's going to make it to the finals. Faction Wars, I think, are probably the most fun format we do here on the channel. I think of all the stuff that we do, they're the most exciting and have some very epic finales and whatnot. And cool, looks like they're deployed, and I would imagine Khorne is deployed as well. I don't know what last-minute schemes they're cooking up here. Looks like Khorne did shift some deployment over here, so it's going to be trying to overload the sides. And for anybody who's newer, this is very standard deployment on this map because Empire is a shooting faction more often than not. War wagons, cannons, you know, handgunners, whatever. So deploying and using the low ground in the woods and the trees to, you know, kind of block up some of the shooting fire is very, very good. I like that one a lot. Yeah, looks like it's going to be the same thing on the other side. And all right, I think we are good to go. I'm just checking here. Looks like all is good in the realm. And so it begins. The battle is now on, and the armies of the Empire are going to be advancing forward. Now, they have giant cod pieces, which are pretty powerful. If you look at these greatswords, they're wielding some mighty meat over there. Going to be moving on in, and here they come. So, halberds and greatswords going to be heading up to the middle. Boris Toadbringer going to be moving over to the side. So, if you're the Empire player, probably what I would recommend is form a battle line right here on Objective 2, and then play Objective 1 with Boris Toadbringer, some cavalry, and maybe like a halberd or two. Because fighting where Valkia is going to be a little bit trickier. I mean, she's a menace. I think Boris would probably win in a straight-up fight, although it's hard to say. After the weird changes, not weird changes, but good changes that happen to infantry taking more damage from big monsters, Valkia doesn't trade quite as well with big fighters anymore. But here it comes. Yes, they do have floppy hats as well. So more Empire Knights going to be surging down to the low ground. If you just send a single greatsword down here, greatswords do defeat Khorne. So if you get a greatsword and a halberd down here, they'll probably be able to win this objective with the support of Boris Toadbringer. And then you force Khorne to fight into your main objective right here. So that is going to be the idea. Amethyst Wizards chilling out. And one cool thing about Amethyst Wizards against Khorne, not Amethyst Wizards in general, but just this lore, is Doom and Darkness is kind of cool against demon units like a Fury. If a Fury takes a lot of shock damage, because the demonic disintegration is insanely brutal when it goes off. It's a lot of damage, right? So using that on a Fury or a Fleshhound and getting them to just take massive damage from breaking their leadership is actually quite good if you're really paying attention. Free Company Militia coming out. It is going to be Sterling's Revenge, and the Empire is going to be parking up on this objective, and it does look like we're going to be getting a low ground fight as we get the human halberds versus the demonic evil goat people halberds. So it is going to be on here. And they lower their halberds with their dreaded charge bonus of 8. Khorne, of course, have a charge bonus of 19. And now they're going to be turning and running, which is interesting. Should probably just stand and fight there against the Khorne. So no, they're actually pulling back. So that's a good tactical play. So luring the Khorne and Maverick Sloth into the Chad Greatsword. So now the Greatswords are in the mix with their bonus versus infantry. And they are going to be getting some karate chopping on. Minotaurs moving into the secondary, finding an opportunity to get on top of the Empire Knights. And the Empire Knights do not want any of that smoke. Rather, you'd want to get some halberds. And also the pistol fire from the Sterling's Revenge is quite good. Sterling's Revenge do have good armor piercing values. So these state troopers here are going to be able to put some big work into the cows. And you can see some of the cows getting mowed down on the charge in. So cool looking. Losing a lot of HP. And if the halberds get there, the Free Company should be able to win that fight. Now back down to the low ground fight. It looks like Sleipnir was activated on the greatswords and did some good damage. And we do see Minotaurs and Hounds moving in to fight, but remember, there's a huge brick of halberds right here as well. So the Empire Halberdiers are going to be able to grind down these Fleshhounds very easily and do a lot of damage. And overall, it does look like it's a pretty even fight between these two players. Nice play here with the Furies. So we do see Maverick Sloth getting his Furies and attacking into the back of Sterling's Revenge. And before they get caught out by the Empire Knights, he's able to retreat and salvage most of the unit. So really, really good micro on both sides. Empire's going to be holding on to objective number 2 here, as we do see the Brutes of the Hound being called in. A pretty good anti-infantry unit. Will massacre halberds, struggle against greatswords a little bit, but I mean, they'd still probably trade evenly enough because they're so, so much just crazy anti-infantry and high damage on those. But greatswords would probably win the fight. But back on the low ground objective, the Sons of Sigmar are holding firm. We do see some Empire Knights couching their lances for Karl Franz here, I suppose. Although I think this is Volkmar's Crusade. Is that the banner? Yeah, they're using the Volkmar banner here, but close enough. I mean, Boris Todbringer, we got Ulrich, we got Volkmar in here, we got all the works. But yes, Fleshhounds here are going to get melted on the outside by the cav charge of the Empire. And so far, the State Trooper brick is holding up very, very well. You can see that the Free Company Militia have had the pressure taken off them, so they're going to be back online soon as well, as the Brutes of the Hound surge downhill here and are going to be getting a very nice charge. So the Brutes of the Hound getting into the back of the halberds, and that's going to be a massacre for these halberds. They're already fighting Minotaurs, granted trading, decently into them considering the circumstances, but a full surround, these halberd boys not going to be long for this world. Really good usage by Maverick Sloth as well, using the Furies on top of the halberds. That's going to be a very, very clean engagement there, because halberds are anti-large and their melee attack is very low, so they actually struggle to kill things like Furies, which are infantry sized. But Soulblight activated, going to be lowering the what little defensive stats they have, as well as their overall damage. Halberdiers able to push them back with Boris Todbringer's help, getting a nice crumble right there, as the Empire does pull ahead a little bit in this game. Once again, the Free Company Militia going to be forming ranks, and the Blessed 69 of Slaanesh, very, very nice. Putting some good firepower into the cows, and now in the back we do see some more Free Company Militia being called in, so layers and layers of Free Company are putting some really nice firepower into these cow people. Objective 2 still being held by the Sons of Sigmar. The Greatswords are valiantly holding the flanks here and defeating some of the evil mooing cows, the Khorne Gorge right here. Moving on up are Greatswords and Empire Heavy Cavalry going to be trying to push into the Marauder Horsemen right there and get what damage they can. Meanwhile, Valkia going to be using her durability to jump into the secondary and attacking these Outriders with the grenade launchers. A Sleipnir could be very, very good right here, like right down the pipe on these two units. But Empire looking to be in more of a commanding position. Many of the Minotaur units have been bullied. That one has been destroyed outright. The other one has been bullied a little bit. We see some State Troopers down here holding down the objective. The middle is still in flux, but it looks like the Empire does have the numbers advantage. And now we're going to be getting a Sleipnir right there. And that's just what we talked about right there. A beautiful one. Nails grenade launchers, nails those guys. And could this be a swing back for Khorne? We see Furies getting on top of Free Company here, Furies getting on top of Free Company, but Free Company Militia are not the worst fighters. Those bad boys can go fisticuffs and put up a little bit of a brawl here. Meanwhile, on the flank, though, the Empire is going to be winning a couple infantry fights. We do get Free Company Militia with their floppy hats of doom shooting into the Khorne Gorge and helping the Halberdiers win that fight. Now the Greatswords, they trade very well into Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors do not, these ones don't have great AP, so they struggle against the high armor of the Greatswords. And the Greatswords have the bonus versus infantry as well as high armor themselves. So that is going to be very, very tough for those Chaos Warriors. All right, guys, taking a look at Objective 1. It is being held by the Sons of Sigmar. In a little bit of flux, maybe Khorne's going to be able to pull its way back here. Valkia is doing some really, really good sweeping here in the backfield, as we do see Valkia the Bloody chasing down the Outriders with grenade launchers. Moving in are Empire Knights for Sigmar, and they get in there chasing back the Foul Hounds, moving down the hill right here, and we do see the doggies retreating towards Objective Uno. But really, the story of this game has been the Empire infantry. Khorne brought halberds and, non-AP infantry. We're not seeing any bloodletters. So it's been very difficult for Khorne to deal with the Greatswords. I mean, yes, they are getting worn down over time, but the Greatswords have just been doing amazing damage. Boris Toadbringer also able to get some good breaks in the middle and hold on to the objective. Meanwhile, the Empire is actually threatening Objective 3 a little bit here. Free Company Militia getting run down by some Furies as well as Marauder Horsemen. So probably not going to be long for this Earth. And the Chaos Warriors, despite being much lower, are not Chaos Warriors, the Greatswords, trading and maybe even going to be able to defeat those Chaos Warriors. We'll have to see how that goes. But Empire able to pull ahead in points for the first time. Can the Great Maverick Sloth pull this one back? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Chaos Warriors battling it out here with Khorne Gores and maybe the mid-game Halberds, because there's an interesting dynamic in this matchup. As the game progresses, the Empire basically starts spamming out cavalry like nonstop, right? And with Khorne Gores being so prevalent, maybe Maverick Sloth is going to be able to pull it back, which would be very, very impressive because he's going to have the halberds against the mid-game cavalry tech, which could lead to some bad trades for the Empire, right? Empire's able to get the middle objective, holding on to that, but we do see Khorne a little bit resurgent, honestly, with some of their Khorne Gores able to take the low ground objective right here. And looking towards objective 3, we do see Maverick Sloth able to get this objective here as well, as some of the halberdiers do get torn up. One of the best things about Maverick Sloth's play, at least in my opinion, has been his usage of Furies to go after halberds and Free Company. It's been very, very good. He's been counterpicking them well. But now Empire Knight's going to be moving down here to fight with Boris Todbringer. Unfortunately for him, oh, nice Horn of Khorne right there. Melee attack buff on the Khorne Gores, and they're going to be massacring these Empire Knights. You're going to see the Knights of Sigmar going down really, really quickly. Definitely need some Free Company or something a little bit more sustainable in the infantry fight to make its way down here. Demogryph Knights with halberds, an okay choice. You know, they're good against Fleshhounds, but pretty terrible against Valkia and Khorne Gores. So that could be tricky. This is a tight game, man. What a really, really good back and forth match. Yeah, quite beautiful indeed. Heading on down here, Free Company and Free Company going to be surging towards the low ground objective. We do see halberdiers being attacked by Furies here, which, like I said, is a very, very good choice. Right now, Melkor needs to get these greatswords and rear charge into the back of those bad boys, and we're going to see what these demis can do. Got to be Trixie Hobbitses. Probably, honestly, I would abandon this point. With Valkia and the halberds there, I would move these guys over to the other side and try and maybe steal objective 3. And, you know, the fact that he does have the middle objective makes it harder for Khorne to rotate without being intercepted. Whereas the Demogryph Knights are going to be able to maneuver over here and kind of won't have to pay the toll as they pass the crossroads here. All right, guys. Their Doom and Darkness upgraded a -16 leadership, but they are winning that fight pretty decisively, so I don't know if they're going to crumble here. We do not see... Is it going to get them unstable? No, it's not. They weren't quite low enough. So yeah, aspects of the Dread Knight probably would have been a little bit better overall, but again, very, very hard to say. All right, guys, back in the middle. Halberds, and greatswords holding it down, and it looks like the Empire is going to be taking our advice here and rotating over towards objective 3. Not that he's actually listening, but, you know, he's going to be instinctively doing that. Moving towards objective 3 here with the Empire Knights, and we do also see the Demogryph Knights lurking as well. Unsummon going down to the greatswords, and Khorne suddenly looking to be in a winning position. I mean, Khorne has the double cap. Empire's definitely on the back foot, as we do see the Empire Knights surging down here, but a lot of these Khornate units on this objective are in the dregs. They're very, very low. And Boris Todbringer might be able to break their leadership, and the Empire probably, if they can call it a Free Company or just like 1 or 2 infantry pieces, should be able to hold this. Yeah, you can see it instantly routing these guys off. So that rotation was a beautiful play right there. But need to get these demis on the objective, probably to try and grab that. I mean, right now they're going to be chasing these Furies, which is a mistake. Need to just get on the objective and get that capture and take the pressure off. Sword of Khorne with the steel chair in the middle. Oh my god, what a beauty from Maverick Sloth. Man, oh man, nailing the greatswords, halberds. That was disgusting, and that's going to be opening up a lot of pressure on the middle for those Khorne Gores to come and seal this objective. Now, what is the Empire going to be calling? Free Company Militia are on the way out. Demogryph Knights need to get ready to fight against these Minotaurs right here. Those guys are going to be a big problem for sure. Empire Knights have 4 capture weight. Looks like they're going to be able to get that one no problemo. And now the Empire's going to have to find a way to get this middle objective on lock. It's going to be tough. Maverick Sloth is maneuvering a lot of units up there, guys, including a halberd unit. So Free Company Militia are moving, and Free Company, now double Free Company is really good here. They're basically a counter against all these units. Like every single unit Khorne has here is weak to Free Company shooting. So Free Company Militia going to be zipping over there, and we do see that side objective going to the Empire. Now the Demogryph Knights and Empire Knights probably send the demis to the middle right now and leave the Empire Knights to just kind of screen these guys out, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing. So Free Company charging into the Khorne Gores here, the other Free Company Militia shooting into these guys, and uh-oh, Boris Todbringer getting a little bit surrounded right there, guys. Yeah, he's shaken and stirred, getting attacked by Valkia and Minotaurs with great weapons. If Boris Todbringer gets routed off the battlefield, probably would be enough to win the game for the forces of the Blood God. We'll have to see. Demis are coming in, but they're a little bit late to the party. Free Company Militia have arrived, and now the Demis going to be charging into the Minotaurs with great weapons, but they're going to be surrounded by multiple Fleshhounds. So this is actually the turning of the tide. What a beautiful comeback by Maverick Sloth, because, you know, based on my experience, Maverick Sloth was losing this game in the beginning. It was looking very Empire favored. Empire was up by several thousand value. But Maverick Sloth has really, really managed to show his mettle here and pull this game back. Been a very, very impressive game. All right, guys. Free Company battling Furies. Empire Knight's going to come over and try and help him. Toddy might be able to rally here, but he had to sacrifice a Demogryph Knight unit to get that back, which is really, really not a good feeling for him. Toddy is going to rally in return, and maybe Toddy will be able to punch his way back into the battle. We will see. Empire Knight's killing a Fury unit. It's quite good. These Empire Knights getting worn down here by Khorne Gores, which is very, very tough. And up in the sky, Boris Todbringer does rally. So that gives the Empire a glimmer of hope. Still going to be incredibly tough, though. more Empire heavy cavalry being called in, but with the Khorne Gors and Minotaurs with great weapons on the battlefield, I think that's game over. I think the Demogorgon Knights were the last power piece that the Empire had here. And with the Demogorgon Knights getting taken down by that big Alpha Strike from all the Fleshhounds and all those different pieces, I think that Maverick Sloth is going to be able to pull this game back. What a great match between Melkor and Maverick Sloth, though. This is an absolute banger to start the tournament off with. All right, Objective 3 here, looking to belong to the Empire. Objective 2 is for Khorne. Objective 1 for Khorne as well. And Khorne with the decisive win in the middle as well. I mean, the Empire Knights are going to hold, and we do see a Soul Blight activated, which isn't bad. Lowers the armor of the Minotaurs down to 30. It's not a terrible spell. I don't think it's the most optimal kind of magic situation against Khorne. Typically against Khorne, I think Lore of Life is really good, just because, you know, it doesn't care about their magic resist, and it also just really keeps your Demogorgon Knights and other pieces like that stable. But Toddy's going to be trying to rat this one out. And look, there is a rat opportunity. Here we are going to see Toddy at -1. Oh, is he going to break to those guys? Oh, man, Toddy hanging in there at 11 frickin' leadership, getting attacked by the throwing axes. And these guys do get wavered and broken. On the low ground here, we do see Khorne Gors surging down to the low ground objective to make sure no funny business happens. And this point is going to the Empire, but I don't think it's going to be enough. A couple of Free Company Militia coming in. Toddy trying to get some leadership breaks on the Fleshhounds. He does do a lot of negative leadership when he attacks. I think it's like -16 or something between his Crush the Weak as well as his Blood Roar ability. But I think that's going to be it for the old Sons of Sigmar. Sword of Khorne was really good. That was a big game-changing play, but I think the game was still contested up until those demis got surrounded and killed. There was two variables that happened there at the end when the Demogorgon Knights got surrounded and Boris Todbringer also got surrounded and beaten down and brought to the point where he had to be kind of scared and play scared. I think that was the big thing that switched the momentum in the game. Now, Empire, how are they looking down here? We do see Empire Knights soon to be chased off by the Minotaurs, so they're going to get karate chopped pretty badly. Empire in the process of flipping this objective. A couple of Free Company Militia are on their way down here as well. There they are. All right. So Empire Knights have arrived. Khorne Gors is going to be surging up towards the objective. The Floppy Hats of Doom are going to be flipping this point. I mean, if the Empire had some way to hold this, maybe like a Pistolier or something, just to run circles around this objective. But yeah, we do see Empire Knights coming out. I don't think they're going to be able to. Free Company Militia battling the Marauder Horsemen. And the point, it does not even flip. Wow, beautiful play by Maverick Sloth. Able to respond very, very quickly with the Khorne Gors. Salvage that point right there. And Boris Todbringer is now going to be heading to the low ground. All right. I think it's GG. Maverick Sloth going to be getting about 1310 points against his opponent's 1168. But now the Empire, they're going to be triple capped in a moment, and they're not going to be getting any points at all. And it's going to be very, very tough. Toadbringer's still fighting, getting some routes here and there. But like, here's the thing. At this point in the game, the Empire basically has to get a triple cap. They're going to have to get all three of their opponent's objectives in order to win this. And that's going to be brutally hard when you're down several thousand value. And it's not like there's any sort of big healing that can kind of counter that value difference. Valkia is going to be able to bully Boris for the rest of the game, considering how much damage he took when he got surrounded. And it looks like First Blood in the tournament is going to be drawn. And how fitting is it that First Blood goes to the Blood God, right? If anybody wants to draw First Blood, it's Khorne. It's what he's all about. But yes, we see the Empire trying to cheese out some of the side objectives. Not going to happen. 1,400 points here, and that is going to be the first battle of the day, ladies and gentlemen. What a freaking great match and a half. That was very, very fun. All right, so moving on up, Empire Knights are going to be surging in and probably just getting kited by these Marauder Horsemen, although it looks like they might get the charge off here. 1472 on points. Empire is triple capped right now, and that is going to be victory for the Brazen Throne, victory for the Blood God. Now, that was a really good close game. I think it was super even. Just little plays here and there were the difference. The initial build of the Empire I loved because it caught Khorne off guard. Khorne didn't really have answers for this. They had to adapt and really, utilize their reinforcements and use their Marauder Horsemen. But great match between those mighty champions. So value on the Great Swords, 800. Yeah, pretty good value. I mean, most of them paid for themselves. Valkia, 2100. They did great. Fleshhounds, really, really good micro for Maverick Sloth too. He didn't lose a lot of his skirmishing pieces and was able to really, really perform with those. So with that being said, we're going to go update the bracket. So let's go to the bracket here. And that is going to be First Blood being drawn here as we see a victory for Khorne. And Khorne is going to be advancing on to face the Warriors of Chaos in the next round. So we will get to that one a little bit later. We're going to cast some more of the round one games right now. So give me just a moment and get this all set up here. And cool. Let's do this. All right, all right. And where are we at? So here we are going to be doing, let me check the brackets and see what other games need to be casted. We are going to do Nurgle versus Nurgle versus Bretonia next, I think. All right. There's Bretonia. 2 ready. All right. Great, great. So we're going to do that. We're going to have some fun with it. It looks like Anticity was able to do some evil business. Okay, perfect. And there we are. So I don't think those two have played. Let me go find the lobby real quick. Okay. Let's do this. And we have a whole bunch of lobbies popping up. All right, so we just need to figure out which one we're going to be doing. Check here. And that is going to be Blood Penguin. And let me do this as well. A little bit of adminning here. There we go. Okay, perfect. That's fine. Okay, outstanding. Is there a sub-faction? No sub-faction today. No, we just have one player for each of these. Okay, great. Let's do it. So we're going to do actually Tomb Kings versus Kislev right now. Lobby code, please. A couple of them are being sent via replays because of time constraints and people playing at like 3 a.m. in their different time zones. Okay. Okay, perfect. And outstanding. So let's go find the lobby. Okay, so I think it's the Boner Zone. I would imagine that's the Tomb Kings one. Got home from beach trip after driving all day, booted up the PC and shower, immediately went out. Hey, we got you. It's going to be fun today. All right, guys. Here we are. Welcome to the next round of today's Faction War. It's going to be Kislev versus Tomb Kings, and it looks like it's going to be on Borderlow Landing there, which is going to be a great fun. So there we go. And we have a couple of replays to cast as well from round 1. So the players played a little bit earlier, which is all good. I'm in. Okay. Cool, cool. Great. I know we have a couple proud Australians playing at like 3 a.m. their time. Hey, Rain, thank you for the donation. Thank you. Oh, all day, man. We got you. It's going to be fun today. Oh, look at this build. Wow. Look at that. Hey, Rain, thank you so much for that donation, boss. Let's get round 2 started. Let's have some freaking fun. And let's break it down. So, taking a look at the players real quick, this is going to be Gondola the Patient versus Leech Lord. So these are 2 great tournament players, both of whom are very, very strong. Excited to see them in action. And let's break it down. Susaville, everything's good. You know, Total War, we haven't gotten updates in a long time, but we still have a great community. Everybody's going strong. And life is good. No complaints there. Okay, checking here. No. Just answering some admin questions. And great. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to this Faction War duel between Kislev and the Tomb Kings. Breaking it down here for Gondola the Patient. The front line is going to be a bunch of armored Kossar, so a bunch of big 8-foot-tall Giga Chad Slavic people. And they got their shields, they got their pistols, and they're ready to fight some Bone Daddies. Secondary lines are going to be Kislevite warriors to deal with Ushoptian constructs. And the back is going to be baseline archers, just for kind of chipping and consistent DPS as well. Lore choice is going to be an Ice Witch of Tempest. Hawks and Miska is an S tier ability of breaking things down. And we do have the Gust of True Flight as well, probably for Little Grom. Now, oh my god, look at this Tomb King's army from Leech Lord. Jesus. Okay, double Boner Giant, which is his whole build is designed to counter Little Grom. Because Boner Giants can definitely do some work against Little Groms if they can get in range. All right, that is fun. We got Khalida, and we do also have a Lore of Lightcaster, who's going to be using Baronos and Nets. Sneaky Snake Knights, Halberd Knights aren't bad. I mean, they beat most of the Kislev Cav except Bear Riders, and Skeleton Warriors on the flanks. Dear God in heaven, this is a wild build. Outside flank is going to be more Necropolis Knights with Halberd, so Homie is running double Necropolis Knight, double Bone Giant, Lich Priest, and Khalida. Khalida is going to be using the Venom Staff, probably. Yeah, looking to get some DPS out of that, which is going to be very fun. So fasten your seatbelts, have some fun, and let us go ahead and see what is cooking. Yeah, This is a very unorthodox build for both players. The double Boner Giants, I mean, they can pay off, but they usually struggle against wide builds. So what they're facing right now is a bit of a counter to them. Like super wide infantry lines are really, really hard for Boner Giants to deal with because they, they're designed for sniping. Like Bone Giants are designed to kill little Groms. They're designed to kill, maybe the Frostworms and things like that. But against all of these pieces, he's going to do some damage, but it's not going to be, I think, value efficient. That's for sure. So Tomb King's moving on up, and so are the Kislevites. They're going to be fighting over the middle objective. Another freaking sneaky Snake Knight's being called in, by the way. So he does have another Necropolis Knight with halberds, but there's so many Kislevite warriors on the battlefield, man. It's going to be very, very tough. If I were just watching this and I had to make a prediction early on, I would say that the Kislev army is of course favored, but that doesn't mean that the Tomb Kings can't win. Leech Lord is an amazing player and can pull out wins from tough situations. Kislev going to be wrestling objective number 2, so they are able to get this with all their halberds and their Kossars moving up. And Sneaky Snake Knight's going to be waiting in the wings, so we see one here, and then I know there's one in the bushes over here as well, but they're going to have 0 success because of the Kislevite warriors waiting. The Sneaky Snake Cavalry might be okay against the armored Kossars, but even still they are halberds, so they're not going to be like turbo efficient. And now we do get a Little Grom being called out. So Little Grom is the power fantasy for the Bone Giants. But with proper buffering, if the Kislev army is far enough forward, the Bone Giants with their 350 range will not be able to reach the Little Grom. With the Gust of True Flight currently has freaking 546 range, something obscene like that. So pretty cool. Question, what did the Snake Knight call in? What is it supposed to do? So they're a counter against cavalry. So Kislev is a cav faction often, but they're not bringing any right now. So it's kind of making the Sneaky Snake Cavalry a little bit obsolete. They're still okay against infantry, but yeah, hard to say. So Bone Giant's going to be shooting into the armored Kossars here, eating a little bit of damage. And now Khalida jumping in and attacking the armored Kossars as well and doing some decent work. Snow Leopard's being called out, so the Ice Witch going to be summoning a Snow Leopard from probably the Warp. We don't ask questions, and here's the Snow Leopard. Could go after Khalida, probably would be the correct play. And now comes the Sneaky Snake Cavalry. So they're going to be moving in, but you got to watch out. Kislev Warrior Halberds will counter them pretty hard. We do also see Carrion Birds coming in. What the hell is this Forbidden Tech? Gold chevrons! Look at this. Gold chevron Carrion Birds. All right, that is some hog wild shit. So one Carrion Bird going to be landing on the basic Kossars and landing on these ones as well. I mean, the Gold Chevron Carrion Birds do have freaking 57 melee defense, so they're going to be pretty annoying against these baseline archers. Now in the front, we do actually see some of the armored Kossars getting broken by Khalida with her Snake Knights, and it's being made to look okay, actually. Snake Knights with Khalida able to really tear it up. Oh, he's using Barona's Time Warp as well! So huge melee attack buff to the Snake Knights allows them to rip apart some of the armored Kossars here, and these armored Kossars are getting bullied a little bit as well. Now in the backfield, we do see some of the Sneaky Snake Cavalry getting in, and they did come through the trees, and now they're getting a very, very optimal fight right here as well. Necropolis Knights with Halberds will be able to beat Winged Lancers pretty decisively, but with the Griffin Legion coming in for a full surround, I don't know if they can win this 2v1. Being fully surrounded like that by some pretty good quality cavalry is going to be tough, but I mean, they will trade efficiently considering the circumstances. Back objective belongs to Kislev, and back towards the middle here, we do see the Carrion, the Gold Chevron Carrion. Man, we're learning all the forbidden tech today. They're actually ripping apart these Kossars and enduring shooting while doing so as well. But the Kislev Infantry Corps is looking really meaty. The Power Slavs really able to hang in there, and we do see the Armored Kossars able to stand firm against the Light Cavalry of Nehekara. Well, these are not, they're medium cavalry, but the Armored Kossars should be able to dominate those guys, that's for sure. And looking at the value trading, we do see the forces of Kislev being ahead of the Tomb Kings. Now, Tomb Kings do have a little bit of healing on the roster. They do have the Realm of Souls and whatnot. Halberds moving into the secondary, but they do get intercepted by Cavalry, which again is going to be favoring the Kislevites. Khalida doing a little bit of disruption back here, able to get some armored Kossars and start to drag them down a little bit. And the fighting in the backfield, not going super well for the Necropolis Knights. And even though 1-to-1 they do counter the Kislev Cavalry, just being overwhelmed, being attacked by Halberds, the Ice Witch, probably being shot by Little Grom as well. It's going to be incredibly tough here. So Kislevite Warriors going to be chewing through the Necropolis Knights with Halberds right here. Ice Witch of Tempest is chilling, and she's an okay fighter. She does have a little bit of punch that can help drag down the cavalry. But seeing these two Necropolis Knights being taken out is a really brutal loss because even though they did fight some ideal targets, we still see a healthy Winged Lancer unit that's going to be able to move up. Kislev is really, really anchoring down on Objective 2. And wow, Kislev actually threatening the back objective as well. They are able to get a Kislevite Warrior back here, which might even be able to 2v1 this fight versus the Skeletons as well as the Skeleton Horsemen here. Kosovo Dervishes on the retreat, and the Boner Giants are actually getting a little bit low. One of the Boner Giants is being taken down by Little Grom. You can see Little Grom is zeroed in on it most likely, and his HP is going to be at 4,000, which is still a lot, but he's on the way out. He's not going to be having a good time. All right, guys. High Queen Khalida battling it out here versus the Kossars. Dervishes do get caught a little bit, but we do see the sneaky Snake Knights in the backfield getting taken down by the Winged Lancers as well as the Ice Witch. And now my favorite unit for Kislev is coming out, the dreaded Streltsy. So the Streltsy are going to be moving up, and they're going to be amazing against this army. They'll be a really good counter against the Necropolis Knights and the various other big armored cavalry pieces running around the battlefield. All right, hybrid shooting is in full effect. The Kislevites drawing their pistols and putting a little bit of hurt down into the Lich Priest back here. Kislevite warriors getting dragged down by Ushapti, but, you know, trading effectively in the process. Double Bone Giants going to be shooting downtown and melting into some of the Winged Lancers down here, just looking for the opportunities. And look at the quality of life feature, by the way. See, being able to see who has the objective. You see that little logo above the points now. So Creative Assembly didn't do any multiplayer stuff in the last patch, but they did add this feature. So I guess they did a little bit, but that's so freaking nice. So now you can like look at the objective and see if you actually have it, even if it's really close. All right, Giga Chad Streltsy on their way in. Little Grom generating fat value, mowing down the freaking Snake Knights back here. Necropolis Knights going to be getting the business pretty bad. I really hope they add Kislev to the tabletop game. I've been taking a bit of a break for the old world, but man, if they brought Kislev back, I would be all about that. That'd be so freaking fun. All right, Armored Kossars moving up. Bone Giants looking really low on ammunition. Kislev is up in value, about 8,000 against 6.3. Tomb Kings are barely holding on to their back objective. These Kislevite warriors, like I talked about, probably going to be able to, oh my god, they beat the Horsemen, fighting off a carrion unit, and maybe going to be able to beat these guys. These guys are no joke, man. Really fighting tooth and nail here. I just don't see any hope for the Tomb Kings here. The Bone Giants are about to become pretty useless and probably crumble and die. They're like Walmart versions of Giant. They're like the Giants you have at home. Their melee stats are okay, but these Halberd boys will be able to cut them down. Currently, we see it at 3,200, 3,100 right here. The bony legs of this Giant really absorbing a lot of damage. Chosen of the Gods coming out. I don't hate that. They'll be good against a lot of these units, but I think it just might be a little too late. Because getting Kislev off this point when you're at such a value deficit is going to be so incredibly tough. Moving on in are the Streltsy, and the Streltsy going to be setting up. And who doesn't love a good cinematic powder shot? Oh god, that's why Total War rules. Powder fire is just the coolest thing, and they even have a reloading animation as well. There they go. Oh, look how cool that looks. Yeah, they're all in sync. It'd be a little bit more natural if they didn't all do it at the same time, but you know what? I'm not going to complain. So they're going to be setting up fire, reload, fire for Urson. And they do get the Gust of True Fight, getting an accuracy buff, and now they're going to be trying to pick off Khalida there as well. Khalida taking a bit of damage there. And looking a little bit worse for wear. So one of the big giants does go down. Winged Lancers could also intercept this Bone Giant if they want to. Little Grom from downtown, most likely going to be going after the Bone Giants and or Khalida. It looks like Khalida is going to be the target right there. There are no Chorf Blunderbusses, that's right. But we can't all be Chorf Blunderbusses. You know, some of us have to be Streltsy, which are, I think, just as cool, honestly. They're a rad unit. I mean, gun axes, come on, it's awesome. Armored Kossars surging forth, pushing into the backfield of the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings calling out Ushapti. Definitely probably needed the Ushapti a little bit earlier on. I mean, the double Bone Giant is what I like to call a skew build. It's like, so let's say you're playing in a tabletop tournament, right? And you know that there's been a meta tyrant. There's one guy at the tournament who plays a certain style that's like a meta tyrant. And you bring a skew build. You tailor your entire list just to beat the one meta chaser guy, right? But then you don't play him. You play somebody else at the event, and your list is going to be suboptimal. That's kind of what we ran into here with the Tomb Kings a little bit. You know, double Little Grom is extremely popular for Kislev. So bringing the double Bone Giant with Khalida and like all those tools to kind of snipe down the Little Groms, or maybe the Frostworms, for example, because he could have net down a Frostworm, shot it with two Bone Giants and the staff and done some very, very good work. But, you know, his opponent brought a build that was kind of a counter to his opening build, and that's the risk of playing a skew build like this. And going really, really all in on that bad boy. All right, guys. On the flank here, we do see the Griffin Legion. Griffin Legion are absolute Giga Chad cavalry. They got their Howling Wings, very cool-looking, kind of Polish-inspired cavalry, but they should be able to defeat these Skeleton Horsemen no problem. So we do see these guys getting crumbled down here. And Khalida holding on to the point, but she's looking really beat up, sitting at about 1,800 HP there as well. And ladies and gentlemen of the old world, it looks like the next victory of today's event is going to be taking place here with the Tomb Kings being defeated most likely by the forces of Kislev. The Little Grom shot from downtown, shooting into the Chosen of the Gods. And the Tomb Kings have been forced back into their spawn right now. They're trying to reform the ranks, getting their giant together with the Ushabti, maybe thinking that they can consolidate and push, but I don't think it's going to go down like that. Looks like a Ushabti summon is going to be activated here. There it goes. And going to be trying to hunt down the Streltsy, but they're just going to run away and try and kite it if they can. Ushabti summon, very, very powerful. I always found it a little bit weird how some factions have army abilities and others don't. I really do wish that, you know, every faction had some sort of an army ability. It'd be really cool. Like, imagine if the Empire had, like, just something simple, like Hold the Line, where you could make a unit, like their tier 1 ability would make, like, one of your state troopers, like, you know, I don't know, get, like, a melee defense or leadership buff for a short period of time. Just, like, little flavorful things like that. They don't have to be super powerful, but overall, I think that would be, I think it'd be pretty cool. All right, guys, Objective 2 looking to belong to the Power Slavs. Objective 3 is actually being taken by Kislev as well. We are approaching 1,200 points here in this match as we see more halberds moving up here. So here they come, and Winged Lancers do get netted down. Ushabti going to be battling them out, and Kossars of Spears duking it out with the Ushabti, which is actually going to favor the Kossars of Spears. Even though they're tattered, they'll trade pretty cost-effectively here. Khalida, the High Queen, is not long for this world. She's going in, trying to get a little bit of poke, but, you know, she had her time in the sun, and that was several thousand years ago. And now she is going to be getting karate chop, sitting at 900 HP. Ice Witch is coming in, and Ice Witch not a great fighter, but should be able to get it done. Victory for Kislev. All right, for Urson. So, ladies and gentlemen, fun times, really cool matchup. You know, that's a classic skew build versus a kind of a more wide, consistent build. It was fun. You know what would have dominated this Kislev build would have been like a Screaming Skull Catapults with a wide Tomb King's Infantry chaff line with Screaming Skull Catapults and maybe an Ushabti Greatbow would have really been brutal against this build. It would have dominated it pretty hard, I think. But, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles. GG, well played. All right, so let's go ahead and break it down. And let's go update the scoreboard here and head over to our bracket. So we are going to go here and do this. So that was the Tomb Kings versus, no, that was Kislev getting the W here. So it's going to be Gondola the Patient. So now they're going to be going on to play Own Goal and the Beastmen. So he should be able to cast that game. And we do also have an update down here. I believe Anticity, Bostos defeated the Skaven. And then I believe Anticity defeated, I think he defeated Norska? Yeah, I think he did. We'll double check that, but I think that Slaanesh was able to win as well. So these other games are being played on the other channels. So Own Goal and Anticity and Maverick Sloth are all doing casting today. So there will be links to those as well. But anyways, let me go ahead and get our next game going here and see who is ready to go and have some fun. All right, so let me check here. And perfect. Great. So I do have the next game here. Outstanding. So we're going to get this and do that. And I have a couple games to cast via replay here, which is going to be good. Okay. One moment. Let's get this one going. All right. Outstanding. So now we're going to be casting our next match here of today's Faction War, which is going to be Nurgle versus Bretonia. I love this one. This one's always very fun. So loading into the next match, it is going to be Plague Penguin, one of our... He's probably the best Bretonian player in the world. This guy's a machine. Facing off against the dreaded Broccoli Fangirl, who has been representing Nurgle. Very powerful. I've been loving some of the gameplay we've been seeing coming out of this player here. So let's go ahead and break it down. No, Maximillionaire wanted to play Vampire Coast today. We have Ulrich Rahl and the Vampire Counts. All right, guys. Spawning in on the, I guess, east side of the map, technically. It's going to be Bretonia. So it's going to be a Fanchantress build using her Mortis Engine, her healing to buff up the Paladin and just provide that sustainability to the fight. Spear Men-at-Arms, Men-at-Arms as well. And we do have a couple Peasant Bowmen lurking in the back in tandem with Men-at-Arms. Now, I love this Nurgle build, by the way. This is probably my favorite build of the day because it has big Giga Chad Tamarcon moving in here. Tamarcon doesn't have one of those like bodybuilder kind of fake strength builds. He's got like that strong man. I'm going to lift a huge boulder and put it on top of a plate here. He's ready to go. So he's going to be moving up, getting ready to do some karate chopping, and the rest of the army is going to be Chaos Warriors and triple Chosen of Nurgle, I think. No, double Chosen of Nurgle. All right. So we do have two Chosen of Nurgle Great Weapons, which is a good choice here. They're really brutal. They will defeat most Bretonian cavalry outside of Hippogriff Knights, and yeah, are just really tough to move, if you have healing especially. Tamarkon's on his way in, and so too are the Chaos Warriors, and Nurgle is going to be bringing, I would imagine, a Fleshy Abundance caster. If you're going with Chosen, you have to bring some big healing, for sure. We do also have Stream of Corruption, and so begins the battle of our time. Pestigore is going to be surging forth, and get ready to go. Grail Knights being called into the outside, I love it. Grail Knights are a menace. They do have really good AP values, require a lot of micro, and can certainly kill Armored Chaos Warriors with a good Cycle Charger. So Objective 3 going to be going to the Plague Father, and it looks like the epicenter of combat really is going to be on the middle, as Bretonia is going to be forming ranks right now. Chaos Warriors gathering up here, and we do see some Pestigores coming around the outside. It's going to be a good knockdown, drag-out fight. I think Nurgle versus Bretonia is probably one of my favorite matchups in the game. This one is really, really good. Peasant Archers going to be shooting away into the Pestigores right here, so they're getting some nice DACA right there, putting the hurt down. Yeah. There they are. They do have some missile resist built in at 25%, but still don't want to be eating that kind of firepower. Now, Chosen of Nurgle do have 7 capture weight now. They did get the elite capture weight buff from the recent patch. Broccoli definitely needs to move forward the 2 warriors onto the objective and start to contest this capture, because these warriors are 5, 5 plus 7. That's going to be 17 and 20 capture weight with Tamarkon, and that's going to be more than Bretonia is presenting on the objective here. All right. Down in the low ground, Grail Knights do charge in, but Broccoli able to get a really good counter charge, and that's what the Hounds are great for. You don't want them eating a head-on charge, but when the Grail Knights come in and attack you using the Hounds to, counter charge them once they're engaged with your infantry, you can poison them, you can slow them down, and you can drag down a couple models, which is going to be uber cost-effective. Now, Tamar Chad going to be fighting. Warriors versus Peasants. Now, obviously, the Peasants are going to get massacred, but the Fey Enchantress is going to be doing some Dragon Ball Z shit, and she is also going to be Mortis Engineering these units, which is going to be very good. Moving forward are the Chosen of Nurgle. Black Cleaver is activated, and we do also see Furies being called in. Furies are really good for going after archers or just rear charging into peasants to try and break them really quick. Now, the Grail Knights here do actually turn about face and get the support of some Knights Errant, so the Knights Errant do arrive on the battlefield and actually break those Hounds. Pestigore is moving in and will be okay, but overall probably going to be dispatched by these Grail Knights pretty quickly. And you can see the Haggard Goat people are being sent flying down the hill as more Chaos Warriors march up. Very slow, very ponderous, very heavy metal. The middle point is in the process of flipping, and we do see some Forsaken now being called in. So Forsaken going to be bunker busting the side peasants, and there is maybe an opportunity for Nurgle to get a triple cap right here. We'll have to see. Fury is being sent into the backfield after the archers, but being intercepted by Knights Errant, so good play by our Bretonian player to intercept that. But Broccoli Fangirl looking pretty mean right now. As Tamarkon moves in, starts to put a beat down on this Paladin right here. Chosen of Nurgle probably could use a heal. They took quite a bit of damage in that fight. I think it was mostly archers wearing them down, but a big old Fleshy Abundance would be quite welcome. And Nurgle is going to be threatening a triple cap right now, as we do see Forsaken and Pestigores making their way down. Stream of Corruption, really nice cast right there on the Peasant Bowman, able to do some really nice work against those bad boys. Chosen and Chaos Furies are going to be duking it out right now, as we do see the Chaos Warriors of Nurgle battling it out versus the Grail Relique. Chosen of Nurgle surging into the secondary, and the fighting does continue to rage on, ladies and gentlemen. Chaos Warriors of Nurgle going to be coming around the flank here, and Bretonia looking really, really hemmed in right now. And the value is close. Sure, but Nurgle has healing, so does Bretonia, though. They do have the Fey Enchantress here. Now, Tamarkon going to be moving here, and yeah, there they go. So Tamarkon going to be battling it out versus the Grail Knights, and now getting some support from Chosen. But this is a great pick here by Plague Penguin, able to get a pick on the Nurgle caster, which is brutal, because that's going to take away healing from Tamarkon, it's going to take away healing from the Chosen, but the Nurgle caster did manage to get an overcasted Fleshy Abundance activated here on the Chosen as well as Tamarkon before he did get broken. And he is retreating the right way, so is probably going to be stabilizing here. Now, Nurgle, considering the state of the battle, I would say should really go for a triple cap if they can. Try and maneuver some of the Chosen down to the low ground objective. I think that would be very, very good here. Nonetheless, Tamarchad is being a menace, pushing into the backfield and forcing insane micro out of the Plague Penguin. These Chosen Nurgle with Great Opens are such middle linebackers. They're like the Ray Lewis of this game. They have 51 melee defense, and they're not even like a shielded unit. They're a great weapon unit. So they will bonk anything on the head that they get into combat with. They hit very, very hard. Tamarkon is also a really nice anti-large presence there as well. Now, good pick here by the Fey Enchantress. She does find the Nurgle caster and is doing the best she can to make sure that that Nurgle caster won't be coming back into play. This is also a nice play down here. We do see some Spearmen at Arms trying to ninja that objective, and probably the best play, I was about to say it, calling some Hounds just to nibble on them and then send the Chosen somewhere else to be productive. A little bit of a surround here, though, and this is, man, just the maneuverability of Plague Penguin as a player. He's so good at playing with mobile cavalry. So the Chosen go very deeply in the backfield here, but do get a little bit isolated by several cav units, including the Grail Knights, which have gotten some decent value so far, about 1,400. Nurgle caster still being harried and chased off the battlefield. We do currently see Nurgle holding on to Objective 2 and 3. Objective 1 still belongs to the Ladies Chosen, as we do see some Pestigors moving in. But look at this, using all the mobile cavalry to put some hurt down on the lightly armored Pestigors is a nice play. And plus, each of these cavalry have 4 capture weight, so it's going to make it incredibly difficult to actually steal that objective right now. But Nurgle's really pushing back the forces of Bretonia on most of the points. Bretonia is definitely on the run. Tamarkon is trying to rally the caster, and if Tamarkon can save this Nurgle caster, that is a massive win. That was one of the biggest plays that Bretonia's had over the course of the game. And if Tamarkon is able to bully this Paladin away, and it looks like he might, the Paladin's just staring into the sunset thinking about the lady right now, and he's going to get bonked in the back real quick, and maybe this Chaos Sorcerer is going to rally. We'll have to see. So back on the middle, there is a single Chaos Warrior holding it down. Fey Enchantress and the Grail Relique trying to stabilize that one. Nurgle actually making a play for the low ground here, as we see Pestigors, as well as some more Pestigors going for it. So the goats are on parade. And the goats are breaking through the Men-at-Arms and the Peasants. These bad boys are going to be getting forced back right now. We do see several of them on the run at the moment. So Pesties getting it done here. Pestigors also grinding on up and chasing back, as Knights Errant are going to be coming across and looking to run over some of the Chaos Warriors. But the Chaos Warriors with their high armor, man, and their high melee defense, it's so tough for Bretonia to push back. That's for sure. And look at this. Absolute Giga Chad play by Broccoli Fangirl. Able to rally that Chaos Sorcerer. That is such a huge win for Nurgle, because now Nurgle's going to be able to heal some of its chosen units, and that is going to be such a value problem for the forces of Bretonia. So Paladin going for the break, but Tamarkon is going to be protecting his friend here, and he's got his big pimp cleaver. And, you know, the plague homies do stick together, and that Paladin does get bullied and chased away by Tamarkon there. And now we're going to be seeing Chosen getting heals, and another Chosen is called out. Oh my god, I love the Chosen build. It's so freaking cool. All right, so back towards Objective 2. Nurgle's going to be holding it down here, as we do see the Chosen with Great Uplands battling it out versus the Fey Enchantress right here. Up in the sky, Chaos Fury is going to be swarming down to the Questing Knights. Questing Knights will probably be able to beat the Furies, but we'll have to see. And now Nurgle is going to be threatening a triple cap right here. So you do see the third objective starting to flip to the Plague Father. And I think Bretonia is starting to run out of steam a little bit. It seems like their cavalry are just running out of energy, being dragged down. The Curse of the Slug, the Miasma, Plague, and Pestilence really wearing them down over the course of a long fight. And plus, Tamarkon's back in business. He's going to be back on the menu. The Chaos Sorcerer actually gets caught once again. That's a really nice pick here by the Grail Knight. So it looks like Bretonia did call in a Grail Knight on this side of the battlefield, and they were able to get the pick on the Sorcerer. But, you know, the Sorcerer was probably able to get another heal off and heal Tamarkon up to full before he got karate chopped up here by these bad boys. Triple Cap is going to be active. Comet of Cassandora, or Chalice of Potions, beautiful, by the way. Really nice one on those Chaos Warriors. That's a thing of beauty right there. Pestigors and Pestigors fighting it out. Great Weapon spam has always been very good against Bretonia. It requires a disproportionate amount of effort for Bretonia to beat it, in my experience. Fey Enchantress dropping her Mortis Engine, and she's been an absolute menace this game. For sure has been one of the bigger carries. Not a lot of value, but the healing in tandem with the Chalice of Potions has been pretty effective for sure. I almost wonder if Lewin would be stronger, but no, I think Fey's pretty damn good. Especially in these type of fights, because she does have a Mortis, even though it's not like a huge Mortis Engine effect that does like 32 top end damage. It only does like, I think, like 16 or 14 or something. It's still very good. Peasant Archer shooting from the trees. Big fight on Objective 2. Nurgle is in the process of losing this objective, and could we see a comeback from the Plague Penguin? As it currently stands, Nurgle is up on points, currently at 931 with the triple cap, but on the outside it looks like, man, Bretonia really sweaty here. I love it. I mean, you think that Plague Penguin is done for, but then you just look around and you're like, wait, he actually has a lot of the map. And a lot of the Nurgle stuff is getting isolated. Tamarkon has been having issues, keeping up with some of the fights. And he spent a lot of time in the backfield trying to save that caster who ended up getting killed anyways. And could we see the resurgence of the lady? Outside, this one is going to be going to Bretonia. And what does Nurgle have? They have Healthy Forsaken here. Marauder Horseman getting caught up by Yeoman, which is pretty funny. Pestigor's on the way. Tamarkon's going to be heading down to the low ground. And Bretonia has a fair amount of cav over here, guys, including a healthy Grail Guardian, or Grail Knight. I don't know if these Chaos Warriors are going to be able to hold the middle. All right, we suddenly have a game on our hands, guys. This is going to be great. More Pesties heading over here. Fey Enchantress, this is where she starts to really clutch the game, right? Because the Fey Enchantress is going to be Mortis Engine draining down so many of these units, including the Chosen. This is like Value City. Even though our Mortis Engine, like I said, is only, I think, 5 to 12. It's a very weak Mortis Engine. It will add up over the course of a long game. Yeah, 8 to 16. Especially against elite infantry. So against the Chosen here, I mean, it's a godsend. It's so freaking good. All right, guys, back in the middle. The elite Bretonian cab do arrive. They rotate over from Objective 3 and are able to get a nice hammer down on the Chaos Warriors. And more Chaos Warriors surging in, but these are not armor-piercing Chaos Warriors. So against the 120 armor of the Grail Knights in tandem with the physical resist, or the ward save, I should say, they're not going to do a lot of damage. It's going to be very, very tough. Back towards this point, we do see the Plague Father able to finally grind and push these bad boys off. But they are in the process of losing the middle, and what you're going to be seeing happen now is Plague Penguin going for Benny Hill. He's going to be playing some circus music and basically riding between the 2 points here and just causing a ton of freaking havoc. Pestigores arrive, a lot of archer fire from downtown, generating some nice incremental value. We are going to be seeing some Furies coming out, and you know, Bretonia is going to need to, they're not that far behind on points, I guess. But yeah, Nurgle just, if Nurgle can get one more objective for a short period of time and then just Helm's Deep after that, they'll probably win this game. But, you know, it's not going to be easy to wrestle an objective from the Fey Enchantress or Grail Knights and some of these elites. Moving up are the Chosen of Nurgle. You're going to need to leave some units down here, though. The speedy Yalemen and the speed at which Bretonia can present some capture weight is pretty frightening, for sure. So macro look at the battlefield. Backside Colin, Knights of the Realm. For Nurgle, what is it going to be? Nurgle, we haven't seen a call-in in a hot minute. Currently, Nurgle is saving up. Oh, it's going to be a Rot Knight call-in. We see 1752. Nurgle is for sure saving for a Rot Knight. Nurgle knows they have a little bit of time left. They will not win on just one objective, but yeah, it's going to be a Rot Knight. It's got to be. Is it going to be the Angels of or Angels of Decay? No way. Probably is going to be the ROR Rot Knights, which I think costs like over 2,000 resources. So that's why Broccoli Fangirl is saving up right now. We do see Poison Hounds as well as Marauder Horsemen coming down here, able to rip apart these Yeomen and stabilize that objective. So that's a pretty big play. So now a lot of the fighting is going to be taking place over on the middle as the Chosen of Nurgle fight with Tamarkon. And oh, Chalice of Potion with the steel chair, nuking the Chosen, as well as the Furies and the Pestigores. Man, Plague Penguin, such a scrappy Bretonian player. But Broccoli Fangirl making Nurgle look great today as well. And we called it. The Rotting Riders are going to be on the way out. So Rotting Riders are coming on in. So there they go. Going to be looking super, super cool. So currently, the state of the game is very even. Bretonia has taken more damage over the course of the game, but has gotten a lot of Earthblood healing. Points do favor Nurgle, but Nurgle will lose if they have just one objective, because each victory ticket gives you one victory ticket per second, and whoever gets 1,500 first does win it. Rotting Riders going to be surging in. The Plague Father's own Grail Knights are here, and there they go, engaging in, and we're going to see how they do. They might be able to get this objective. With Tamarkon here fighting, that's going to be pretty big. Rotting Riders are linebackers, but Fey Enchantress is here with freaking Grail Knights and another Knight of the Realm. They might be able to do this. Although Nurgle's coming in, they got Forsaken moving in to support the Rotting Riders, and Rotting Riders kind of getting wrecked by the Bretonian Cavalry a little bit, which makes sense. Bretonia should have the best cavalry in the game. And objective 1 for Nurgle. Objective 2 here is going to be for Bretonia. But Nurgle is in the process of getting the flip on this objective. What is with it? What's in the water today, man? These games have all been amazing. Really, really close matches. Forsaken fighting it out. Objective 2 is going to be in flux. It's being contested. Rotting Riders, where did they go? They pursued into the Knights of the Realm, but look at that. Fey Enchantress really being clutch beast this game. Just putting Favor of the Fey on these guys. 63 melee attack, suddenly trading very well into the Rotting Riders. This is where Nurgle is really suffering with not having a Tealing caster, right? If Nurgle had a Fleshy Abundance on these units and on Tamarkon, this would probably be game over. But the fact that that caster did get chased off and killed completely changed the dynamic of the game, right? So, which is just huge. Uh-oh, Rotting Riders might be able to get a surround on Fey Enchantress, though, which is going to be quite massive. Look at the points, guys. Razor close. Right now, for the first time in the game, Plague Penguin probably going to be taking a value lead. Knights of the Realm battling it out versus Rotting Riders, who have gotten how much value so far? About 1,100. Pestigore is going to be surging to the low ground objective, and Nurgle, are they able to hold on to objective 1? Yes, they are. And Nurgle is now going to be making a play for the side objective with some Pestigores, who are going to be trying to get that Grail Relic off the point. Tamartad's trying his best, a little bit surrounded, but Tamarkon has been doing pretty good. 2,000 value on Tammy as Tammy does bully one of the Paladins here. Questing Knights and Tamarkon going to be fighting it out. And now the Fey Enchantress is going to be heading down to the low ground with the Knights of the Realm, going to be surging into the Pestigores there. So there they go, and the fight is on, ladies and gentlemen. Grail Relic is ready to party, all right. We'll buy a little bit of time, and it looks like the Knights of Bretonia will be your shield and do manage to get to the low ground. So for the first time in the game, guys, Plague Penguin has passed Nurgle in points. What a knockdown drag-out match. Really looked like Bretonia was on the losing side of things, but they rallied their forces, used their mobility to bounce between objectives, and is really causing quite a bit of havoc now. But Nurgle with a lot of capture weight heading to the middle, a Chaos Warrior unit, as well as a Pestigore, and the middle is going to be flipping. The middle is going to be flipping right now. Pestigores are also threatening the side objective, and Nurgle, ooh man, this is going to be tight. This is going to be a really, really close one, guys. Right now, Mounted Yeoman on the way in. Nurgle does manage to flip the middle objective, and Nurgle is going to be pushing for it. But look at the points. 1420 currently for Plague Penguin, 1362 for the Broccoli Fangirl. As we do see the Quested Knights being worn down by the Pestigores, but Bretonia going to be using its mobility. The 2 Mounted Yeoman units going to be heading to low ground objective. Is Nurgle going to be able to get there in time to stop the cap? A couple Pestigores going to be fighting for the low ground objective over here. That is 8, so it's 4, 8, 11 capture weight coming in. Pestigores, Tamarcon moving there to try and get that. I don't know if they're going to get there on time, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be incredibly tight. As it currently stands, Nurgle would win on 2 objectives, but if they lose an objective for even a second, they lose the game. Pestigore is going to be bum rushing down to the low ground objective. We do see Curse of the Slug activated. Pestigores are going to be getting on the point, and Marauder Horsemen are coming as well. Oh my god, if this flips, it's over. It's so incredibly close. So Tamarcon and company heading to the point. It's very, very tight. Tamarcon's going to be getting there. Nurgle does get the capture weight, but we do see Yeoman coming in. Forsaken also surging onto the point here. Look how freaking close it is. It is so tight here, man. It is so incredibly close. Right now, Nurgle has objective 2, and it flips to the lady. Bretonia is able to get this objective right here, guys. Oh my god, and Bretonia wins by the hair of their chinny chin chin. Just barely able to get that. That was an insane victory for the lady. Wow, what a freaking game. What a freaking game. We were here, guys. So amazing. Chosen were Giga Chads. Warriors are always great. Probably Great Weapon Warriors would be better, but I don't even know, really. Broccoli seems like great. That was such a close match. And what did I tell you guys about Fey Enchantress clutching games? 3,300 value on that. That is so freaking good. Grail Knights, 4,000 value on the Grail Knights as well. God damn, dude. Beautiful. You came. I think we all did a little bit. There we go. All right. Well played to both players there. Amazing match. And now we're going to be heading over to the bracket and updating this. That is going to be Bretonia defeating Nurgle and advancing to the next round. And there we are. The first match, yeah, Ben, the earlier matches were very, very good. All right, so let me do this and get ready for the next one. And fasten your seatbelts and get ready to party. Okay. So let me see who else is ready to go. Outstanding. So Anticity is casting that one. Yeah, perfect. So Anticity is going to be handling the Ogres versus Bretonia. And I think we have a game here. So we're going to do this. Perfect. Okay. Checking here. So we're going to do Shaftesbury. I will cast your game now. All right, so we had an alternate. Attack Speed Enjoyer's Wi-Fi crashed, so he has been replaced by Hitman Hippo. So we do have a substitute. We have an audible being called here. The Skaven did lose. I didn't cast that game, but they did lose their round 1, yes. Okay. There we are. Perfection. And we have Chateau de Shaftesbury. So Lord Shaftesbury, our powerful Australian player, getting up at, I think, 3 or 4 a.m. his time to play in this event. So let's get a big shout out to Lord Shaftesbury here. We are going to be having High Elves versus Lizardmen here. So Andy, your wish has been answered. All right. Hitman Hippo, of course, legendary player, very, very strong here. And it's going to be great. It is going to be great. I'm going to cast this one, then replay. Okay, great. Some of the other ones are being reported. So we did get that. All right. I think it's 5 a.m. for him now. What a Chad. What a Chad. Yeah, I think Anticity already defeated Norska. I mean, come on, he's on the dreaded Slaanesh. It's pretty scary, and he's extremely good. It's the best of both worlds, man. You know, those are wild times. Okay. So, let's go ahead and break it down. I think Slaanesh is probably still the strongest faction, yes. Spawning in the spawning pool on the east side of the map, it is going to be Lord Shaftesbury, our Lizardman champion, and he's going to be bringing a massive battle line here of skin cohorts with a solar engine, so going to be using this to counter, Sisters of Avalorn and some of the, archer play that you might see from the High Elves. We have a Slan of Metal, so Heavy Metal Slan, going to be using Searing Doom and Final Transmutation for a little bit of damage. Temple Guard, actually, and Coldland Spear Riders. Double Temple Guard, so some elite infantry here for the Lizards, which is going to be pretty good against these cavalry, actually. Now, looking at Hitman Hippo, he is going to be using Fireborn and Dragon Princes. We do also have Alariel the Radiant. Couple Sisters of Avalorn. Wow, so Sisters of Avalorn and Everqueen's Court Guard. This is going to be interesting. So very elite shooting. So the idea is you shoot them with your elite archers, they try and chase your archers, and then you hammer them down with the Fireborn and the elite cavalry, right? Larry is going to be essential here because these are all really expensive units. You don't want to be losing any of these. They're like, if they take a lot of damage, you kind of just lose the game. So getting a big Earthblood and Star of Avalorn to keep your Dragon Princes alive is going to be very, very good. All right, so let us know your predictions, guys. How is this game going to be going here? We have Hitman Hippo versus Lord Shaftesbury. Lord Shaftesbury, like I said, I think it's 5 a.m. for him now in Australia from the land down under. He's going to be seeing if he can break through the legend of Hitman Hippo. Hitman Hippo, of course, is a major event winner. So he's one of the few players in the world who has been able to win a major event. Yeah, I think there's... I'd actually have to look at that and see how many players have won a major. Yeah, he's one of them, though. That's for damn sure. All right, guys. Moving on up. Alariel the Radiant. I think Alariel is the ideal choice here with this kind of a build because if you have 2 elite Dragon Princes, they're both very healing hungry units. So the win condition for Hitman Hippo is basically get your elite archers, kill the Temple Guard, and then when the Temple Guard are gone, use your Dragon Princes to just steamroll all the crappy skank units. That's basically how you win this. But, I mean, the Lizards do have some good DPS magic. They're actually going with the Slan Mage of Metal, who is going to be able to do Final Transmutations and Searing Dooms and all sorts of cool stuff like that. We'll have to see. Solar Engine shot through the heart and you're too late. And these Fireborn did get blasted. Now, the Fireborn do have really good fire resistance. I believe these guys do fire damage. So that is nice. And here comes the Cavalry charge. But there are Temple Guard in the way, I believe. Are those Temple Guard or were those Skanks? Those were Skanks, but the Temple Guard are in the secondary. Big Cavalry charge coming in from Hitman Hippo. And now the Archers are going to be in position here in a moment. As the Fireborn do a kind of feign charge here. But they do bait out a Final Transmutation, which isn't going to be that good. The Blood Statuette, though, is quite nice. That is going to be hitting into the Dragon Princes there and doing some work. Banishment also activated from Alariel, so she is going to be using Banishment. Now we see Colossadon Hunters coming in as Lord Shaftesbury drops his giant shaft on his opponent's face. Fireborn here going to be eating a bit of damage, and now the elite archers of Hitman Hippo are going to be unleashing their first salvo into these skin cohorts. Meanwhile, on Objective 2, it looks like the Lizards are going to be pretty comfortable. We do see the Temple Guard as well as the Coldland Spear Riders able to hold it down. And unfortunately for the High Elves, just kind of sacrificing an Illyrian Reaver here. Not really going to get much done, and basically just going to be feeding free value there to Lord Shaftesbury. Shaftesbury moving up, and on the backside, we do see the archers now unleashing. As the Dragon Prince units are going to be getting harried and hunted by the Colossadon Hunters, so that's really cost-effective here. So what the High Elves need to do is get their 2 elite archer units and start wasting those Colossadon Hunters, like right now. One Dragon Prince unit already getting wrecked feels pretty damn bad. Other Fireborn's going to be pulling back right here, but so far Lord Shaftesbury has been very dominant in the early engagements. We do see the Skank cohorts battling and holding the objective. The archers are getting some okay incremental damage, and there we do see a really good Searing Doom coming in from the Giant Shaft as he does drop it on the Everqueen's Court Guard, which are an expensive unit. So the fighting does continue, and Lizardmen are looking really, really solid on the points. They have 2 objectives. They could even probably steal the side objective if they want to. I think it'd be a really good idea just to send one Skank cohort over there to try and grab that. So far, Solar Engine and Banishment from the Slan as well. So we do see the Banishment doing big damage. The Solar Engine is also applying the Blinded debuff, if I'm not mistaken, so it does lower the accuracy of the units that it's shooting. The 2 Dragon Princes are being screened out by the Temple Guard, and up in the sky, the Colossadon Hunter is thinking about attacking into Larry right here. Another charge coming in from Dragon Princes will do okay damage, but remember, they're charging into Elite Halberds. So the Temple Guard, they're going to be able to hold that just fine and return the favor if the fighting does continue. Now, flying overhead are the Colossadons. Really, really good Star of Avalorn right there from Hitman Hippo. Going to be dropping it right here and nailing the both these units. Yeah, so it's able to heal both of those. Solar Engine still generating good value, and we do see the Haggard Benny Hill Colossadon Hunters. They're basically just flying in circles right now and wasting the time of these archer units, forcing these archers to perpetually turn and keep shooting them, and they're not really taking much damage in the process. The Lord Shaftesbury is honestly playing an extremely good game. The only mistake that he's making is not threatening Objective 3. But with the way that Hitman Hippo is playing, you should really punish him by just sending a cheap chaff unit over to this objective. Oh my god, brutal Final Transmutation right there. That is so disgusting. Hits the Everqueen's Court Guard, Dragon Princes, Sisters of Avalorn, and also tickled the Keepers of the Flame. Now the High Elves are going to be calling out some Elite Halberds. The question is, are they going to be able to get up to the point and generate that value in time? On the backside, we do see some Kroxigors being called out, so some elite spanking paddles, as the Colossadon Hunters do pop their Toad Rage and engage in combat, but they're going to be dragged down by several Dragon Princes, but they're doing okay in the process. A couple Cold One Spear Riders moving in, and now is Lord Shaftesbury going to be delving too greedily and too deeply? I mean, that absolutely could happen. On the other side of the battlefield, we do see a cohort heading over towards Objective 3, so Shaftesbury making the correct play there, going for these bad boys. Keepers of the Flame are going to be a nice buffering unit, and the Rangers here for the High Elves are going to start trading very cost-effectively into these infantry. And Hitman Hippo, despite looking like he lost the game very early on, I still think has an opportunity to come back here. He is able to reform the ranks with his Sisters of Avalorn, and now he's winning most of the infantry fights. His Dragon Princes are going to be trading well also. And we do see two cohorts heading over towards Objective 3, which is good. And I think for Shaftesbury, you just try not to hemorrhage too much value while winning on objectives, because you're going to get the triple cap right now. You're going to stop the bleeding, and then you could go for a Helm's Deep later on, even if your opponent's army is able to value trade well. Temple Guard doing good work though. They're really brutalizing these cavalry. These Dragon Princes going to be forced back in this land. Going to be dropping another banishment, the bound banishment on the Keepers of the Flame. Beautiful right there, and so many of the Keepers getting annihilated by that magic. And the banishment also ends up going through some of the Silver Helms here, which is very nice. All right, so is Hitman Hippo's build going to be able to escape the spawn? We're going to find out here on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Cohort of Sotek is being called out. Now Kroxigor is going to be coming with their spanking paddles, arriving in, and they are a very hard counter against Rangers. Rangers going to be having a terrible time versus these Crocodile people, so they are going to be moving in with their big paddles and giving a big royal L bonk to these bad boys. In the meantime, we do see Temple Guard getting worn down. Solar Engine shot up into Lariel the Radiant, so she is going to be getting it there. And High Elves are making some ground, though. If we see and look, a lot of the Lizard units are starting to break here. Like, the lines are looking very flimsy. And it looks like Hitman Hippo might be able to escape. Now, remember, even though Hitman Hippo is down 2,000 value, give or take, remember, he is healing a shitload. So he is going to be countering a lot of that value difference and might be able to get the momentum he needs to break off Lord Shaftesbury. Now, Lord Shaftesbury needs to just play the objectives. Instead of trying to value trade at this point, I think that time has passed for the Lizards where they're going to be able to effectively value trade with this High Elf army. I think they need to just start tar pitting the objectives to the best of their abilities. Maybe even move a cohort over here and try and hold that one for some time. It's hard to say, but they're going to need to do something like this. Helm's Deeps are being set up. Currently 3 victory tickets per second for the forces of the dinosaurs. Not going to be for too much longer, though, because it's only a matter of time before the Phoenix Guard get to Objective 1. Solar Engine still getting some good picks as well. And Hitman Hippo showing why he is one of the stronger players. You know, many people, being at a 3,000 value deficit, being spawn camped would just be out of the game, right? The morale would be broken. They would be assuming it's over. I've seen so many people leave games they could have won. But he, being a veteran and a high-level tournament player, knows that he is value trading well, and it's only a matter of time before mostly that skink-based army started to fold to his better units, with the healing as well. So the healing really able to pay off. Larian Company going to be heading for this point. Blizzard's going to be reforming the ranks, and I think the best call for the dinosaurs is to reform on Objective 2, now that Objective 1 is gone, and start spamming out Cold One Spear Riders for the rest of the game. So Cold One Spear Riders will be very good against all these different cavalry units. They'll also be good against Rangers, and I believe they do have shields too against some of the archers. So that would be a very strong combo. It does look like the Lizards are thinking about playing Objective 1, which at this point is a mistake. This is going to stretch you a little bit too thin, whereas hunkering down on Objective 2 and forcing your opponent to come to you, I think is the correct play. Because here, Hitman Hippo has Phoenix Guard here. He's got really good units. Your Skinks are going to have a pretty bad time. Although, hey, fortune favors the bold. The big old play is going to be coming in. Skink's going to be arriving. Slan is nearby. And, okay, there is one variable that could justify this play, in my opinion, and that's if the Slan has enough for an overcasted final transmutation. If that's the play and you're able to nail a big amount of the high elf units, maybe that's going to get the job done. So 850 points right here. Lizards do have some Kroxigor sitting on the middle, and the Cold One Spear Riders are going to be engaging in there. And, I don't think Hitman Hippo noticed this. Overcasted Final Transmutation going to be hitting all the cavalry units here and doing some pretty good damage. Now, that wasn't an insane one, but it wasn't terrible either. Now, Larry going to be getting surrounded by Cold One Spear Riders, and they are doing good damage against Larry. Larry's trying to escape right now, but the basic experiment of the High Elves is going to get in and change this fight, and this is where the Lizards are going to regret coming up here to fight, most likely. Heading back to this objective here. Cohort of Sotek going to be forming ranks there. On the backside, we do see more Skinks on their way in. Cold One Spear Riders, as well as more Skink cohorts going to be surging forth. Now, the Cold One Spear Riders will fight to the bitter end here. They're a very meaty unit. They do rampage and get a little bit crunk nasty. They drink that crunk juice. But heading on over, Cold One Spear Rider's going to be heading over towards Objective 2 with the cohorts. I think that for the first time, Shaftesbury is going to be realizing that he doesn't want to be fighting Larry up on this advantageous position. Rather, force him into the cohort of Sotek and the more stalwart positions that you have here. We do also see some Rangers threatening the outside point, so you can't let them get that capture weight. You're going to need to send something over there. A Feral Cold One would be a really good choice, too. Feral Cold Ones are quite menacing in this matchup. So Spear Rider's going to be pulling back, Silver Helm's heading to the middle, and now we have 1,000 points. So as it currently stands, Lord Shaftesbury could win on just 1 point. So this is going to be a situation where the High Elves are going to need a triple cap. I mean, they have a lot of time, though. They have several minutes, and even more than that, before the game is over, of course. And on the outside point, Rangers are ninjing that one. What are the call-ins going to be for the Dinosaurs? Looks like they're saving up now, so Lord Shaftesbury, probably a Croc score would be my guess. It's kind of looking like he's saving up for a Croc score with the current supplies that he does have. And for the Elves, they just need bodies on the field. They really just need to get as much as they can up and threaten the capture point. So that's really, really what it's got to be. All right, heading on over here, we do see the Cold One Spear Riders surging forth, and that is the call-in, so not going to be Croc scores. And this blunder maybe could cost Lord Shaftesbury the game. Although we could just Helm's Deep on the middle and try and make a last stand there. I don't think it's time for Helm's Deep yet. I think you have to keep fighting over the points. So get the cohort over there, get some Cold One Spear Riders. Not seeing the weakness of this, I think it might cost Lord Shaftesbury the game. Because, yeah, this was very ripe for an ambush like this. And it's a common tactic that high-level players do, is they save up several thousand supply, or 1,000 supply, and they call in a couple light cavalry units to try and ninja an objective. It's very good. And there's a lot of mobility coming over here. Granted, Cold One Spear Riders will dominate all of these cheap light cavalry, but there are some Silver Helms and Dragon Princes in there too, so it's going to be a little bit precarious. Now, looking at the point, the Shaft is able to hold on to it. He does manage to get the Cold One Spear Riders here. And looking here, cohort of Sotek making a Giga Chad fight, and they're pretty good against the Phoenix Guard, that's for sure. And we do see the Shield of the Old Ones activated by the Slan, going to be giving some ward save. I think those Cold One Spear Riders probably should help those little gremlins in combat. And the side objective is actually held by Lizards. I'm really surprised that Hitman Hippo didn't stay the course. I think that was a big mistake from Hitman Hippo. I think he should have just surrounded and stolen that objective. That would have probably given him a good chance here, but the fact that it now belongs to the Lizards, and the Lizards have had time to react to it, is a big issue, man. That's a big old issue. Giga Chad, cohort of Sotek, man, with their Velociraptor cavalry doing very, very good. We see the Keepers of the Flame being worn down here a little bit, and they are going to continue doing it here. Larry flying overhead, looking for opportunities to see if her pigeon can peck anything's eyes out. She is going to be going for the sweet Siren of Lustria, going after the Slan Mage of Metal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cold One Spear Riders going to be engaging versus the Illyrian Reavers, and we do see some Cold One Spear Riders coming across right here to get some sweet, sweet engagements. All right, guys, Objective 1 belongs to the High Elves, Objective 2 to the Lizards, Objective 3 to the Lizards as well. Lizards are approaching 1,300 points. It's getting a little bit dire here. I mean, but look at the value difference. Remember there was a value difference of like 3,000 or something like that? And now it's like almost dead even. It's like 800. It's very, very close. Lizards and their cohorts trying to fight off the Elven push here. We do see the Everqueen's Court Guard being called back in. A pretty good DPS unit. And okay in melee too. They can definitely threaten objectives in melee if they need to. Cohort of Sotek is clutching it super hard, by the way. The fact that these guys are fighting and holding back like normally, all these elf units would have defeated a cohort or a red-crested skink and would be on Objective 2 threatening it with capture weight. But they were able to hold back so much and actually almost killing the Keepers of the Flame. Now, this is one of the specialties of dinosaurs, is their ability to present a lot of cheap capture weight. So these guys are only 300 a pop and they have 5 capture weight, whereas the Elves have to spend 600 here on Rangers to get 5 capture weight. But the Rangers do win, of course, against those units, but, you know, time is of the essence, guys. We are going to be getting to 1,400 points here. The Elves are looking to make an Alpha Strike in the middle, and the Elves are definitely pulling ahead on value. And obviously, it does say the Lizards are up on gold damage value, but that's inaccurate. Because of the healing, the Elves probably have the stronger army on the battlefield right now. High ground point being Gremlin. These little Gremlin plays do matter, though. If this thing gets ignored for like a minute or two, it could steal that objective, and then you could call in a light cav over there to push over there and do it, you know, which is going to be nice. Objective number 3 is going to be under pressure. Rangers going for it, and it looks like the Lizards don't care. They're going to be going for the Helm's Deep on the middle. So the Dinosaur is going to be anchoring it down, stacking as many reptilian bodies as they can on Objective 3 and saying, come at me, bro. Come break through this Helm's Deep. Is that all you can conjure, Saruman? So we do see Ilaria the Radiant going to be pulling back here. Spears and White Lion Chariots trying to fight through these red-crested skinks, which have been an absolute menace. Really good play here using a chaff unit to stuff an 1,100 gold elite unit. And it does look like the giant Shaftesbury is going to be clutching it, and the Lizardmen are going to be defeating the High Elves. GG, well played. Fun match. That was a great match, guys. I enjoyed that one. That was a good time. So let's go ahead and report the score after we look at the values right there, and let us frickin' have some fun. Yeah, shout out to Hitman Hippo, by the way. You know, the other players in the tournament knew ahead of time what they were playing against by a day or two. They were probably practicing for this event, but Hitman Hippo, he did not know anything about this because he hasn't been super active. So I invited players based on the leaderboard positions, so completely merit-based. But Hitman Hippo stepped in last minute as a substitute to replace somebody with internet issues and came in and put up a great fight. So shout out to our boy Hitman Hippo. Really cool build, by the way. But he got stuffed back a little bit too hard early on. The Giga Chad Temple Guard were really good. They might not have gotten insane value, but they forced Hitman Hippo off the objectives early and kept the cavalry play in check. So that was incredibly clean. All right, so let's go to the bracket and let's update this. So that is going to be Lord Shaftesbury advancing. There we are. And now we have Ulrich Rahl on Vampire Counts versus these. But I have some other games I need to cast as well. So there we go. Let me get this set up here and see what the current state of affairs is. Looks like it's all going here. Anticity going to be casting some games, which is great. Thank you, Anticity. I don't know if Own Goal's casting today as well. I'll have to see if he is. Okay, so we have another game that we can potentially get to. But first, let me see what we got in the dockets. Let's jump out of here. Let's jump out of here. And we did that game. Yes. And we can do this game now too. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this round one match. It's going to be Lord Chicken Feed. He was also a last-minute substitute. We had another player who had something they had to go to. So it is going to be Lord Chicken Feed on the Dowie Czar facing off against Space Pope on the Demons of Chaos here on the Arachnarok Lair in round one. All right, guys, so let's break it down. Taking a look at the armies of Lord Chicken Feed, he is going to be using, I can only be so erect. Seeing Elite, Chaos Dwarf, Infernal Ironsworn, they are like probably the coolest looking unit in the game. Look at those freaking design on the helmets. Oh, it's so sick. But these guys are pretty cool because they do magic damage. So against demonic infantry, they can fight them in melee and trade very efficiently, and their blasting charges do a lot of damage as well. All right, we got Chaos Warriors or Chaos Dwarf Warriors standard units moving up, Skirmishers into the Sunset, and a Sorcerer Prophet of Metal, who's going to be using Final Transmutation. Now for the legendary Space Pope, he's for sure one of our more prolific Demons of Chaos players. He's very dedicated to the cause of the demons, plays them all the time. He's going to be using Nurglings for Vanguard capture weight, Plague Bearers for sustainable fighting, and Pink Horrors as well. Okay, now his caster, Blue Fire of Tzeentch and Infernal Gateway. So he's going to be able to drop it like it's hot here and do some work. We'll have to see. And they're going to be flying for it, guys. They're going to be flying for it. All three objectives, though, belong to the Dowie Czar out of the gates. Of course, getting their 4 skirmish cavalry to grab the objectives against the demons who did not bring any mobility to contest it. Demons can do that, too. If they use Fleshhounds, they can go up and grab the objectives and be kind of a bully like that. Now, on the backside, we do see the Chaos Dwarves calling in the Granite Guard. So the Granite Guard are going to be on their way up here. We see a lot of shooting coming in, as they do get some good volley fire down. Searing Doom activated right there onto the pinks. Meanwhile, objective number 1 here for the Demons of Chaos has been taken. And the Chaos Dwarves, they have their win conditions. They are just going to sit down on objective 2 and 3 and be like, come at me, demons. Come deal with these super, mega, uber elite Infernal Ironsworn. Oh, nice play here from Space Pope, though, doing the dreaded Gaze of Fate Gateway combo. So you lock them in place, and then you drop a giant magic vortex on their head, which is going to do a shitload of damage. That's a beautiful play by Space Pope. I really like that combo. And you can see these guys getting wasted by the vortex. Probably going to go down to about half health. They'll still be functional, but that's a really, really nice cast right there. It is Blue Olgor, yes. Zarevek the Feathered Prince. He is there. He is Blue Olgor. Fiends of Slaanesh are called out. That is an excellent choice against elite infantry as well. We do see the Sorcerer Prophet dropping a Searing Doom onto the Sour Guts. Not really the best play there, unfortunately, because they do have shields, and they'll probably just regenerate that damage, and it's going to be wasted winds magic, although he's getting a Bale Taurus Breath attack as well. No artillery. I think one Deathstreaker is really S tier in this matchup. Just having a Deathstreaker sitting in the back against like the Demon Prince is really, really good. But alas, he is not going to be doing it. Rather, just going to be going for his infantry and calling in Fireborn for the inevitable infantry fight there for sure. All right, boys, gathering on up. We do see the Hobgoblin Raider bows shooting in there and getting some nice damage. On the other side, Zarevik the Feathered Prince going to be encircling, and the Sorcerer Prophet of Metal, he's eyeing the fight. He's trying to think about where he can engage. Fiends of Slaanesh versus Fireborn, kind of an interesting fight. We'll see if they end up duking it out. And we do see the Blue Horrors getting wasted a little bit. I do like the pistol shot, so the Sorcerer Prophet does have a pistol that makes you weak to fire. So you shoot the Blue Horrors, and then you shoot them with all your Hobgoblins who do fire damage, and it's not a bad trade. So Nurglings here are getting blasted a little bit, and now we do see a big old Vortex going to be going down. Another one on the Granite Guard. So the elite Dowizar troopers really being punished by the magic of the demons. They're still going to be on the field, though. I mean, look, they're at half health, and that's going to be very, very tough. And here's the thing. The Demons of Chaos can... This isn't in land battle, for example, the demons could basically barely obey the attacking rules and then could just spam magic for like 45 minutes. But in Domination here, you're going to have to come and fight them eventually. You can't just sit back and do nothing and just poke with magic. Bloodletters of Khorne are going to be called out here. We do see these bad boys coming. And also Angels of Decay. Okay, not bad. Bloodletters will massacre these elite infantry. And the Angels of Decay are a decent counter against the Sorcerer Prophet and also against the Iron Demons and different trains like that. So there's a lot of good stuff that you could potentially do here. But so far, the Chaos Dwarves are resilient, just holding on to the objectives. And I think Space Pope is probably going to save up enough WOM maybe for one more poke before he decides to come in. And now, oh, my favorite unit. I love it. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves are amazing. Really, really nice at putting firepower down into monstrous units like the Fiends. Good at pressuring the Flying Lords, and are respectable in melee too. Granted, you don't want them in melee with chaff units, but they can do some work. Space Pope is beyond our comprehension. Oh, he's hidden in time. So look at this. Zarevik, the Feathered Prince, is unspottable right now. He can't be seen unless he gets like right on top of the opponent. So he's trying to sneak around on top of the Fireglaves, it looks like, to drop another Vortex, which I love. So he's probably going to use the Gaze of Fate combo. Yeah, look at that. The Feathered Prince, dude. I love it. He used the hidden in time to ambush his opponent. That is so Tzeentchian. All right. So there they go. We do see the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. They're going to be getting it, so they do get poked right there. Yes, yes. Going to be taking quite a bit of damage, going down to about 40% there. Some of the demon units are already breaking, so some of the frontline engagements have been a little bit tricky. We do see Nurglings versus Chaos Dwarf Warriors. And now we're going to be seeing Fiends versus the Fireborn. Now, Fireborn do magic damage, which is nice, but Fiends also do magic damage. So Fiends probably would win that fight overall. But the Fireborn, are they going to get any support nearby? Fireglaves have stabilized, but then immediately attacked by some demonic Nurglings. So the Nurglings able to get in there. But the Fireborn and the Infernal Ironsworn really holding down the front line. The Chaos Dwarf Warriors here are going to get attacked by Bloodletters, but the Bloodletters did eat a shitload of arrow damage on the way in. And now the Blasting Charge is coming in. Look at that. So the Infernal Ironsworn throwing a fat Blasting Charge right into the face here of these guys. Yeah, very, very nice. So looking at value trading, Chaos Dwarves are ahead. Lord Chicken Feed looking very, very strong. And the Kadai Fireborn are peeling very effectively, showing that they're a very cost-effective demon unit. And these Kadai Fireborn, despite the Soporific Musk, are fighting here with the Sorcerer Prophet, who's a really good fighter. He is afflicted by narcissism, but it doesn't bother him too much. You know, he's right in his natural habitat here, and he is able to help turn the tide of that fight a little bit. Oh my God, the Feathered Prince got blasted by something. I believe the Fireglaves were able to get online and put a lot of hurt down, and now the Fireglaves going to be setting up shop and ripping some shots into the Feathered Prince. And though they are going to be eating blue fire, the Feathered Prince is going to be eating bullets to the face, which is not going to be great for him. Fireborn holding to the bitter end. We do see Karanak being called in. All right, very interesting. So Karanak, the doggy of Khorne, has arrived, potentially. Going to be able to silence the Sorcerer Prophet. Must have been a big final transmutation. Yeah, I must have missed that, but that's some good damage right there. Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets are here, and the Chaos Dwarves are really, really holding on to the points here. So Chaos Dwarf Warriors and Infernal Ironsworn anchoring it down, really countering the infantry, because the Ironsworn with their magic damage and insane durability is just so hard for the demonic infantry to take down. If we saw some Exalted Demonettes or Exalted Bloodletters, maybe, but this is really, really big. And yeah, the Infernal Ironsworn do have fire resistance too, so all the Tzeentchian shooting that does fire damage is going to be mitigated, which is so freaking good. All right, Sorcerer Prophet going for the kill on the Feathered Prince. Looks like there's going to be some sort of a Searing Doom dropped on the Plague Bearers here. And yeah, very dangerous for Zarevik. While the Fireborn, the second wave does come in, the Fiends traded pretty well despite fighting a big monster's Bale Taurus, but eventually are going to be dragged down by the Fireborn, so they're going to be crumbling Fireborn. Really, really cool demons. But this is huge for the Chaos Dwarves. The fact that their elite infantry are just holding onto these points is so freaking massive. And this is also very cost-effective for Lord Chicken Feed as well. Seeing Karanak being surrounded by the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders is a very, very strong play. Fury's coming from downtown. I like this play from Space Pope, making a play for the side objective with the cheap Nurgling. It's going to force the Chaos Dwarves to send something more expensive. And, you know, normally I would say this game is pretty close, but with the Feathered Prince being so beat up here, I think if he dies, it's probably just going to be GG. Demons are a faction that get punished extremely bad by their leadership tanking and them crumbling because they just take a disgusting amount of damage. We also see an Infernal Ironsworn just chilling here at like almost full health, and if the demons don't have magic to wear that down, nor do they have any expensive anti-infantry bloodletters in reserve, the exalted ones, I just don't see them getting through these guys. These guys are going to bully these little gremlins, so these pinks are going to be popping like some popcorn here for sure. Featherprint's going to be pulling back. I would imagine the Sorcerer Prophet might have another final transmutation soon. Hobgoblin Spears coming down here with some Infernal Ironsworn should be able to stabilize that point right there. And looking at the points here, it's just looking like Chaos Dwarf victories all over the place. We do see the Chaos Dwarves approaching 1,000 points. As it currently stands, Chaos Dwarves would win on just one objective. So they could just helms deep on 1 point. Even though it would take a long ass time, they definitely could. So I think it's probably GG. Considering the value difference as well, it's probably even worse than this because of just demonic disintegration. Infernal Ironsworn going to be holding down that point. Zarevek the Feathered Prince just kind of running where he can and trying to get these good fights. Kadai Fireborn fighting Karanak. Karanak is being a menace over here. And it looks like a Searing Doom's going to be activated on the Sour Guts there. Some of them going to get popped in the face, losing a couple hundred HP, nothing too crazy. But ladies and gentlemen of the old world, I think the Dowie Zar are going to be advancing out of the first round. Lord Chicken Feed looking to be a very, very strong first round substitution, as we do see the Nurglings and Chaos Furies getting enveloped by the Infernal Ironsworn. And now we see the Slaanesh Gav coming out, the Heartseekers, which are a really good unit. But I think that the Chaos Dwarves will be able to handle it by just tar pitting it with Chaff and then maybe countercharging with the Sorcerer Prophet. Probably going to be enough. Demon Lord just running and scurrying where it can. Heartseekers do move in, and they get a nice little charge on the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, but now they're going to get surrounded and killed. A really nice Alpha Strike here by the Chaos Dwarves, fully enveloping the 1,400 gold Cav, and even though Slaanesh Cavalry hit hard, they're very glass cannon. With only 15 armor, they get melted super quick. And the Sorcerer Prophet probably going to be able to kill Karanak. Feathered Prince is on death's bed, sitting at 1,200 HP. I think that we can safely call this game, and the players know it as well. GG, well played. That is going to be a victory for the Dowie Zar. Ita chutu hashut. All right, so value, Sorcerer Prophet was great. Infernal Ironsworn were Giga Chads. We're seeing really good performances from Elite Infantry today. Nurgle, they did great. Here, they did great. Really, really fun to see. Fireglaze 500. Oh, Blunderbusses, I must have missed that. The Blunderbust is getting 1,900 value. That must have been what was able to get the chicken earlier. All right. Yeah, GG, really cool play. I mean, Space Pope was an absolute Chad, too. His freaking gateway play, like locking things down and nuking them, bombarding those elite infantry, chef's kiss, man. So we'll certainly have him back in future events. So let's go to the bracket. That is going to be the Dowie Zar advancing out of the first round. So that is going to be Lord Chicken Feed, who is going to be playing Maximillionaire and the Vampire Coast. So we'll see if that game is there. Somebody else may have casted it, but regardless, we're going to cast all the top 8 games. So when the top 8 games are there, we're going to cast every single one of them. That is the plan. So let's get here and see what we have to cast next. All right, checking. Okay. And all right. So where are we at? All right. So right now, I need to check the brackets and see. We do have a Greenskin versus Dwarves round 1 showdown, which we can do as well. So let's do that. And the winner is going to go forth to play the Dork Elves, I think. Okay. So let me get this. I'll delete that. So we have a classic grudge match here in round 1. It's going to be Alexander Nuts versus Iceman. So some of the games today, all the top 8 games are going to be live. Some of them are replays, but most of the games today will be live. Just a couple of these will be a little bit slower to get going here. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this round 1 Duel of Fate. It's going to be the Greenskins led by Iceman facing off against Alexander Nuts and his Forbidden Dwarves. So let us know in chat who you're rooting for. Give us a big old wog if you want the Greenskins to win, or wog, however the hell you say that, or a big old satisfy the grudge for the Dwarves. Let us know. So for the Dowie army, it's going to be blasting charges backed up by Dwarf Warriors. We do also have Iron Drakes, which are always fun. Iron Drakes are really brutal against Greenskins. If they're allowed to sit and shoot, they can do some nastiness. Quarrelers in the back row and a Dwarf Lord. So this is like a classic, steady, wide Dwarf build. It's tricky. Retake the realms? Well, we're going to see what's happened. Will the realms be retaken? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Okay. Battle lines for the old orcs, orc boys, with a little bit of DACA, including Rugloods, Armored, or Error boys. And it is going to be a Night Goblin War Boss. So he's got Rampage, which isn't that good against the Dwarves. It's okay. If they have Gyrocopters, you can Rampage them. That's probably the best bet. All right, on top of that, we do have a Night Goblin Shaman. He does have Vindictive Glare, as well as the Gorkle Fix-It and Sneaky Stabbin'. Sneaky Stabbin', probably the most effective spell there, in my opinion. All right, the lines are about to clash. The Dwarves are going to be advancing up, and the Orc boys are going to be forced back as blasting charges do move in. Iron Drakes have not been able to shoot yet, so the Orcs are actually going to be relinquishing all the objectives except the high ground. Oh, shit, I forgot the Forbidden Pump Wagons. So we got the Pump Wagons and a Rampage. Oh, that's actually a really good play by Iceman. I love that. So blasting charges are normally a huge problem, but he Rampages the blasting charge into melee before it's able to use its business. That's a great play by Iceman. Really, really clever tech there. Okay, I didn't think of that. On the flank here, we do see the Pump Wagons coming in, and Alexander Nutt's going to be reforming the ranks using his Slayers to try and intercept these bad boys. So some Pump Wagons moving in, but the other ones do get on top of the Iron Drakes right there and are able to get in and do some nice damage. But Slayers are going to be all over them. On the other side of the battlefield, the Iron Drakes are going to be satisfying the grudge, and here comes the first Flamethrowers. So a couple of Goblins going to get cooked really, really bad by the fires of the Karazhan Core. So a little bit of friendly fire damage actually on those Dwarf Warriors, but the Goblin unit is going to be eviscerated, and that's going to give that objective most likely to the Dwarves. Now, as we look back towards the middle, Pump Wagons are getting a little bit worn down, but Iceman is going to be microing these bad boys around the back and trying to avoid them. Objective still belongs to the Dwarves. We do have Dwarf Warriors holding up on the point. The Goblin War Boss helping to fight against these guys. Squig Hoppers coming in. Orc Arrow Boys are shooting quite happily. And we have a very, very nasty little fight going down here. But Flamethrowers versus Pump Wagons looking really cool as the Iron Drakes are getting some nice shots into them. Might actually break them. They're wavering, sitting at 11 leadership. Able to get in contact right there. So we do see Boar Boys coming around the backside of the formation. So Iceman getting some really aggressive play here, which makes sense. In this matchup, typically the Greenskins are going to be the aggressor against the Dwarves. Orc Boar Boy Biggins, are they the anti-large version? So I think that might be a mistake. I don't know why you would bring Orc Boar Boy Biggins. You would want to just bring the cheaper variant. So probably it was just a misclick, I would imagine. He maybe just brought the wrong variant, but even still, on the side, Dwarves holding it down, but they are delving a little bit greedily and deeply. So the Dwarves extending deep into the archer lines here is a little bit precarious, because then the Squigs can come in and eat you, and then they can just move up and take that point. So we're going to see if that actually makes a big difference here, as Iceman does pull an early lead here in this game. However, when the Dwarves are able to stabilize their backfield, things could get a little bit nasty. Now, another Rampage activated on the Quarterlers. Probably should have been used on the Iron Drakes, but even still, not the worst play. It's a good choice. Getting a range unit offline, the Squig Herds are going to be hopping in, and they're going to be moving. Granted, Iron Drakes are providing a little bit of Overwatch fire, and it does look like there was a Squig summon coming in from the War Boss. Or not from the War Boss, but from one of the hero units. All right, so he doesn't have a Squig summon, does he? He has Tormentor Sword and whatnot. Yes, we have a Duel of Fate, so the Night Goblin War Boss is going to be duking it out with the Dwarf Lord. Dwarf Lord will be favored in that fight. The War Boss is an anti-large character, but he's way squishier than the Dwarf Lord, and the Dwarf Lord is going to be able to Giga Chad that one down. So on the side point here, Squig's able to feast on the overextending Dwarves, and I would imagine the Greenskins might have some play to move up towards Objective 3 and maybe grab that one. We'll have to see. And for the Dowie here, we do have the Slayers chewing through the Squig Herds. They're doing some nice work, and the Dwarves are starting to stabilize a little bit. That's always the scary point. You rush the Dwarves, and you're like, oh god, I didn't route them. And then all of a sudden, you have all these missile units online. You have these Quarterlers, you have these Iron Drakes moving up. A lot of the Greenskin diving elements have been kind of chopped up by some of the Slayers in the backfield, so there's a Pump Wagon going down here. And Slayers, of course, are a good enough counter against Squigs. They're going to be able to beat down these Mushroom people and do some good work in the process. So yes, a lot of the diving tools are slowly being pushed down. The Dwarf Warriors and Slayers are also getting some good pressure. And we do see the Night Goblin War Boss being routed back right here. So he is going to be forced to run, while the Dwarves are still able to hold on to this objective, which is hilarious that a routing miner has as much capture weight as this Goblin. For Iceman, definitely moving a couple archers over to the side point here would be the play. Park them on the backside of the objective and just get that, and start getting some pressure on the Dwarves. Like little things like that can make the world of difference. But the Dwarves do have their bow and gun line online here. The Iron Drakes are going to be shooting their flamethrowers into the Squigs, it looks like. That's going to be some big old damage as you see him roasting in. The Dwarves fighting through the fire and the flame. Very, very epic. Ekron's Miners, Slayer still anchoring it down. But the Greenskins do have that point, and the Boar Boy Biggin's going to be coming in with a nice charge behind you. But that's, again, a big cost mistake. Spending 900 gold on these Cav units when a 650 Cav unit would have been pretty much the same thing. You don't really need to pay for that anti-large bonus. But yes, the Boar Boy Biggin's coming in. Maybe he was expecting Thorgrim, he's expecting the flying or the Thunder Barge on the ground. Who knows? All right. So Boar Boys, they dive in, but they're getting cooked up by these Iron Drakes pretty freaking bad, man. And these flamethrowers have been doing huge work. And you see them breaking the leadership too. That burnt effect with the -8 leadership, really able to roast those elite cavalry. And the Dwarves starting to pull ahead a little bit as far as I can tell. It's hard to say, but Slayer's chewing up the Squig herds. The Flamethrowers both being online is very tough. I need some water here. The large Dwarves. I mean, Thorgrim is big, and also you can see the Anvils of Doom. There are a couple large things the Dwarves can bring, but typically it's only infantry. Flamethrowers are going to keep cooking, though. Slayer's trying to hold on to this point. Currently, it is being contested. The Goblin Warboss trying, and we do have the classic Benny Hill as we see the Warboss running away, being chased by the Dwarf Lord with a 1,000 grudge erection, so he's going to be hunting those bad boys down, so there he goes. And, yep, that objective is going to be held on to by the Dwarves. Another Savage Orc War Boy coming in, so this is the correct choice. Like, the mid-tier Orc Cavalry is definitely the way to go. But they move in and get Last Samurai pretty good. They lose about half their health on the charge. That's very cost-effective for the Dowie. Dwarves also going to be threatening the high ground a little bit. They do have a Dwarf Warrior sitting up there as Alexander Nuts continues to be the Lord of the Flamethrowers. And really just cooking these guys, man. These Goblin Wolf Riders get in the business. But the Greenskin's a little bit resurgent. We do see a healthy Dirk and Swig Hoppers. A lot of Greenskin Archers are still in line. But if this Dwarf Lord is able to satisfy his grudge erection and chase down this Warboss and get him, it's going to be a very, very tough one. So he's fleeing the scene. Looking at Objective 1, the Dwarves still have it, but not for long. And it looks like the Iceman did move some units over there, which is a brilliant play. But yeah, he could have had this objective a while ago if he had moved a couple archers over there to grab that. Might make a difference. We'll have to see how this game unfurls here. So Iron Drakes getting another good shot into the Wolf Riders. These guys, despite being... That's what's crazy about Iron Drakes. They're really tanky with 125 armor. Like, that guy literally has an arrow in his neck, and he's still shooting. Look at him. He's just going. That's really just a testament to the Dwarven perseverance. But this, like, tattered Iron Drake unit has just been getting so much value here. And finally, Iceman is able to take that thing down. So very, very well played there to the Iceman. So, Gyrocopters. Now, late game Gyrocopters might be hard for the Greenskins to handle. In the beginning... in the beginning, you know, yeah, the Rampage was on the table, but now that the Goblin is running, the Gyrocopter might be able to just bully everything. Like, if we start to see a couple Gyrocopters coming out, the Greenskins could be in some serious trouble. On the backside, Snotling Pump Wagons being called out. Objective 2 owned by the Greenskins. Objective 3 owned by, or no, 2 is owned by the Dwarves. 3 is owned by the Dwarves. And Objective 1 is the only one that's owned by the Greenskins. We do see some blasting charges arrive, so the Ekron's Miners going to be trying to chase off the Mangy Marauders. We'll see if they're going to be able to get that objective over time. The jams are about to be pumped up, so here they come. And Iceman going to be pumping those sweet jams as he does get his pump wagons out. Alexander Nuts forming ranks, trying to get his blasting charges in range to nuke those archers. But I would imagine Iceman will have something to say about that. All right, so that is going to be some beautiful flamethrower play, melting some HP off the pump wagons. But look at the pump wagon damage, man. Those things do work. And yep, nice play getting into the miners of blasting charges. He could stay in sustained combat while the charge bonus is active, then move on. Flamethrowers, though, what's the value on them? 800 value, so not bad. Certainly have paid for themselves. And looks like the pump wagon's going to be taken down there, but not before it gets another nice charge into the secondary. So the Dwarves, how are they looking here? This one is owned by the Dwarves, and we do see the Greenskins threatening to take it. Right now, the Gyrocopters could probably finish off the Greenskin Lord if they wanted to, but it looks like they're just going to be trying to break the archers off the point here. Dwarven Miners are on their way up, and on the backside, we do see Dwarf Warriors and Slayers heading on over. Squig herds here, karate chopping in, Brotherhood of Grimnir. I don't hate that. Brotherhood of Grimnir are very, very tough to break. And even though they're anti-infantry, they can kill big stuff too. They can just basically kill everything. They're like Doomseekers. Just kind of good against most things. Man, Iron Drake's so troll though. If you don't finish these guys, the amount of value they get with the leadership debuffing is nuts. But here comes the Squigs, Mushrooms on parade. And the remnants of those Iron Drakes will be probably scattered here. You can see they're sitting at 200 HP. Isn't that insane? These homies are sitting at 200 HP and they're still fighting. Like, still positive leadership. The Dwarves are definitely no joke. So Brotherhood of Grimnir being focused is a nice play by Iceman as well. Using Gorkle Fix-It to slow down the Brotherhood, putting them down to 19 speed, and then that way they're going to get hammered by all the Ruggled's Armored Air Boys. We've gotten 1,300 value over the course of the game. But the Dwarves able to get a win on this side. It did go to the Greenskins for a moment, but the Dowie do get the Dwarf Lord and the Gyrocopter to rout off the Warboss here. And probably will have the means to retake this objective with proper play. We'll have to see. All right, Squig herds moving on in, and looking here, we do have Slayers, and it looks like the Dwarves are a little bit more numerous on the battlefield. Even though the value is very close, the Greenskins have probably had more stuff flee off the battlefield, and the Dwarves haven't. So the Dwarves probably still have a little bit more action on the battlefield, I would wager. Blasting charges of the gods, getting it done, and we do see the Orcs moving in, getting Last Samurai, but yeah, they're not going to last long. They're shaken. Sitting at 13 leadership, and the Dwarven Miners will probably be able to dispatch them with Slayers coming up here. This is going to be an easy win for the Dwarfs on the high ground. And down in the middle, do the Greenskins have the tools to take this? Really good archer play on the Brotherhood of Grimnir, but ammunition's about to run out. Although there is a full ammo Orc Arrow Boy here, which isn't going to be bad. Some of the boys are being sent in. The boys are back in town as the Dwarf Lord cackles on the side objective. Pump Wagon's going to be surging forth. Really, really close match, by the way. Currently, we do see Iceman is down on points a little bit. The Dwarves, let's see. So Alexander Nuts, yeah, we do see this objective for the Dwarves. And the Dwarves, no, the Dwarves are actually ahead on points. I just read that wrong. Okay, so Alexander Nuts is ahead on points. Greenskins are going to need to get another objective here relatively soon. So Slayers and Miners can hold this objective, and honestly, if you just leave these Slayers and Miners up here, they'll probably hold that for the rest of the game. That's a lot of units for the Greenskins to break through, and Slayers will counter most of the mobility, where Blasting Charges will counter the chaff, so it's a really good composition. Dwarves do manage to get this point, and it's going to be a tough cookie, man. With the Gyrocopters flying overhead, that Overwatch fire is going to be quite nasty, and the Dwarves getting a triple cap right now is very, very devastating. That's going to be really hard for the Greenskins to come back from. The Brotherhood of Grimnir using the endless whirlwind of death, able to drag down some Orc boys with Dwarf Warriors. Gyrocopters looking like they want to do an Apocalypse Now charge. I think they want to do a bombardment. It's a little bit hard to say, but it looks like something might come in like that. Meanwhile here, Savage Orc Boar Boy is going to be charging into the Dwarf Lord. We do see the big old charge coming in. Dwarf Lord is 3 capture weight. These guys are 4. So it's pretty cost effective for the Dwarf Lord to just sit there and tank them and you know, delay the capture of that objective right there. Gyrocopters being taken down. Nice play here by Iceman, using the Tormentor Sword to lock down the Gyrocopter, allowing the archers to really get good fire into them. And several of these Gyrocopters are actually going down, so really, really good Orc Daka play. I've loved the Warboss play of this game. He's been an absolute menace. I just feel like it's a little risky to have him on foot against Dwarfs, but he's a bit of a smaller target too, so there's pros and cons to that. So Greenskin's able to steal the middle objective during all that, the Squig Herds and the boys, but I think that the Dwarves are going to get a hell of a lot of units over here. We do see the Slayers moving up as well as the Blasting Charges, so those bad boys going to be heading to the point. Meanwhile, the Dwarf Lord is just being a fat chungus over here on the side. Although the Orc boys moving over here is a great play. That is going to outmuscle the capture weight of the Dwarves there. I would expect the Dwarves to probably forsake this objective. They're just going to be ignoring objective 3 and just playing 2 and 1 for the rest of the game. As it currently stands, though, Dwarves are approaching 1,200, 1,300 points, so they're getting a little bit thick there. Slayers being called in, and more Dwarf Warriors are going to be reinforcing. As on the backside, Alexander Nuts knows he needs to display the objectives at this point. Looking at the value trading, Iceman is a little bit ahead, but like Dwarves are one of the few factions in the game that can be down at several thousand value and still be bullying you on the battlefield, just because of how resilient they are in their leadership. I have literally lost games against Dwarves being ahead 5,000 value with the Empire, and then they just push you back with tides of units, and you get worn out and run out of steam, and they just keep coming at you, man. It's very, very troll, but that's how it goes. All right, objective 2 for Dwarves, objective 1 for Dwarves as well, 1,300 points. I'm starting to feel like the Greenskins aren't going to have the time or the steam to really get through this. We don't see any really grindy infantry like Black Orcs or something that could push through this Dwarven mass in a speedy manner. There's a couple options. You can use, Orc Boys and Squigs and Boar Boy Biggins, or you could use Black Orcs. Some people do use Black Orcs in this matchup. A little bit riskier because they can be focused down by, Gyrocopters and shooting, but I always like to have a Black Orc in reserve. I feel like they could be a really good late game grinding piece. It is triple cap territory now. We do see the Slayers pushing them back, Blasting Charges coming in. Dwarf Lord just being a menace over here. He eventually will win that fight as well, which is very, very tough. And, ooh, I didn't see this. So the War Boss actually being broken. I mean, he had a good run, but if he gets killed, then that's just game over. I mean, I already think the Dwarves just win it. They're at 1,400 points here, and the Greenskins have really run out of steam. And it looks like the Dwarves going to be satisfying the grudge and most likely eliminating the Greenskins from the faction war. That would be my guess. So Night Goblin Warboss running into the Dwarf Lord. Is the Dwarf Lord going to go after him with the Rage Boner? Nope, he's a little bit occupied with the grudge with those Savage Orc Boar Boys. Dwarves currently sitting comfortably on a double cap, and even if the Dwarves did lose the middle, they could also just Helm's Deep on the high ground here. And they have Slayers and Dwarf Warriors, and that's going to be a victory for the Karazhan Corps. GG, well played. Fun match. Honestly, it looked very favored for the Greenskins initially. They got some beautiful engagements with the Dwarven durability, and the Iron Drake's leadership and value generating over the course of a long game was quite nice. Fun match, man. I enjoyed the hell out of that one. Ooh, we even had the Skyhammer in there, too. Very fun. Ruggleeds were big MVPs. 1,400 value on those. So, let's go update the brackets, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so that is going to be a victory for Alexander Nuts right there. And let's go look at some of these other matches here and see how we're coming along. We obviously won't be casting every single one of these, but let's see what is cooking. All right. So, checking here. Who needs a caster? And Anticity is going to be casting Vampire Coast versus Ogres, I think. So that one's covered, which is great. And let us see what games need casters. Okay, so I'm just checking the scores. Scrolling up here. Okay, so who won that game? Let me look at the brackets here, guys. Got a little bit of admin work to do real quick. So did Tzeentch win their match? Score reporting here. All right, so we do have Cathay versus Tzeentch. All right, so we can do that one real quick. So let's do this. We're going to do that. And there it is. That's going to be replays here. All right, it's outstanding. And let's see if Cathay is going to do it. Now, let me give you guys a fair warning about the Cathay player is pretty new to Grand Cathay. The way we did this tournament is the top leaderboard players got the first pick of faction. So Cathay, I think, was the last faction picked. It's not to say they can't win, of course, but it is a player who's not super, hardcore into Cathay. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, so it's going to be Navigator on Tzeentch, who I also think he doesn't play a lot of Tzeentch also. So could be a good one. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and break it down. Yeah, this is the cinematic trailer battle, right? Which is going to be fun. Do this, and now we have you. Okay. Satisfy the grudge. You guys enjoy that one? It's good indeed. Okay, so here we go. Navigator, aka Navi, versus Death by Ricochet, who's going to be going for a Zhangu War Drum build. All right, look at that. Let's see how this goes. So, Ragnarok Lair is going to be the map. They have 3 maps for round 1, so that's why you guys are seeing some repeats. But I assure you in the later rounds, we're not going to be seeing all that. So we got Celestial Dragon Guard, going to be backed up by the Zhangu War Drum. It's a pretty good combo. I mean, look, if you can get a box fight, it can do some work for you. We have a Heaven's Caster there, and on the back, we do have some Halberds as well. Now, I really like this from our Cathay player because even though he's newer to Grand Cathay, he's playing a playstyle that is not super hard to play. So he knows that this playstyle is going to be grindy, and he's putting the pressure on his opponent to beat it. Whereas he's not playing a playstyle that needs to make a lot of plays and be positioned very well. It's just kind of like plant down on the objective, get your War Drum. If you guys are a little bit newer, the War Drum is like an AoE buff station. It's really slow, but you just park it next to your units, and it gives a melee attack, gives harmony, all sorts of cool shit like that. So he is going to be gathering up there. The first faction to be picked was, I think, Dark Elves, Wood Elves, and Slaanesh were the first 3 factions picked. Daniken, Anticity, and Charix. Yeah, we're the 3 factions. All right, guys. So Celestial Dragon Guard going to be heading over towards Objective 3. So those bad boys going to be heading over here to get this point. And the middle objective is going to be taken as well. Now, Tzeentch is going to be rocking a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal, which is very good. We do also have the Doom Knights, so just basic Doom Knights here. And they're there to counter Crowmen, most likely. Granted, Cathay does have the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, so the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin will be a hard counter against Doom Knights. They'll be very good against them. Doom Knights did get a bonus first large, but their lack of armor piercing will put them at a big disadvantage in that Air Force fight. Cathay just, forming a Doom box on the 2 objectives and saying, come at me, bro. But now Knights of Immolation. Okay, so we have the Chaos Sorcerer. Does he have Plague of Rust? He does not. Oh, he does. Okay, so Plague of Rust on the Righteous Lances will actually give a big victory for Tzeentch. So if Tzeentch casts Plague of Rust on the Righteous Lances, attacks with 2 Doom Knights, it's going to be very, very strong. So cool part about a replay is we do a little bit of fast forwarding. Uh-oh, those Righteous Lances need to land on the ground right now. This fight's going to be really bad for them. If Navi is thinking what I'm thinking, it's going to be tough. So Exalted Hero going to be moving into the Celestial Dragon Guard, which is a weird play. He's just going to be taking a bunch of halberd damage for free, basically. I mean, it will chip some HP off these guys, but overall it's going to be tricky. Righteous Lances chasing down the Knights of Immolation, so the Knights of Immolation getting hunted here pretty damn good. There they go. Harmonic Convergence activated, so that's a cute little buff from our Heaven's Caster. And it does look like the Knights aren't taking too much damage. I mean, they're pretty fast themselves, so they are able to get away without taking too much damage. So a bit of a win there for Tzeentch because they do bait out magic usage. They don't take a lot of damage, and their shields are going to be able to regenerate most of that. So overall, that is a very, very nice play. Heads down, go to sleep. Yeah, a little bit of a perfect circle reference there, huh? All right, so the drums could probably move them up a little bit. The drums should be parked next to these warriors right here because they're going to be the ones getting into combat quickly. And now we see a couple of Furies coming out where Crane Gunners are on the table. So Crane Gunners are good in this matchup, but they're very vulnerable to being dove. So I don't know if Ricochet is going to be having enough to really defend the Crane Gunners in the backfield. We do see some Peasant Horsemen being called out, or Jade Lancers to try and defend them. And now Crane Gunners going to be shooting into the Doom Knights. With this backfield, I don't know how you defend this position, man. I mean, you're going to get 2 Doom Knights and like 3 Furies coming back there and an Exalted Hero of Tzeentch. I think if you're Cathay, you probably just unsummon these guys and just throw them to the dogs, because that is just giving your opponent free value. Granted, I mean, at least they're doing some damage on the way out. They are ripping some shots here, but it is going to be a disaster and a half. So we do see the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin moving in. Going to be fighting it out here. But with the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, oh, the Plague of Rust is so good. But Jade Shield also for 51% ward save. I don't hate that. There needs to be some Crowmen or something to help these guys out, though, because this fight is going to be very, very dodgy right here, guys. Going underneath are the Dragon-Blooded Shugengin Lord, and we do see Furies now diving on top of the Crane Gunners, and that's where you would want to use your Jade Lancers to try and disrupt that. I love the ward save ability, but the Plague of Rust is going to be too much, and 2 Doom Knights. But, you know, on the bright side for the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, they went out on their shield. They actually almost took down a Doom Knight despite being 3v1 right there, so that's actually very, very cost-effective. But now we see the Crane Gunners getting farmed a little bit, and Na'Vi is going to be pulling up in value, and that's... You know, I think that Cathay was in a position where Tzeentch wasn't really sure what to do, and they were struggling. But now that, you know, they've given Tzeentch all this value and kind of let them get back in the game a little bit, oh, man, it's going to be tough, man. We'll see if Cathay's going to be able to weasel it out. Jade Lancer's being chased, and probably going to be killed by these Knights of Immolation and these Furies. So another free unit going to be going to the Changer. Back on the objectives, I mean, looking good for Cathay. They have their Doom Box of Halberds. They're sitting pretty comfortably. Dragon-Blooded Lord going to be running back under his Zhangu War Drum right here, as we do see the old spears getting tar-pitted here. Exalted Hero of Tzeentch is running them down as well. And the Plague of Rust doing great work. So yeah, probably running your Knights to the corner of the map is your best play. Like run all the way over here and then summon in like 2 Crowmen to try and fight with them and maybe turn the tide of the fight. On the backside, we see the Dune Dragons coming in. This is the right choice. Calling in like elite infantry, because the Tzeentch army has very poor answers for the Cathay infantry box. Like very, very poor answers. I mean, what in the Tzeentch army is actually good against this Halberd box? I mean, they can grind them down because Chaos Warriors will probably beat a Jade Warrior Halberd, but Celestial Dragon Guard will be more of a menace. Looks like a Searing Doom activated, but he responds with the Jade Shield, which does reduce the damage by 51%. Pretty cool. Centaurs of Tzeentch are pretty good. They have great AP values, but they don't want to be charging into Halberds from the front. If they can get rear charges or flanks, that could be a little bit more devastating. So at this point, the Jade Warriors are just Benny Hilling around the map, running away from the Doom Knights. We get the Dune Dragons moving in, Peasant Long Spearmen also on their way in. It looks like the Crowmen are nowhere to be seen yet. Crowmen are amazing in this matchup because they crush the Screamers, and they're also, they beat Furies too. So I think you would always want to bring 4 Crowmen here in this situation. On the backside, Celestial Dragon Guard going to be piling in, and Tzeentch using its bombardment ability from the Knights of Immolation, which does miss. It looks like the Celestial Dragon Guard were able to get out of range here, and now there is going to be some witchcraft going down here. I don't know what it's going to be quite yet. Disdain of the Dragon Emperor activated. Harmonic Convergence going to be giving those Dragon Guard a little bit better fighting, and the Chaos Lord taking a bit of damage, but Tzeentch is down on points, guys. I mean, they are up on value, but down on points. Where are the Crowmen, man? He really needs the Crowmen. They would just be cleaning up this backfield right now. They would absolutely be cleaning up the backfield. But again, Ricochet is relatively new to Cathay, so he's probably learning some of the ropes on the go in this very sweaty tournament. I'm really liking the usage of the Jade Shield. It's been very fun to see his play here. And now we're going to be seeing Furies getting into Jade Warrior Halberds, and the Bastion of the Great City is activated. So look at the armor buff. Suddenly all these Jade Warrior Halberds, 104 armor. It's pretty good quality armor then. They're going to be holding it down. All right, so the fighting is now on. Chaos Warriors engaging versus Dragon Guard and Halberds on all fronts. I'm loving the War Drum aura. The fact that it's giving this cool armor buff to all these guys is really, really rad. But here, the Halberds having a rough time. And in the backfield, there are going to be some cav called out. So Jade Lancers are there as the Furies continue ripping apart some of the reinforcements. Searing Doom dropped. Does some okay damage there. Nothing too crazy. It looks like there is going to be an Astromancer as well as a Shugengin Lord here. So he does have double wizards. Heavy metal Tzeentch. Yeah, Tzeentch is literally just all metal. Their build doesn't have anything super light. Zangor is going to be the first call in here. So the Halberds losing the 2v1 here, trading pretty well into the Chaos Warriors. The Celestial Dragon Guard are going to be the ones trading a little bit better. High ground objective going to Grand Cathay. You know, here's the thing. If Cathay hadn't lost that big backfield engagement, I think they could have been in a very dominant position. If those points had been spent more effectively on like Crowmen and just more infantry. Because look at the value. I mean, the value trading is actually going really good for Grand Cathay. A lot of their infantry are trading very, very well. But it's Trixie Hobbitses. Now, Jade Lancers being hit with Plague of Rust. Are there going to be Furies jumping on them? That's a classic combo, using Plague of Rust on top of like heavy shot cav units, putting them down to low armor, attacking them with Skirmish Fury type units. Very, very good. All right, so there's going to be some Witchcraft activated here. It looks like it's going to be Uran and Thunderbolt, and the Celestial Dragon Guard are wavering. They don't have Harmony, so moving the drum down here would be a little bit of a better play. He wants to keep the drum centralized because its other aura has bigger range. But, you know, having it closer for the Harmony buffs, I think would be better. Oh my god, Tzeentch Firestorm right here. Nastiness onto the Celestial Dragon Guard. That is a thing of beauty right there. So we do see the Zangors moving in. On the other side, the Dune Dragon's going to be fighting it out, and we do see the Chaos Sorcerer pulling back here. Value trading has gone up for Grand Cathay again, guys. So Grand Cathay is up on points and up on value a little bit. On the backfield, we do see another Crane Gunner being called in and an Iron Hail Gunner, but that was a big mistake. So this is the one thing that's probably going to be costing Cathay the game is their ineffective play with call-ins. Like calling in like 2 range units, like this is like 1,600 gold basically being countered by one piece of shit, like almost dead Fury back here, right? So little things like that are going to be really unfortunate for Grand Cathay. And not using Crowmen is one of the biggest mistakes. Harmonic Convergence activated, going to be making those guys pretty fighty. On the middle objective, we do see the Celestial Dragon Guard holding it down and doing a very good job. Capture weight starting to flip though a little bit. And now is Grand Cathay going to be able to move up? Uran and Thunderbolt activated right here. And on the backside, is the Crane Gunner just going to be dying yet again? Looks like the Crane Gunner is online and is going to be ripping some shots, and they do manage to defeat those Furies. So Iron Hail Gunners moving up. Cathay could certainly still win this game. I mean, they're up on points and they're doing pretty good on value, but it's going to be tough. So Iron Hail Gunners are moving and cruising. Jade Lancers are at the ready. Knights of Immolation need to be last samurai'd by the Iron Hail Gunners. It looks like the Crane Gunner is going to be reforming ranks and shooting at the Knights of Immolation here, while the Chaos Lord and the other Doom Knight's going to be circling around the backside to try and disrupt the formation here. All right, guys, so Halberd City in the middle, I mean, it's grinding well. That drum is giving a huge buff to everybody. The Disdain of the Dragon Emperor is giving a melee attack buff to all these Cathay units. We now see Harmony active on the Jade Warrior Halberds. And their stats, 35-45 is a really, really good stat line right there. So Cathay is kind of gremlining back a little bit here in this situation. As the Chaos Sword in the backfield is going to be causing havoc. We do see another Iron Hail Gunner going to be called out. So he's just using the crossfire defense in the backfield. And the Iron Hail Gunners will melt the hell out of these Tzeentchian Disc Riders. They'll take a bunch of damage. They're going to be getting the shots where they can, and immediately we do see the Knights of Immolation coming over to try and run interference here. Probably will be able to squash him, so the backfield play has been tricky, but Death by Ricochet is doing pretty good in some of the mainline fighting. He will not win on just one objective, though, so Cathay is going to need to find a way to get another objective back, which is going to be tricky against some of the mobility. So in the backfield, very ugly fights for Grand Cathay. This is just pure pain back here. The fact that he didn't bring any Crowmen, I'm sure that's like the one thing he was thinking about, like, goddamn, I wish I had Crowmen right now. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin were a great pick, and calling them back in would actually be very clutch right now. Righteous Lances could probably defeat all these tattered Tzeentch air units. I think that would be pretty good. So the Jonga War Drum cackling in the deep. Zongors, you know, trading into the Halberds. The Halberds with the buffs, though, are doing pretty good in the Harmony. Cathay's going to be anchoring down the middle objective right here. Meanwhile, in the backfield, we do see some Jade Lancers come out and stabilize the Crane Gunners, and now they're going to be moving across while the Crane Gunners going to be resetting up to shoot at these Doom Knights on the backfield. One does not simply win on one objective, that is correct. Plague of Rust activated on the Halberds, not bad, put him down to 18 armor, allowed the Zangors and the Chariot to do a little bit more damage. But, you know, these Halberds didn't hear no bell. The Celestial Dragon Guard really grinding it out, man. The Disdain of the Dragon Emperor is being seen here in this battle. And now Grand Cathay is kind of gremlining its way back onto this objective, guys. We see him starting to get it. On the side, a couple Jade Lancers going to be grabbing that one as the Tzeentch Army ability is going to be activated right here. Very, very nice cast by Navi. That's going to be nailing pretty much everybody. Flying in, Chaos Sorcerer is going back to make sure that the shooting is offline here. Cathay is up, not by a massive amount, by about 1,700 value, but again, with shield mechanics not being included, it's probably a very even game at this point. Exalted Hero on the Chariot is going to be very good for cleaning up some of these tattered units here, as the Jade Lancers do defeat the Centaurs of Tzeentch, are very beat up, and Cathay basically just needs to get another objective back for a short period of time, and then they can just Helm's Deep and win it, right? That is going to be the way. Yeah, Cathay is not great at killing infantry. Usually they use Crowmen for that. Like, Crowmen with Plague of Rust is one of the best energies on the roster, I think. It's super, super good. All right, Shrieking Skyrays and Furies going to be climbing overhead, and I'm starting to see a pattern where Cathay, even though they're trading okay, they're not going to be able to wrestle the objectives, because he's missing a key component of the roster, which is the Crowmen. He needs them to win these Air Force fights and take mobile dominance, but he simply doesn't have them. So I think that that's going to be hurting pretty damn bad here. So Jade Lancer's sitting, but this is going to be a disaster. They're just going to get dove by the Skyrays and then by the Furies and just get torn to shreds. We do see a couple of Jade Lancers trying to take on the Exalted Hero. The Sorcerer Lord still flying about. And Tzeentch is just going to, you know, play the outside objectives. Cathay trying to move some units here. Centaurs of Tzeentch are also going to be incredibly devastating. They're going to just massacre these Jade Lancers when they inevitably get called in. So where are the Shrieking Skyrays going? It looks like they're going after these Jade Lancers, and in the middle we got Zangors and Chaos Warriors who are going to get this point. I think that's the beginning of the end. I think there's not really going to be too much. Yeah, Chromen also give Harmony to other melee units, correct. So it's incredibly cracked. Jade Warrior Halberds moving. Jade Lancers here on the side. Going to get probably taken to Pound Town by the just mass numbers of Tzeentchian units, including the Lord and the Exalted Hero here. Does he have Colossal Strike? He doesn't, but he doesn't really need it too much. And guys, I think that is going to be game blouses. I just don't see any way. Sure, Ricochet is up in value, but it's not... The value tracker isn't really accurate. It doesn't track army abilities a lot of the time, so like Tzeentch bombardments and shield regeneration, all that kind of shit. It's a really, really subpar system. It's better than nothing, but yeah, it's not great. Okay, so Tzeentch manages to rout Cathay off that objective, and now Tzeentch is going to be stealing the middle objective on the outside, Shrieking Skyrays countering the Jade Lancers, as we do see Peasant Spearmen moving over. But I really don't think there's too much of a chance. So we'll do a little bit of fast forwarding here and see. But it ain't my first rodeo. I've seen many games like this, and for the first time in the game, we do see a triple cap from Tzeentch. And Cathay is probably the worst faction in the game at retaking objectives once they lose them. One of the worst factions. So even though they do manage to re-wrestle the middle with a drum and a couple units, they're just going to lose on the outside objective C. That's going to be it. GG, well played, guys. Now, that was a really good attempt by Ricochet. Na'Vi is a top leaderboard player. Ricochet has just learned Cathay for this event because he was one of the last picks on the draft. And he got stuck with Cathay. But honestly, if he just brought some Crowmen, like cut these guys, bring Crowmen, I think he wins that game. I think Cathay had that game in the bag. They just fumbled it by not bringing Crowmen, just straight up. So very well played to Ricochet, though. Big shout out to you for picking up a faction you don't play. And we're going to go ahead and report the score now. All right, so we're going to do this. And we're going to do that. And that's going to go for Tzeentch there. All right. So let me get some other scores reported. All right. So where you going? How is this looking? Okay. Who needs a caster? Okay, so I'm seeing who needs a caster for the next round, so just hang tight for a moment, my friends, and we'll be getting into another match here in uno momento. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing so far, do drop a like. Helps out quite a bit. And looks like, okay, so we got Blood Penguin versus, so we have some updates. So let's get into this lobby. Lobby code, please. Okay, did Norska play? Norska was defeated by Anticity. It wasn't on my stream. You can see that on Anticity's channel. Okay, so now we have Kislev versus... Stand by then. Let us get through earlier rounds. Okay, so that one is going to be a little bit later on. So it looks like we have an update. So Own Goal, the Beastmen player, aka the artist formerly known as Tim, he was defeated by Gondola. So Kislev defeating the Beastmen, actually, and advancing here. And we also have another update. We have freaking Bretonia in the top 8. Yeah, look at that. So that was casted by Anticity, I believe, on his stream. So if you want to see the Beastmen Kislev game, it's on Own Goal's channel. And if you want to see the Bretonia Ogre Kingdoms game, that one is going to be on Anticity's channel, I believe, which is amazing. So now we have our top 8 matchups coming into fruition here. And we're going to see what is cooking. So let me see what other updates we do have. Okay. Perfect. We'll start on top 8 soon then. So I'm going to see what we got here. I know, for the lady. Imagine Bretonia winning a faction war. That would be nuts. That would be absolutely nuts. Okay. So let's do this. And I am going to go ahead and do this one. So that's going to be going down here. So we're going to do Vampire Coast versus Chaos Dwarfs, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was the matchup. Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and get that going. And I just need to do a quick little announcement to all the players. Make sure that they know not to start the top 8 without me, because I will be casting every top 8 game. Every top 8 match is going to be casted by the old man here. So that's going to be the play. Okay, and go here. There we are. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Cool. So some good matches, man. It's been good stuff. So all these games are in play. We also have another update. Let me check here. Okay, so Tzeentch, the Tzeentch that was just able to win, has been defeated by Charix. So Charix's Wood Elves are going to be advancing to top 8 as well. And the other games are in progress right now. And we're going to be doing Maximilianaire on the Vampire Coast against Lord Chickenfeed on the Chaos Dwarfs. So we're going to get that one going right now. All right, so fasten your seatbelts, get ready to party. Thank you guys for joining today. And let's see what is cooking. All right, this is going to be a fun one. I'm excited for this. This is a great matchup. Yeah, Dark Age Rush is very good at Cathay. He is. But for Faction Wars, the new way I'm going to be doing this is we're going to invite people for Faction War based on leaderboard. So we go from the top leaderboard position all the way down to 24 players, and we just give them invites. And first come, if you're the highest position, gets the first pick of factions is how that works. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts and let's break it down. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it's going to be the Vampire Coast. All hail the mighty. They're coming, man. So he's going to be using a triple Scurvy Dog opening, backed up by a Carronade with a cannon in the back, so very Vampire Coast energy. Zombie Pirate Deckhand Mob, Zombie Halberds, and double Mortar against Chaos Dwarves. All right. Interesting. Vampire Fleet Admiral of Death is here, so it is going to be Purple Sun, won't you come and kill some elite Chaos Dwarves, as well as Spirit Leech. For the Chaos Dwarf army here of Lord Chickenfeed, we have Hobgoblins, Infernal Castellan, that's some forbidden sauce. Okay, so that's an okay choice at just shooting at big monsters and also providing you an anti-large halberd. All right, that's going to be fun. Aside from that, guys, we do have Chaos Dwarf Warriors, Hobgoblin Archers in the back, and Hobgoblin Cutthroats into the sunset. So just a classic, this has been meta against Coast for a long time, just using an Archer line. Personally, I don't like it anymore. I feel like Coast players are very adapted to it, but we'll see if it works out. Hey, Unseen Muffin, thank you for resubscribing, man. I appreciate you. All right, so cool thing is we can do a little bit of fast forwarding while they jockey for the objectives. We do see the Vampire Coast actually getting all the objectives here and using their cannon in the back to screen these units out is brilliant play. Oh, I like this pick a lot. So Lord Chickenfeed calls in the dreaded Soul of Damnation. Now, hiding it behind the tree is brilliant because the cannon is here, right? So the cannon is not going to be able to shoot this thing. I love it. And yes, the mortars are there to counter the mass archers. Yeah, on the outside, a little bit of skirmishing going down. Scurvy Dog's going to be battling it out versus the Hobgoblin Wolf Rider Spears, so those guys are doing it. But yeah, Vampire Coast really chortling on the objectives right now. They're doing pretty great. Spirit Leech activated on the Soul of Damnation, so it looks like Maximilianaire is going to be committing to using his Vampire Fleet Admiral to Spirit Leech spam this Soul of Damnation, which is great. Another shot's going to be coming in, and there it goes. Kaboom! That Hell Cannon doing some big work. Now, that's why Hell Cannons are one of the best artillery pieces, in my opinion. They're good against single entities, infantry, cavalry, everything. Wow, big burning head in the middle, though. Wow, look at that. Holy shit. Did he just cook his own units? I think he did. There was a burning head, and I think he just roasted his own Hobgoblin Spears. Classic Chaos Dwarves. They're abusing their unpaid interns here. Now, the Mortar Fire is going to be raining down as some of the Hobgoblins here do engage, and it looks like the burning head did actually catch the Scurvy Dogs too and was able to melt them down to an extent. On the side objective, Chaos Dwarf's going to be going for this, and it does look like the Sorcerer Prophet is going to be able to steal this objective. One of the Wolf Riders overextends and gets taken down by some guns back here. There they go. Spirit Leech spam still activated. The Mortars of the Vampire Coast. Now, I'm loving Maximilianaire's play here. I love seeing Carronades and Mortars, and artillery is my favorite thing in most games. I just think it's so much fun. On the backside, the Soul of Damnation going to be getting nailed down by Spirit Leech spam. So Maximilianaire really committed to using that Spirit Leech to taking down this artillery piece, which was honestly probably worth it. Soul of Damnation, though, is broken a handgun mob. That's great value. Those things are 550 gold, so that is that's not bad at all. So they're going to be coming in. Another shot right here, negative 12 leadership. And what's cool about Soul of Damnation is it does do negative 8 leadership on contact there. So a couple of Hobgoblin sneaky gets, ambushing in the woods, and getting their little ninja stars and doing some okay work. But now they're going to be eating some hot lead and some hot mortars. Oh, Maximilianaire saving up money and calling in the double Morgul Haunter. I love this. They're so cool, and they're going to be able to bully this Castellan. They're anti-infantry monsters, and there are 2 of them. Normally the Castellan would fight back pretty evenly one-on-one, but with 2 of them, it's going to be a bit much. Now, Chaos Dwarf is being very conservative, which I don't like that. I think that they should have advanced up earlier, probably, especially when your opponent has artillery and they're just grinding value against you. The Hell Cannon, though, is still doing work. So it's going to be blasting away, and what is it going to be shooting at now? It's going to be shooting at the deck end mobs here. Ooh, Deck Dropper Bomber is going to be surging for the back objective. So the counterplay for Lord Chickenfeed would be to call out an Infernal Guard Fireglaive to shoot these guys down, and we're going to see if he does it. So Soul of Damnation still shooting happily. And look at that. These guys able to get some big damage into the Infernal Castellan, but the Archer's able to return the favor. So now Lord Chickenfeed going to be advancing up. Points massively favoring the Vampire Coast right now. And now it looks like the Soul of Damnation X going to give it to you, man. There they go. So that is great. And it looks like the Dildo Cannon is going to be taken offline. I mean, tell me this thing doesn't look like balls with a giant shaft. I mean, it was designed that way, please. So Deck Droppers able to finish the job, which is huge because that thing still had a lot of ammo left. On the outside objective, we do see the Vampire Coast trying to ninja this point with the Gunnery Mob. The Sorcerer should probably fight in melee here and try and stabilize that. Sneaky Gits and Wolf Riders on their way up, and the Dowie Czar are now going to be advancing on to Objective 2 to try and take this, as we do see the Hobgoblin Archers unleashing their Salvo Fire, and looking pretty healthy, all things considered. The Mortars haven't really been shooting them. Now, Vampire Coast does have some units lurking in the trees right now. We got the Depth Guard waiting right here, a couple Halberds, guarding those bad boys if they can. A beautiful Burning Head by Lord Chickenfeed. That was a beauty! Oh my god, just cooks like 3 or 4 zombies right there. That is some great magic usage. And also the Fire Arrow is doing a good job. So now it looks like Lord Chickenfeed is, you know, back in the menu a little bit. Able to get some great kills. A bit of a blunder not moving these units forward. Like these Chaos Dwarf Warriors should be on the point. So too should the Hobgoblins. You know, you don't have a lot of time to mess around here. Now on the backside, Scurvy Dog's getting chased down. And the Sorcerer Prophet should be able to deal with the Gunnery Mobs here. Especially with the Sneaky Gits moving on those guys. The Burning Head keeps going. I know, it's a wild ability. But the Archer line's doing great, and it looks like Vampire Coast now going to be calling in some big guns. They're going to be moving in the Depth Guard. Depth Guard, for sure, one of the coolest looking units on the game. Just these kind of nautical-themed vampire, pirate, berserkers. I mean, come on, it doesn't get much cooler than this. So they're going to move in, and they will make, not quick work of these Dwarf Warriors, but they will make work of them. And the Mortars are now shooting into the Archers, and yeah, they're doing good damage. You see this Hobgoblin Archer unit going to be taking some damage there. Zombies are surging forward everywhere they can. Chaos Dwarf Warriors moving into the trees, but they're going to have a bad time versus the Morngul Haunter and probably the Vampire of Death here. Bomber Mob's doing some good work, and a lot of the Archer line is getting folded up here. So Maximillionaire maintaining a value lead, and that's pretty impressive because Maximillionaire was the one, usually the person who's like not playing the objectives, who's just sitting back and poking will have the value lead, but he was able to have the objective dominance and maintain value lead, which is pretty big. Now, Kadai Fireborn called in. They're really good at clearing down chaff, and honestly, we'll trade fine into Morngul's. Outside objective, going to be going to the Dowie Czar, so they do manage to fold up the zombie gunnery mobs there. In the backside, Carronade's going to be shooting in, doing what it can, and the Scurvy Doggos are going to be battling versus Hobgoblins, and it looks like getting the momentum as the Vampire Berserkers did take a lot of damage, but are able to rout off a lot of the Hobgoblin Cutthroats. Will the Dowie Czar find their way back? More Chaos Dwarf Warriors coming up. Morngul Haunters, by the way, heal in combat. So as these little gremlins fight, they're going to be kind of, you know, bloodthirsty, and they will be healing and sustained fighting. Able to kill some of the Chaos Dwarf Warriors here, so you do see these guys starting to get worn down. So yeah, the Atomic Pimp Slaps are doing it. He's chewing. I've seen my dog chew a toy like that. Well, not our current dog. She doesn't really like toys, but our old dog, Zach. Morngul Haunter there, attacking into the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and we do see a Purple Sun, Won't You Come there. Able to help melt down some of those Dowie Czar infantry, and now the Vampire Coast really getting a lot of momentum on some of the flanks. Granted, the Chaos Dwarf still managing to hold on to the objectives as the Kadai Fireborn get a great engagement here. And this is where, even though the Chaos Dwarves are kind of grinding back on value a little bit, they could start to suffer because of the fact they were so slow to play the objectives. The Vampire Coast might be able to just Helm's Deep in. Vampire Coast does have a lot of reserves as well, and this is such a great position for them to Helm's Deep for a couple reasons, because the wacky inflatable arm boys, the Morngul Haunters, have the tree to block direct line of sight fire, and they can just kind of farm and terror out anything that comes over here. Vampire Berserker is coming in as well, and the Carronade is going to be a great counter against the Fireborn. That's what it should be shooting for sure. Just get the Carronade to sit on the Fireborn, bowling pin those elite units, and yeah, this is a mistake by Max. Shooting into the Sorcerer Prophet should for sure just be picking off the Fireborn. Granted, his micro is probably taxed, and he's doing a lot all over the map. All right, guys. Objective 3 is going to be going to the Vampire Coast, and that's all they need. I mean, they could just sit on one objective the rest of the game and win. So the Chaos Dwarves have the other 2 points. Looks like a Burning Head going to be activated on the zombies here to try and break them down and allow these archers to be free. Vampire Coast does have some pressure coming in the middle. Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs, cannon shooting into the Sneaky Gits. Castellan sitting back with his long rifle, putting a little bit of hurt down, but the Chaos Dwarves need to get this point. And I'm telling you guys, it is not going to be easy. We got double Morngul Haunter. We have a Vampire Admiral with a polearm, which is going to be great against the Kadai. Chaos Dwarfs really don't have a lot on this point, and the Vampire Coast has plenty of things to counter these Fireborn. The shooting, the polearm character, deckhand halberds are also going to be very cost-effective against this thing, and Vampire Coast is also pressuring the other objectives. In the middle, the sneaky gits are going to be folding up here. We do see Scurvy Dogs coming. Chicken Feed going to be very, very good on the counter, though, as the Hobgoblin's going to be coming in. Maximillionaire does have a big value lead, and this is where it's starting to show. Like, he's able to press multiple objectives, and the Chaos Dwarves are really having to put everything they can into getting this one. But Vampire Coast is very, very erect here, and honestly, they might be able to even triple cap the Chaos Dwarves here. Beautiful play. This has been such a good game. I've been a big advocate of the Morgul Hunters. I think double Morgul Hunter is good in a bunch of matchups. They're sneaky, they hit hard, they heal. They have Frostbite too, which is very, very clutch. Burning Head attempt coming in, but overall, I don't know if the Chaos Dwarves are going to have the meat to get through this, man. I think the Vampire Berserkers here, the Morgul Hunters, probably will be able to win this fight. Also, the middle objective is going to be flipping. We do see the Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs getting this one, and the Scurvy Dog calling. Maximillionaire is a Vampire count main, but he's very good at Coast too, apparently. Like, this tactic is so common, like saving up 1,500 resources, calling in a couple Scurvy Dogs, and just alpha striking an objective that's lightly protected is brilliant. And look at that. Triple cap right now for the Vampire Coast. I think the Dowies are done. A good run today, though. Chaos Dwarves won 2 games. They won their first 2 rounds, but did end up losing here to the old, or they won their first game. I don't know if they won another game after that, but 1-1, hey, you know, at least they didn't get karate chopped out of the gates. Granted, no shame in that. There's some really good players here today. All right, Kadai are starting to break. Vampire Coast just has the better grindy army here. They have the Halberds, they have the Vampire Fleet Admiral, they got the Death Guard. All these units are healing in combat. Granted, they're on fire, which is going to be mitigating some of the healing, but overall, the triple cap's going to be too brutal. And if you look around the battlefield, the Chaos Dwarves are looking really, really tough. All right, guys, so I think it's safe to call that one. GG, well played. Beautiful game by both players. Maximillionaire really showing some awesome combined arms play. I love the mortars. I love the cannon. I thought that was super cool. Using the wacky inflatable arm boys is very off meta, but very badass, and it worked well. So great match, man. And Chaos Dwarves brought a Castellan, which is very off meta. And aside from that, you know, the Hell Cannon getting Blitzkrieg bopped early on was a big play too. But yeah, great game. I really enjoyed the hell out of that one. And thank you to Lord Chicken Feed for stepping in short notice and playing. He is a legend in the community, very, very strong. And he took it on short notice and did pretty well today, honestly. All right, so let's go ahead and update the score here. So we're going to go to the Faction War bracket. And that is going to be Maximillionaire advancing to the top 8s. Okay, so we're going to do this. And there we are. Cool. So we'll check in on some of the other games here. Let me check here and let the players know. Okay. Okay, remember, I'm casting every top 8 game live. Do not start. They will be live unless replay. Cool. So we are going to check. It looks like Danikin has defeated. I think we're just about in top 8. So Danikin has defeated. So we're going to go to the bracket. There we go. So where's this? So Danikin has defeated the Dwarves. So the Dwarves were defeated there. And then we have Berserk defeated Warriors of Chaos. I believe we're able to defeat Maverick Sloth's Khorne. All right. And the ones that we do miss, I will cast as replays on the channel probably too. So the ones that aren't here will be cast separately. I need to see what the situation is with the Ulrich Rahl game, but other than that, we're going to be ready for top 8 here. Okay. And where are we? Perfect, perfect. So next up we have, did Ulrich Rahl's game? Yeah, so I need to find if Lord Shaftesbury is in his game here. So Lord Shaftesbury, Ulrich Rahl. And we will see who's going to be making top 8. Ulrich Rahl beat his shaft. Oh, Anticity casted that one? Great. So Ulrich Rahl was able to win? Okay, great. Perfect. So that's easy. So we are in top 8. So Lizardmen were defeated by Vampire Counts. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our top 8. Oh, did I misreport that? I think I did. So we need to fix this. So this is going to be U here, and that's going to be Berserk getting the W. Yeah. Yes, let's fix that. Perfect. So Dark Elves have made top 8. Warriors of Chaos have made top 8. Kislev and Bretonia have made top 8. Maximum Vampire Coast, Slaanesh, Wood Elves, and Vampire Counts. All right. So the die is cast. And now it is time for some top 8 games. So what we're going to do right now is we will do our match with, I don't know. Let's do Kislev versus Bretonia. That'll be fun. All right. Time for top, here. Time for top 8. Blood Penguin versus Gondola. You first. Hey, Lord Shaftesbury saying, thanks for the invite. Turin, was a blast to play in Faction War after watching all these years. Well, I was happy to have you here. You did the Lizards proud, man. You did the Lizards proud. All right, so we have our top 8 match. Now, all these games are going to be cast from here on out. So we're going to get all these matches. Okay, which is going to be awesome. And then after this, we will do Anticity, your game next. All right. So here we are, guys. Let's go ahead and break it down and have some fun. We got Bretonia versus Kislev. All right, all right. Y'all ready for this? It's the Space Jam time, baby. The Faction War is back in business. We haven't had one in 6 months. Is Charix the only RTK player who made it through? Let me check. So if we go to the bracket real quick. No, I think Daniken is RTK. Yeah, actually. No, Charix. Yeah, Charix. I don't know if Ulrich is RTK. He might be, but we'll see. All right, so let's do this. And we're going to go back here. Cool, man. Now, this is our top 8 match. Whoever wins this is going to be advancing to the semifinals of the top side of the bracket. We have Bretonia versus Kislev. Very cool to see some Order Chad factions. Daniken is not RTK. Got it, thank you. So it's just Charix then. Yeah, Daniken is Rat Clan, that's right. So we have RTK, we have ODM, and we have Rat Clan. 3 of the major competitive clans in Total War. Have a champion here. Skaven got eliminated in round 1. Yeah, they lost to Norska, I think. Bostas was able to defeat them. That one was not casted on this stream. We have multiple people streaming today, the event, because Domination games are longer than Land Battle, so if we were to cast every game, it would be like an 8-hour stream, and my old man hands would fall off, so we usually conscript other casters as well. If Bretonia wins a Faction War, that would be nuts. That would be an insane, unprecedented. I don't think they've ever won a Faction War before, so. But look, this is the best Bretonian player in the world, probably. So if anybody can win it, it's him. But Gondola is really sleeper strong too. So excited to see what Gondola is going to do. Little Grom, Streltsy are really good here. I would say this matchup is maybe a 55-45 matchup with Kislev being favored. That's not to say that they can't win it. Yeah, Anticity is definitely the favorite. Being the defending world champion on the strongest faction of the game, I mean, for sure, he is the favorite. But you never know. You never know. Upsets can happen. Let me just open my door. Let me get some fresh air in here. Sweating like a pig in here. All right, guys. Welcome, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, spawning in on the west side of the map, it is going to be our Bretonian player, Plague Penguin, and to the east, it's going to be Gondola the Patient. I played him in tournaments recently, always a worthy foe, very strong. And he's going to be here on Kislev with a very well-rounded build, which in a high-stakes game like this, I for sure would take more well-rounded builds rather than playing like skewed builds and different things like that. All right, guys. So for Bretonia, it's going to be a Lifecaster, King Lewin, a combined arms infantry corps with some foot squires in the back, which is good because foot squires can grind through Kossars, and a Grail Relic. On the flank, we do have a Trebuchet and some peasant archers. So the single Trebuchet is not a terrible choice. It can poke down and do some good bombard, so we'll see if it can get the value done. Aside from that, looking at the armies here of Kislev, it is going to be an Ice Witch. So the Ice Witch is going to be chilling. And we do have the Deathfrost as well as the Ice Maiden's Kiss. Hey, thank you for subscribing, Numa. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Welcome to the crew. Ice Witch is a great choice. Anti-large fighter, can fight Lewin, can fight against some of the other tools. And it looks like there's going to be Deathfrost. Now, the reason why you go Ice Witch with Deathfrost against Bretonia is to counter Green Knight. Because you get direct magic damage, which can wreck the Green Knight. And it itself is also an anti-large fighter. Granted, no magic damage, but still can do good enough work against Green Knight. Kossars. So we got spear bows in the back. We got front line of armored Kossars, halberds in the secondary, Definitely want to avoid the Peasant Archers with them, and a very well-rounded Kislev army. So that is going to be it. Let us know your predictions in chat. Who do you guys think is going to win this match? I couldn't say here, man. These guys are both very, very good and have had great performances today. Obviously, getting to the semifinals of an event like this is a achievement of its own. On the back, King Lewin is going to be, well, they're not in the semifinals yet. They're in the round of 8, but you get the idea. Louis flying overhead. Damsel going to be popping the Power Stone to get the power reserves built up there. And Peasant Mob's going to be arriving, while the legions of the unwashed peasantry of Bretonia are going to be hustling over here. Hawks and Miska is really good in this matchup too, Raksha. Very, very strong. But Deathfrost is like basically saying, I'm just afraid of losing to Green Knight, which makes sense. So it's a trade-off. You're protecting yourself against Green Knight at the expense of being less efficient against the infantry swarms, because it's Hawks and Miska is brutal against Bretonia. It like one-shots their archers and is very, very good. Little Groms are also amazing in this matchup too. I'd like to see a Little Grom called out, but it looks like he's going to be going a different direction. He is going to be going for the dreaded double Frostworm, so there they go. So the Frostworms are really good here, man. I mean, they're bullies. Even though they are anti-large monsters, they still do fine against infantry. They have really, really good attacks. Like, their attack animations are effective and seem to do good AoE, so there they go. All right, so gathering on up, we do see objective number 2 is going to be taken here by Kislev, and objective number 3 is going to be contested. Oh, looks like Bretonia's going to get it. Kislev is not going to move up and contest it. I thought they might. And the ladies chosen are going to get it. Now, the Trebuchet is going to start shooting in, and we do see them launching their boulders. And are they going to make contact? Yep, direct hit right there. Not bad. Armored Kossars do lose 6 models, and the Trebuchet is going to continue. All right, on the high ground, Armored Kossars is going to be shooting into the Peasant mobs right here, and some Armored Kossars shooting into these mobs. And the dreaded double Frostworm is going to advance up. So the initiative is taken by Bretonia, and it's going to be forcing the Kislevites to counter-push eventually. I think you need to get your Kossar bows and start shooting at these peasants and clearing them out. Does look like the double dragons are going to move in, and there is going to be a Frostmane's Kiss. Wow, look at the damage of that Frostmane's Kiss right there. Melting those peasant archers. God damn. But King Lewin, you know, he doesn't care. I'm sure he cares a little bit about his peasants. Moves in and bullies that Ice Witch, actually. So the Ice Witch is forced back. So yes, one archer did get karate chopped. Lewin also going to be getting crossfired, though. He's got to be careful. He's in the kill zone of these Armored Kossars. And though they don't have good armor-piercing shooting, each one of those bullets, even if it does 1 damage, can add up and do some good work. All right, guys. So more Armored Kossar fire. Lewin loses a hell of a lot of HP, so ends up being a relatively even trade. And Kislev is going to be calling in a Patriarch, most likely. Yep, to heal those characters. Trebuchet shooting into the Armored Kossars. And Kislev definitely, I think, needs to push, get their bows active, and it looks like that's going to be the case now. So Halberd's going to be engaging on the flank. Bows are going to be active as well. And the Frostworm's going to be doing another Ice Maiden's Kiss, which is looking really, really good, man. That is nice. Lewin diving on the other side, going to be diving into the Kossars. We're not seeing any Streltsy to really keep him honest, but the Frostworms can keep him honest if they can catch him in a bad position. The anti-large Frostworms can do some great damage. On the backside, Bretonia going to be calling in Grail Knights. Of course, Plague Penguin is the king of Grail Knights. He's an absolute menace with those guys. As we do get the old Kossars with Spears moving up. Now, are they moving into melee, or is it an order? Okay, no, they're actually moving to shoot into the peasants, because the peasant archers of Bretonia have longer range than the Bretonian archers, or the Kislev archers, so, yeah, the Kislev archers got to move up, but they are getting good damage. Now, Lewin is getting attacked by the Frostworm. Lewin does probably have the Lion Shield, so if he does get afflicted by Deathfrost, he is going to be able to activate this and mitigate its damage by 40%, which is very good. So the dragons do come in to fend off Lewin, but Lewin is going to be staying the course. Archers are trading across all fronts, but obviously there is going to be some good fights for Kislev over here, because individually Kislev units are quite a bit stronger than Bretonian units. But Bretonia does have a very, very good cab and a scary King Lewin, so that is how they get back here. Patriarch attacking into King Lewin, who does take a little bit of damage. Men-at-Arms here probably going to get terror-routed, although not with the Grail Relic nearby. That's going to keep their ITP active. Foot Squires trading very cost-effectively. We do see the Kislevite warriors being bullied by the Foot Squires. They have the anti-infantry bonus, and Halberds have slower attack rates, so they're not going to be quite as effective there. Now, one Frostworm does get lured into the deeps, and the Grail Knights of Bretonia are going to be attacking into it, and they get some okay damage here. Meanwhile, the Frostworm trying to break those Men-at-Arms, but that damn Grail Relic is so hot right now. This thing, just keeping that leadership super, super active. Okay, big pit fight is activated. Griffin Legion coming in from the flank versus Grail Knights. Ice Witch with Salak's Lullaby is active, and the other Ice Witch is going to be attacking into the Grail Relic and or King Lewin here. All right, big pit fight here. This is going to be an important one. Griffin Legion is afflicted by the Sword of Khorne, and they're getting freaking melted by those Grail Knights. Those Grail Knights are no joke, ladies and gentlemen. And the dragons, are they going to be able to carry the day? There's a lot of anti-large knights nearby. The Grail Knights do get flushed to stone, which is a badass combo, giving him 60% physical resist. Here we do see the Armored Kossar shooting into some of the routing peasants, but the pit fight does continue, and the Griffin Legion is going to be losing the fight against Grail Knights, which makes sense. And the elites of Kislev are going to be forced to retreat. For the lady, as the Knights emerge victorious in the fight, Lewin surges forth, able to get a nice shock engagement there and do some good damage against the Patriarch. Very, very clean stuff. Another Griffin Legion to the back, a lapse in micro here from Gondola. They do get charged, but it looked like they may have gotten a counter charge off. And now Lewin, has he delved too greedily and too deeply? We're going to be seeing here double Frostworms attacking into Lewin. Griffin Legion getting melted. Oh my god, these Grail Knights are going Super Saiyan. They just basically killed 2 1100 gold cav units on their own and are still reasonably healthy in the process. Kossovite Dervishes is going to be coming around the backside. The Dragons do force back King Lewin, looking at the objective situation. We do see Kislev owning objective 3, Bretonia on, 3 for Bretonia 2, and this one's owned by Bretonia as well. Granted, Kislev might be on their way to getting that objective. We'll have to see. A lot of the battle is going to come down to this epic battle of fates that we do have here. So King Lewin able to bully back one of the dragons, and the other dragon here having a little bit of a hard time as well. Men-at-Arms coming around the back to shut down the archers. Patriarch trying to help the Dervishes and the Griffin Legion fight against these Grail Knights. But god damn, this combo of using the Giga Chad Grail Knights with Flesh to Stone is so freaking good. Because none of these Kislev units do magic damage, so it's basically just a 60% ward save against damage, which is freaking brutal, right? So Dragon's going to be gathering up. Salak's Lullaby is going to be activated. He misses his other Frostworm with it, which feels really bad. Now, what you need to do, Gondola, as somebody, I would say Kislev is probably my main faction, one of my main factions. You definitely need Streltsy and Bear Riders. Bear Riders are really cost-effective here, and Streltsy are brutal against the elites too. We're not seeing either of those. Granted, the Frostworms are a great choice too. The Frostworms 100% you need, but the Grail Knights are really dominating most of these fights. Now, Ice Witch is surrounded here. We got a big pit fight. There are some Kossars and Halberds in. Now, one way that Plague Penguin could throw this game is if he stays in combat too long with the Kislevite Halberds, and the Halberds start to grind down the Bretonian cavalry. It could turn the tide of the fight. Ice Witch is looking real beat up. Lewin is almost healing capped though, so Lewin has been getting healed, obviously by his passive healing and maybe by some Earthbloods. But there is a chance the Dragons could turn the tide of the fight, and now that the healing cap is active, and the Kislevite Warriors are getting a lot of grinding fights in there and are dragging down a lot of the Bretonian cavalry. How are the Grail Knights looking? Quest Knights are in okay shape. Grail Relique is keeping them fighting. Another Griffin Legion's going to be on the way in, and the Frostworms do retreat away, and it looks like that's going to be a breaking Kislev army. Dervishes running away, Halberds holding the line, and we get a Griffin Legion to the back, going to be duking it out with the Knights of the Realm. 2 dragons going to be heading across, and the Ice Witch and her pet Frostworm have been doing pretty good. On the home objective here, it does look like Bretonia is trying to threaten it with some spearmen, but that's not going to happen. And Kislev is getting a really, really nice pressure on the back objective here. Granted, these Questing Knights, they are an armor-piercing unit. The Questing Knights are going to dominate most of these Kislevites, although the Halberds will do well, but there's only 9 of them left, so the standard Kossars will lose that fight. Now back here, this is a knockdown, drag-out fight, guys. We do see the Frostworm getting taken to Pound Town by King Lewin. King Lewin able to get a brutal attack here, and the King of Bretonia really, really putting this game on his back. And I think that Bretonia is starting to take over. With the Frostworm being broken and the Ice Witch being surrounded, and that Grail Knight unit probably still freaking alive here. Yeah, look at this Grail Knight. Oh my god, 4,000 value Grail Knight. Absolute Chad mode. Bretonia is going to be advancing the top 4 of the faction war. That is insanity. That never freaking happens. I don't think we've ever had Bretonia make top 4 in a faction war before. I'm trying to think. Maybe it would have been Plague Penguin, probably, but getting to top 4 for Bretonia is super cool. We do see the Ice Witch breaking and all the Kislevites breaking here. Bretonia has the objective advantage, they have the value advantage, and that is going to be all she wrote. For the lady indeed. A couple Kislevite Warriors going to be rolling up, and the Ice Witch is now dead, so Magic is going to be offline for Kislev, Leadership's going to be offline for Kislev, and yeah, the King did really good. He got 2,000 value, but the Grail Knights were really the hard carries. They beast moded that game. They bullied the hell out of the Kislevite cavalry, as they should, but there was no Bear Riders. There needed to be Bear Riders. There needed to be some Streltsy coming in for covering fire. All that goodness there, right? Yeah, Penguin doing it again, that's right. And now it's only a matter of time. Now, Gondola might fight a little bit longer, but this game's over. The Griffin Legion were, I think, a relatively subpar pick in this matchup, considering that you're running into Knights of the Realm, Questing Knights, and Grail Knights. They're just bad against all of those. They're good at clearing out infantry, but that's about it. The Frostworm picks were great, though. And honestly, Gondola had a great run today. Gondola beating Tomb Kings is a big win, and played like an absolute champion. So looking forward to having you back, Gondola. You're a champ. GG, well played to the Penguin. for the lady. So that is going to be our first player who is going to be reaching top 4 here today. All right, guys. Looking good, looking good. No crazy value, really. The little Grom probably didn't really have a moment to come in. But yeah, Lewin did some work. So, folks, let's go to the brackets. We're going to update this. And that is going to be Bretonia advancing to the top 4. So there they go. And now we're going to do Anticity versus Maximilianaire. Slaanesh versus Vampire Coast, which I would imagine is massively Slaanesh favored. But we're going to see what's up here. Okay. Anticity versus Max. Lobby code, please. All right. Let's see what's going. GG, well played. Hopefully you guys are having fun. How many of you guys are brand new to Total War and this is like your first time seeing a higher stakes tournament? So Anticity is ready to go. We're going to be jumping into his match now. But I'm curious. I know we got a lot of new people on YouTube and on Twitch who've been coming from Dawn of War and other games. So yeah, it's your first time. What do you guys think? It's your first time today? Nice, nice. Very cool. Okay. By the way, we're going to do a very similar tournament to this for Dawn of War. I'm going to get like 9 really strong players who are going to be faction mains, and we're going to have a faction war for Dawn of War, which will be fun. It'll be best of 3 for that, though. I'm newer to competitive Total War. Nice. Nice, nice. All right, so there's Anticity's lobby, so we need to get Maximilianaire in here, and then we're good to go. Oh, Raksha, you can't fool me. I've seen you. You've been around a long time, my friend. No, we're going to do a faction war for Dawn of War 1. I mean, we will, of course, do faction wars for Dawn of War 4 when it comes out, but for Dawn of War 1. First time watching. Welcome, Gilead. Hopefully you guys are having fun. All right. So, Vampire Coast versus Slaanesh on a very brawly map. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Now, I would say this matchup is very favored for Slaanesh. Now, this Slaanesh player, Anticity, is the strongest player in the world right now, playing the strongest faction. And Vampire Coast is a decent mid-tier faction. Maximilianaire is very, very good, but this is going to be a hard fight. We're going to see if he can pull off an upset here. Should be fun. Hey, 007. Love the build diversity in this game mode. Yeah, it's really fun. That's what's really, in Domination, tons of builds are viable. Like, you can do elite builds, wide builds, skirmish builds. It depends on the map, really. Watch your YouTube vids, first time catching you live. Nice, man. Well, welcome. Good to have you guys here. The mighty will be hailed. I don't know. Here's the thing, guys. Anticity is betraying his people here. He grew his reputation as a competitive player on the back of Vampire Coast, and now he is trying to send him out to pasture here with Slaanesh. So, should be fun. All right. Now, this makes sense. Trying to protect a gun line against Slaanesh is just not going to work. So, he's going for a very melee-centric build. We have a Rotting Leviathan. We do have Halberds, as well as... Are these Lamprey's Revenge? Yes. So, the elite Rotting Prometheans. Caster here is going to be Count Noctilus with Melkoths as well as Invocation. And the back point is going to be defended by Crabs and Deckhand Mobs. So Vampire Coast really, really playing that defensive melee style where they put a lot of armor down on the objectives and they say, come at me. For the Great Kraken King, the legend, the GOAT right now, it is going to be Anticity on Slaanesh. He's got Hellstriders into the Sunset. So 2 regular ones, 2 anti-large ones. Azazel is going to be using Pavane of Slaanesh, which of course has been nerfed, but is still a very, very good spell. We have Devoted Marauders, some Chaos Warriors, and on the other side, it's going to be Marauders and Chaos Warriors as well. So Anticity obviously going to be looking to pull his value with his cavalry. We're going to see how that goes. Yeah, Anticity from Kraken King to the Kraken Killer. Yeah. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. So he does steal his opponent's home objective, but immediately that one's going to be taken here. And then it's going to be the big Crabbo Stabbo heading to Objective 3. I wonder how Max is going to play this. Is he going to do what I like to call a lane pushing strategy where he just pushes like straight up and just keeps it all in a straight line? Or is he going to play both? The risk of the lane pushing, it's good because if Anticity wants to flank, he has to come all the way around. Whereas if he plays this objective, the Slaanesh can just bum rush their home objective easier. But they both have their risks. They both have their pros and cons. Probably what I would do is just leave a big scary crab on the back objective, like a Rotting Promethean ROR, like Lampreys, and then make a play for the side objective here. It's hard to say. Yeah, another crab coming in. So Maximilianaire going straight armor. And it looks like Maximilianaire did pick a good map. Against Anticity, you want to play on a map with a home objective. So it's harder for him to triple cap you. So now Vampire Coast isn't bleeding points super badly. They're able to kind of chill out there. And the Rotting Promethean's going to be heading here, while Noctilus and the big Crabbo Stabbo are going to be heading over this direction. Anticity moving in. He does get his Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors will get obliterated by Gunnery Mobs, though. Or not Gunnery Mobs, by Rotting Prometheans. So they're going to be able to get it down. And, yeah, big Crabbo Stabbo is going to be attacking into the Marauders with some Halberds over there. And Anticity is coming in to try and steal his opponent's home objective. And the Vampire Coast is going to be fighting tooth and nail to hold on to it. They are getting some cost-effective trades. Noctilus will be very good with his Melkoths. And Anticity just swarming with a million capture weight here. And this is where it's tricky against Slaanesh, man. They can really bounce between the points and do some evil, evil stuff. Noctilus dropping bombardments. Vampire Coast pulling an early lead in value trading. The Crabs obviously might be losing out on the objectives, but they're going to be value trading very, very well here. And on the backside, we have a couple Deckhand Mobs coming in to try and tarp it. On the side objective, big Omega Crabbo is attacking into Devoted Marauders. The problem with Slaanesh is their entire roster is immune to psychology, so it's going to be very, very brutal. Lamprey's Revenge holding it down. There are some Fiends of Slaanesh, which are going to be a bit of a problem to deal with, but Invocation of Nehek going to be very good against the Rotting Prometheans. Meanwhile, on the backside, Scurvy Dogs and Deckhand Mobs attacking where they can, but the Slaanesh army really able to pick its fights and do some brutal work. Gunnery Mobs on the back, shooting into the Hellstriders of Slaanesh, and we do see on the back objective, the Vampire Coast for the first time in the game, actually getting their objective back. So a lot of Slaanesh units are losing their fights. If you look here, they're kind of getting wrecked a little bit. Granted, they are getting some good picks on the backside. I really like the usage of the Scurvy Dogs to counter the Hellstriders, especially the anti-large version. Seems to be pretty cost-effective here. But on the objective here, we do see Maximilianaire getting a big win and actually able to get his objective back. So, you know, despite some good early alpha strikes from Slaanesh, Maximilianaire able to keep his point and get back in the game here. Some of the back objective fighting obviously going to be favored for the Dark Prince, with the Fiends getting back here and doing some work. But yeah, we got a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Rotting Promethean is eventually going to be able to grind this down. Anticity is going to be using his skirmishers to get here and try and kill the big Crabbo, but this thing has 150 armor, so it doesn't care too much about the Javelin Fire. And look at this, Maximilianaire are going to be switching to a lane pushing strategy as he moves up his Crabs and his Dickhand Mobs to try and grab objective number 2. I don't hate that play. So Noctilus is going to be coming back here with some zombies. And honestly, Vampire Coast not looking to be in the worst situation. I mean, I think Anticity still has a lot of scary threats on the board. Fiends of Slaanesh is a beautiful play because they do counter the Crabs. But with the Deckhand Mobs and the Crabs, they might be able to win the 2v1 fight. It's a little bit hard to say. And Giant Mega Crabbo here fighting on the flank, doing very, very good. And here on the backside, we do see the skirmishing continuing in the backfield as more Scurvy Dogs are called out to battle, and a Melkoth's also activated on the Fiends. Guys, Vampire Coast is trading pretty damn effectively. This is a good match. It was looking very scary out of the gates, but now Vampire Coast is starting to get its momentum, and they kind of survived the initial alpha strike. And the way he did that is not bringing a lot of range units. Everything he presented was something that could fight back and, you know, do a decent job of doing that, right? Home objective for the Kraken King is in a little bit of danger as the Fiends do get forced back. The Rotting Prometheans and the Deckhand Mobs going to be trying to grab this one. Big Crabbo Stabbo's pushing out, and as it currently stands, Ent does have a good points lead, but this giant Promethean is just going to get healed up with invocations and probably be in pretty good shape here. So in the back, the last of the Devoted Marauders have been broken down. Fiends of Slaanesh going to be surrounded and killed by Scurvy Dogs, as well as Dickhand Mobs right there. And is the big Crabbo going to be dying? If Anticity gets a pick on the Rotting Promethean, that'd be pretty big. Maximilianaire for sure needs to retreat it right now and try and get it with an invo. And he gets the invo up. So the invocation's going to be coming down. Promethean actually can hurt Azazel pretty badly. And it looks like Anticity is able to stabilize his home objective. So the Rotting Promethean's getting dragged down here a little bit. Value trading does favor the Vampire Coast a little bit, but it's a close game still. And points are going to become a problem, though. Anticity is probably going to go full Gremlin mode and just bounce between the objectives and try and drag the Vampire Coast through the mud a little bit. Azazel taking a bit of damage. Nothing too nuts. Scurvy Dogs, Lamprey's Revenge moving up. Noctilus going to be coming in to try and heal up his boy. And these Marauder Horsemen have almost used all of their ammunition, almost all of it, to try and drag down the big beastie. But the Promethean has been, or Leviathan has been doing very, very good. So is there going to be another one? He does use the Rot's Moondial. Nice usage of that summon to screen out some of the skirmishers. And, oh man, Azazel might be in trouble here, guys. Azazel's getting whooped on a bit. And Vampire Coast's going to be hunkering down and maybe trying to make a play for Objective 3. We do see Scurvy Dogs coming in. Narcissism activated. Really good use there. And now Anticity going to be countercharging with these guys. So that was a beautiful snare right there with the countercharge. A couple Dickhand Mobs with polearms are going to be on their way up there. And Invocation is activated. The healing of the Vampire Coast is no joke. And Azazel is trapped. He's getting bonked by the big Crabbo. Looking here, we do see the zombie Deckhand Mobs and the Lampreys just kind of holding down that objective here. And now it looks like the play is really going to be transitioning towards Objective 3. Eventually, it might come to a triple cap situation. I suspect it might. I think Maximilianaire is slightly ahead on value trading. He's for sure starting to win a lot of the fights. And there is a chance we could see a major upset here. Hard to say, though. Anticity's still very much in this game, but it's getting a little bit crazy, you know? Because if Ent rotates all this stuff over here, the Vampire Coast is going to be able to push up and take their home objective. Just need to make sure to be safe on objective 1 and reinforce where they can. Polearm's moving up, and the big Crabbo Legion is moving in, guys. 6,700 value for Maximilianaire, so those bad boys are going to be moving in. The Vampire Coast really showing that they still got it, and I think a lot of it is the map, too. This map is very, very good for the style that Max is playing, so brilliant tacticianship with the map pick and bans to get this one. Granted, Anticity still has a pretty big points lead and is pretty much in a situation where he can win on one objective. However, there's still a lot of games to be played. Now, is he going to move up for his opponent's home objective, or is he just going to kind of slow grind it and focus on the fighting here? Melkoth's activated on the Hellstriders as pistol mobs come in, so layers and layers of pistol mobs. In the meantime, Rotting Promethean's going to be bonking the Forsaken on the head and should be able to win that fight eventually. Anticity still got a lot of mobility coming in. Hellstriders do get worn down, and there are going to be layers of pistol mobs and deckhand mob polearms coming in. And now, look at this. He's going for Ent's back objective, and he's probably going to get it. Honestly, he's probably going to get it. Big Crabbo still fighting it out. Anticity just parking his units on the objective for capture weight and trying to avoid fighting where they can. Forsaken do get countered by crabs. And this is a classic Anticity playstyle of trying to intercept reinforcements. It's like if you're playing Age of Empires. Let's say you're playing against somebody who's English longbow rushing you, right? And you have horsemen. So you intercept the longbows before they get to your base, before they can pressure you and get spear support. You're just picking off the reinforcements as they come in. All right, so this point is starting to get threatened here. We do see the Vampire Coast starting to get this one. That is going to be a lot of pressure coming in. Now, what you can do for Maximilianaire is you can just pull back now and just kind of sit in this limbo between the two and not extend too greedily and too deeply here. There are two dickhead mobs coming in. You're going to need to reinforce this. If he lets Anticity steal his home objective, he probably loses the game. Anticity, though, able to get some really good sweeps using his mobility. Objective 3 is going to be going to the Vampire Coast, but he needs to play his back objective. He can't lose that. He cannot afford to lose that, guys. If he loses his back objective, that's going to be game blouses. So he does get objective 3. Anticity spends a lot of resources sniping his opponent's reinforcements right there, so that is very, very nice. And zombie pirate gunnery mobs are on their way up. You need some scurvy dogs here right now. Maximilianaire, if he loses his objective, I think he loses the game. He cannot afford to get it. He does get the double cap here, though. We do see Furies coming in, and Hellstriders are going to go back here and try and capture that if they can. This one looks like it's going to go, although he does have the double cap. Man, this is a sketchy game, dude. This is really high-level stuff. Deckhand mobs on their way up with their pistols, and they do have 5 capture weight. If they can arrive there, they can do some work. I don't know if they're going to get there in time. So Maximilianaire is going to have to find a way. He does get some scurvy dogs in to try and salvage this, but that's going to be very tough. He double caps his opponent. Crab's going to be pulling back. Deckhand mob's going to be hanging out here, and Anticity does have this big mobile core. A couple more zombies are on their way over. Both players still have a long time to play either way. But Vampire Coast is going to need to get a triple cap here. It's very, very close, but yeah, Anticity would win on just one right now. But holding your opponent's home objective is very tough because they get the quick reinforcements there. Zombies battling it out here versus warriors, but Count Noctilus is going to come in to help. We do see some devoted marauders moving over. And now you just move the crab over to your opponent's home objective. Leave, some of these units here. Probably leave one big crab on the back. Yeah, Anticity really intercepting the reinforcements. Pavane of Slaanesh activated on a 300 gold gunnery mob unit, which is pretty funny. But he is going to need to find a way to get his home objective here, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Lamprey's Revenge have landed. Chaos Furies of Slaanesh are really good against them, though, because they have massive AP values. So we are going to see Lampreys getting taken down unsupported, which feels pretty bad. Is there going to be an invo for them? They're going to need an invo to win this. Otherwise, the Furies and Azazel probably get them down 2v1. Yeah, we do see the deckhand mobs coming across, so he's starting to partition his forces off to get these home objectives. Yeah, both home objectives are flipped right now. This is a knockdown, drag-out game, guys. This would be a pretty big upset for sure to see Slaanesh defeated by Coast. Coast is good, though, for sure. Is there going to be some witchcraft? We see Melkoth's activated on the Chaos Furies of Slaanesh. The Lamprey's Revenge do have passive healing, which is huge. Here we see a couple deckhand mobs holding. 3 full health deckhand mobs are going to be incredibly hard to take down. Granted, Forsaken might be able to. This is a good play by Max, parking the Rotting Leviathan on this point as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands. This is going to be something. Pistol mobs advancing, Forsaken going to be a big issue. And it looks like this one is going to flip as the double Crabbo is able to get it done. And all Vampire Coast needs to do, guys, is basically hold Anticity on a triple cap for like a minute or two, and then he'll win comfortably on 2 objectives from there. And then he probably has a good chance of winning the game. Currently, 85 against 79, with Count Noctilus doing some very, very good healing over the course of the game. Anticity is going to be going for a strike on the side objective using his Forsaken, which normally are big bullies against zombies. They can rip them to shreds. Their high weapon strength at 63 is going to be really, really good, so they do get in there. They're going to be pimp clawing it. And the Vampire Coast is going to hold for a long time, though. These zombies have an obscene amount of HP, even though they are suck at fighting. Very tanky. And guys, the Vampire Coast has a freaking triple cap. That is insane. So now what's going to happen is he's going to send Noctilus as well as the Lampreys over there. He's sending the crab over there too, so he's going to be maybe yielding Anticity's home objective, considering Ent isn't threatening it at all. He's going to just go all in on trying to hold objective 3. Now, Anticity calling out Seeker Chariots, which is nuts. You never see those things in action, but they are a good counter against Depth Guard with good micro, and they can do a shitload of damage, so we'll see. I don't know, maybe trying to just play the objectives you already have is better than coming over here to the point where it's getting a little bit sketchy. We'll have to see. This is where the decision-making gets pretty big. He's going to be sending crabs over here to reinforce this, and then when Vampire Coast gets to the point where they can win on just one, which I don't know if they ever will, they could just come back and Helm's Deep their point. But Big Crabbo's coming, Noctilus as well. A lot of the zombie units are starting to crumble and die here. And, oh man, this is going to be close. He does win with just 2 objectives, that is correct, but Anticity is such a goblin with his objective play, man. He's going to be able to bounce between a lot of these points and cause a lot of havoc, and I don't know if it's going to be enough capture weight coming in to stop these guys. I like Lampreys going to Ent's home objective. I think that's a good tactical decision. We got some of these mobs coming out, and 2 Scurvy Dogs as well. Are they parked on the objective? Looks like they are not. So now they're going to be moving up on the point, and okay, the capture weight comes back to Vampire Coast. That's huge. That is massive. So the big Crabbo Stabbo is doing some work and routing off a lot of these freaking units. Another Rotting Promethean's going to beat these Forsaken, and the Vampire Coast has gotten the objective. That could be the end of Anticity in today's run. The villainous Slaanesh may be banished off to the warp once again. All right, Rotting Leviathan going to be attacking in. On the backside, we do see Hellstriders coming on up. Rotting Gunnery mobs are moving in. Ooh, capture weight comes back for Slaanesh. Anticity, his mechanics are just nuts. He's going to be able to play the objectives really well. On the backside, we do see some Forsaken. Probably going to lose the fight 2v1 there. I think there's enough zombies to fend him off here. And now, for the first time in the game, we're maybe going to be seeing the Vampire Coast actually pull it out here by getting a points lead. Man, this is nuts. Leviathan value, probably not too crazy. And it's sitting at 1,700, which is good. It's been more of a damage punch. And with that, the Rogue Pirates, the upset, the Vampire Coast, all hail the mighty, defeating Slaanesh. Well played to Maximilianaire with a huge win. And also a great game from Anticity as well. Being an absolute menace, Anticity took down several top players to get here, but Maximilianaire and the Sons of the Mountain able to get it done. GG, well played. Now, the map was a big variable there. That map pick was very, very good. Definitely was allowed the home objective play, which is big. All right, guys, GG, well played. Noctilus did good. Crabbos did really good. 2,000 value, 1,500 right there. The wacky inflatable arm boys were not used, but seeing Slaanesh driven back to the shadow is quite something. All right. So let's go ahead and go here. We're going to go to the brackets. And with that, we are going to be seeing Maximilianaire advancing on. So there he goes. And he is going to be playing the winner of Charix and Ulrich Rahl. Probably would... Ooh, those are some tough coast matchups right there. Those are both hard. So we're going to go ahead and do Charix versus Ulrich Rahl right now. All right. Azazel didn't have the best of times. GG to Anticity, man. Absolute beast. Yeah, Total Tavern isn't great for these kind of tournaments because on Total Tavern, I don't have a way to make tournaments private. So, yeah, there could be trolls. Okay, so Ulrich Rahl versus, who's he playing right here? He's playing against Charix. Good luck, have fun. Lobby code, please. Great games today so far, man. Really, really good games. We've had a lot of good ones. So just waiting for the lobby code right now. And yeah, let's see what's cooking. Don't know where these guys are. I think they should be here. Okay, they are ready. Cool. So Charix is ready. I believe he's playing from Poland. So for him, it's not that bad. It's like 11 o'clock at night. Yeah, it could be worse on a what? Saturday night, Friday night or something, whatever day it is. I don't know where we are. That's right, Pone. That's right. Nothing beats that moment. That's your high school football moment, you know? Cool. This is really fun to watch. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, Faction War is for sure the best format. It's very, very fun. Less downtime. Right. The games are faster. It's more rapid fire. And here we are. So this is going to be Ulrich Rahl, RTK. Oh, we do have an RTK Civil War. Okay. So Ulrich Rahl versus Charix. We got Vampire Counts versus Wood Elves. They're probably finalizing their armies right now. And after this, we're going to be doing Danikin on Dark Elves versus Berserk on Warriors of Chaos. So we'll see. So far, Bretonia, guys, look at these freaking brackets. This is wild, right? We have freaking Bretonia and Vampire Coast in the top 4. I would never have guessed. No, RTK is not my clan. I'm not in any of the clans or anything. Lich Lord, thank you for giving out 10 community subs. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Lich Lord. Hell yeah. Keeping the old family growing. All right. So let's switch here. And they can start when ready. I think they just got into a lobby with one another, so they're probably doing their builds. Vampire Counts versus Wood Elves. Yeah, it's time. I'm the only member of the Dukes of Haggard, or the Haggard clan. That's right. That's right. I like to stay as a neutral party. You know, in the John Wick series, it's like the hotels that are like neutral or whatever. It's kind of like that. Yeah. All right, Charix is ready. Now, Charix has been an absolute terror. He is currently, I think, number 1 or 2 on the leaderboards. Anticity obviously is number 1 because he's the defending champ. But aside from that, I think Charix is in the top 3 in the world. And he is an absolute terror on the Wood Elves. He has won faction wars before. The last Domination faction war was won by, let me check. So this is our second Domination faction war, I think. Let me go to the Hall of Fame real quick and look. Let's see here. So, yeah, let's see. So at the top we have the Total War Clash. These are major events. These are the seasons. And then, yeah. Oh, no, Demons of Chaos won the last one. Solasora is kind of retired from Total War, but during their reign of tyranny, they did win a major event. So this is, I do count the Domination faction wars as major events. So this is like a major event victory. So this is going to be pretty cool. This is some good Hall of Fame shit right here. These are like kind of the legacy ones, the old Land Battle Conquest stuff. But yeah, we got Solasora winning the first one on Demons of Chaos there. Yeah. Yeah, Solasora on Demons. Yeah. He's a really strong player. So Ulrich is setting up the old build right now. We're going to check and see if there's any admin stuff we need to do. I don't think so, now that the event is simplified here. It's the final countdown. It's the final countdown. Da-da-da-da. If Vampire Counts or Warriors of Chaos win, then it'll be an all-evil top 4. No, Bretonia's in top 4, dog. Bretonia's not evil. I mean, they have issues, but, you know. Yeah, the only Order-Tide faction remaining, there's 2. Bretonia's in the top 4, and then we have Wood Elves here. So we have, still in the running for the event, we have, we have Dark Elves, Warriors of Chaos, Bretonia, Vampire Coasts, Wood Elves, and Vampire Counts. Those are the remaining factions we have. Yes. So just waiting for Ulrich to ready up here. The big scheming. The French are the most evil. Oh my god. The song's going to be stuck in your head all day. It's like watching, oh, you know what other song is like one of the biggest earworms? Is Carry On My Wayward Son by Kansas. That song, if you hear that song, it will be stuck in your head for days. Just go listen to it right now. Wood Elves are definitely like neutral-ish, but they lean on the side of good. Like they will hate, you know, the more chaos death factions more than they'll dislike the more Order-Tide factions. You know, they like will tolerate, like Wood Elves don't care about having human neighbors as much as long as the humans don't intrude in their woods, you know? Like, whereas they'll probably actively go out of their way to hunt beastmen and stuff, you know? Yeah. All right, guys, let's break it down. There'll be peace when you're done. It's so good. It's so good. Carry On My Wayward Son is probably in my top 8 favorite songs of all time. It's so freaking good. You finished The Sopranos? Oh, yeah, the ending. Yeah. Sopranos has a pretty catchy intro song. The one, woke up this morning, got myself a... You know that one? There was that famous video of the orangutan, like driving the golf cart while listening to that, while that song was playing. It's really fun. All right, guys, let's break it down. That song just makes me want to rewatch Supernatural. Yeah, so my wife and I, we finished Supernatural, and we're rewatching the early seasons right now. It's a fun one. Flagpole Sitta? Yeah, Flagpole Sitta is a song that, for my entire youth, I thought that song was by a Green Day song. But it's not. I thought that was a Green Day song. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to this round of 8 showdown. The winner is going to be advancing to the top 4. We do have a massive Wood Elf Legion, and yeah, it's going to be some Starfire Shafts with Zoats at the back. Zoats are pretty good here. They can fend off some of the Blood Knights and Cryptors and things like that, so that is quite a bit of fun. So a lot of archers. So we have the Zoats and Spears, a Melkoth's Branch Wraithcaster with Earthblood, and the Lord choice for Charix is going to be a Glade Lord on a Stag with Prey of Anothrema and the Arrows of Khorne. All right, guys. Looking at the army of the great Ulrich Rahl. Ulrich Rahl going to be bringing the Zombie Legion. Blood Knights with the Anti-Infantry Blood Knights. Oh, that's badass. Because honestly, that's the right choice, right? Because Blood Knights with Sword and Shield can probably still beat Wild Riders. But then they'll dominate infantry. So you don't really need the bonus first large as much. But dominating the infantry and killing archers quickly is more impactful, I think. We also have the dreaded Black Coach. The Black Coach has gone through a series of buffs over the course of the past few years and is a little bit more viable now. It's a menacing anti-infantry piece that does magic damage and fire damage. So basically a hard counter against Dryads, right? It's going to be a Von Karstein Vampire Lord as well as a White King with Scab's Graith. And the Von Karstein Lord does have Storm of the Night to deal with dragon characters, Flock of Doom, and Raised Dead as well. Charix is a menace, but so is Ulrich. Both these players are menaces. We do see Objective 1 going to the Wood Elves, Objective 2 as well. Vampire Count's going to be securing the far side objective here with their Blood Knights and their mobility. So the objective situation is set, and a second White King is going to be getting called in. On the backside, Glade Guard with the Starfire Shafts going to be dropping it like it's hot against the zombies. And Charix looking to get the dub here, as is Ulrich. Prey of Anothrema activated onto the White King here. He is going to be eating a little bit of volley fire, but honestly, with his shield, he's probably going to be fine. A bit of a strange usage of Prey of Anothrema, in my opinion. He's going to be locked down for another couple seconds. We'll eat one more volley, but not that big of a deal. Now, Ulrich Rahl going to be getting his big Black Coach and flanking into the Glade Guard Starfire Shaft on the flank and getting some good damage. But the Zoats are coming in, and they're looking to send a message, because the Zoats will take the Black Coach to Pound Town. That is for sure. Blood Knight's going to be coming into the flank here, and there's a bit of an opening here, right? We see this big weakness in the formation where the Blood Knights can maybe surge through. But it looks like the Zoats do maneuver to intercept the Blood Knights, and the Glade Lord on the Great Stag is an armor-piercing fighter with good stats. It's actually going to be attacking the Black Coach. I'm surprised the Von Karstein Lord isn't turning around and fighting that. Ah, it's because of the Wild Hunters of Khorne. So that Black Coach probably going to get cooked right now. It's getting surrounded by all these units. We do see the Von Karstein Lord on the run here, and the vampires are certainly scurrying where they can. So Zoats have taken a mainline fight versus Blood Knights, and they're doing very well. The shielded Blood Knights getting absolutely hammered by these Zoats. They do not have the proper weaponry to take on these giant lizard people. If they were the anti-large version, it'd be a little bit better, but Dire Pack being called in, not terrible. Dire Pack will nibble the Zoats. Charix sees the Dire Pack, though, and is going to be pulling back to his Eternal Guard, and then he'll probably stack back on top of them. Back here in the fighting, we do see Eternal Guard and the Branch Race battling it out versus zombies, and most of the archers of Charix are still in line, but Ulrich does have these two White Kings being very, very menacing here. But the Von Chadstein Lord in the back, guys, is surrounded. This could be the end of the road for the Vampire Lord. We'll have to see. Looks like the Stag Knights do have him surrounded. The Black Coach is also taking a bit of a pounding here as the archers do continue running away. So even though Ulrich is taking some bad trades back here, he is harrying and keeping all the archers in check here, which is a very, very strong play. Zoats once again going to be running some intercept there and getting a nice engagement versus the Knights. Hey, Anticity, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate you and hope you had some fun. You got to cast some good games today, brother. And by the way, for the games I did not cast today, that for some of the factions, you can find them on Anticity's channel. So make sure to check him out. He's a champion, defending world champ. He's still my boy. All right, back to the action. Objective number 2, owned by Vampire Counts. Objective 3, owned by Vampire Counts as well. So the Wood Elves have been pushed back to a single objective situation. Charix, though, cackling pretty hard as he keeps the perpetual pressure up on the Von Karstein Lord. The Black Coach is a little bit surrounded up by the Glade Lord right now, and good shooting. And look at this, we do get the freaking Ghost Knights. The Lost Sylvan Knights are going to be called out as well. Getting a beautiful charge into the Blood Knights here, and one of the elite cav of Ulrich Rahl is going to be taken to the Pound Town by these scary Wood Elf cav. I mean, Lost Sylvan Knights are so freaking good. On top of that, Zoats able to get some Earthblood action and get the job done. And ladies and gentlemen, the objective still being held by the Vampire Counts, but Charix is pulling some big value leads here. And man, look at this Glade Lord character. Oh, Prey of Anothrema! Locking down the Vampire Lord, the archers turn and snipe him, and the Black Coach is getting pounded at the same time. Charix is such an absolute menace on the Wood Elves, just methodically picking apart these characters. And we do see the Lost Sylvan Knights now going to get us around on the White Kings and probably kill them. Everything is basically going Charix's direction except the objectives, which I would assume will go back. And that is going to be a tap out from the Vampire Counts, losing their Lord and the Black Coach. Charix with the 1-2 karate chop. Beautiful play. That was just really, really just savage stuff. All right. So he caught the Blood Knights out with his Zoats. He caught the Black Coach. He caught the Vampire Lord. He got it done. It was the Praevenoth Rama Lord. So the male Lord is the one with Helm of Discord, I think. Or do I have it backwards? It was the one that has Praevenoth Rama. Hey, GG, and thank you everybody who joined from Anticity Stream. Hope you guys had some fun over there. You know, always fun to watch him play live. I think that's probably the peak Total War there. Okay, so next up we have Charix claiming victory. And so let's go to the brackets here. We're going to do this. Charix with victory over Ulrich Rahl. And now we have Daniken versus Berserk. So this is going to be Warriors of Chaos versus Dark Elves. So let me get this all set up here. And we're going to go to this. Okay. And we're going to get that game all ready to go. Perfect, perfect. So let me do this. And we're going to go up here. Okay. So I think Daniken already accidentally played this game and sent me a replay. So this one's going to be... No, Berserk sent the replay, I think. I'm not sure. One of them sent the replay. And we're going to cast this one as a replay here. So Berserk has won a faction war before, but he won a land battle faction war. We're going to see if he can get through and win his first Domination faction war for all the marbles. Yeah, Daniken, this is like Daniken's power fantasy, getting to play just Dark Elves only in a tournament. You know, it's kind of like an SFT of sorts, but a little bit higher stakes. And yeah, it's going to be fun. Okay, so let's get this set up here. Perfect. And where are we at? Okay, looking good, looking good. Let's get this set up. Okay. Here we are. So let's load in and see how this goes. Not always, Raksha, not always. Why is Khorne in the middle? I don't know, we don't ask such questions. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to this top 8 showdown. This is the last match to decide who's going to be going to top 4. It's going to be Berserk versus Daniken Trop here. So we do have VM clan being represented as well, a Russian clan. And yeah, so we got the Dreadlord with the crossbow, with the boots with the fur, facing off against the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal, which is always a good choice. Now, for the army here of Chaos, for Berserk, he does have double Chaos Warhounds. Up in the sky, he does have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal. On top of that, it's going to be a Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Wait, he has a double Metal caster? So a Sorcerer of Metal with Searing Doom, Plague of Rust, and then another Sorcerer with just Plague of Rust. Wow, that is a weird build. We got Chaos Warriors into the Sunset with some Halberds being mixed in as well. And Chaos Knights, which I have always felt Chaos Knights are pretty terrible against Dark Elves because they get wrecked by Cold One Knights and the Scourge Hunters and whatnot. But his idea is to use Plague of Rust to lower them down and then have the Tzeentch Knights really trade well. Okay. Daniken with the classic Scourge Runners. The Dreadlord with the crossbow does have the Volley of Dark Arrows, which has huge AP value, by the way. So a great counter against Chaos Knights. And then we do have some Shades with dual weapons, which is cool because, you know, Hounds would normally be what would shut them down. So having the dual weapons to fight them off is kind of neat. And Cold One Knights in the wood. And the whole club is looking at her. I know, I love it. Boots of the Fur makes me think of your Warcraft 3 streams. You say that at some point. Yeah, because, well, in Warcraft 3 you can literally buy boots from the shop. So it's very fitting. All right, guys, the battle is on, and we do see objective number 3 being taken by the Dork Elves, and currently Berserk going to be skirmishing with the Hounds. Chariots will annihilate these Hounds in combat, though. They are anti-infantry chariots still. So one Hound unit may be going to get harried and broken. They have very low leadership. They're just war beasts, so that does make sense. But Chaos is doing a bit of a slow push. They got their Chaos Warriors and all those homies moving up. We can do some fast-forwarding while they posture. Hounds just bouncing back and forth, and in the woods, Chaos is being very cautious. You can see no engagements yet, really, even allowing Daniken to steal his back objective. So Chaos being uber conservative here. As Marauder Horsemen throwing axes have been the call out. So since we were fast forwarding there, we did see some Marauders being called out, some Marauder Horsemen, and to the backside, more Marauders with great weapons. So just bringing out all the goodies. I'm really surprised to not see a Hell Cannon here in this matchup. Hell Cannons do feel pretty good. Maybe the Dark Elf Dragon Lord is too much of a threat against it with the Volley of Dark Arrows. I'm not sure how that interaction actually plays out. So it would be something I need to check out here. The Chaos Sorcerer Metal is just doing some pillar humping. So how many of you homies in chat played World of Warcraft Arena and remember the days of using pillars to avoid, you know, you got your Resto Druid and your Warrior and the Druid just humping the pillar to avoid the mages and all that nastiness. I played a Frost Mage, so I hated that shit. God, that was so annoying. Probably one of the most annoying things in in World of Warcraft PvP. The pillar humping mechanic of Arena, I hated it so much. Understandably, it might have been needed for balance, but God, it was awful. Okay, Now, we do see this point going to Dark Elves, and they still have control over it. Dark Elves do have the home objective of Chaos, but Chaos is swelling and getting even more powerful. Just getting massive legions of Marauders. Yeah, so we got all these bad boys coming out. So it looks like Berserk is going to be preparing an Alpha Strike, so trying to mitigate what damage he's taking early on. Now, one Hound unit does get pounded, but he kind of baits in one of the Scourge Runners a little bit. Now the Scourge Runners do get overextended, and the anti-large Hellstriders are going to be attacking in and maybe even able to kill some of the Scourge Runners. Raven's Herald's coming out, so the Dark Elves really utilizing all their tools. And look at that. Oh, the Matrix! The Chaos Sorcerer doing a Neo, flying up the wall. You know, we got bullet time going down here as that Sorcerer using the pillar to avoid some of the firepower coming in from the Raven's Heralds. Now, it looks like some Witchcraft's going to go down. A Blade Storm coming down from Daniken to fend off the Hellstriders and the Hound units. One Scourge Runner Chariot does get taken down, though, and now it looks like Chaos is going to be the one knocking on Heaven's door as they do take Objective 3 and Objective 1 as well. Searing Doom attempt on the Raven's Heralds. I haven't seen that before, but, you know, first time for everything. All right, Chaos Warriors pushing up. Shades are in position. We also see Witch Elves, I believe, in the back, so Witch Elves are a pretty good counter against a lot of these units. Look at that. Plague of Rust from Berserk. Really cool, lowering the armor down to the Knights to 30, and that allows the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch to trade well, but the big breath attack coming in from the big black dragon here, able to get some nice work done. Melt some of those units down, but not before the Cold One Knights do take some big casualties. Tzeentch and Sorcerer are going to be cruising in, and now the Hellstriders and Hounds and all the Heretics are going to be advancing in from every direction. Doomfire Warlock's going to be used to countercharge here. Now, Doomfire Warlocks trade reasonably well into Hellstriders, especially with infantry support. Hellstriders 1-to-1 would trade more cost-effectively, but we'll see. More Chaos Knights coming on up. Berserk really utilizing his unique playstyle here of using Chaos Knights with double Plague of Rust. Pretty badass for sure. All right, so over here we do see the Dark Elf Lord hunting down the Chaos Sorcerer. Searing Doom activated from the Chaos Sorcerer. And that was a really good one by Berserk, nailing the Doomfire Warlocks and some of these chaff units here as the Marauders and the Warriors really do get engaged in combat. And Berserk is going to be pulling a value lead here as he does get some decent trading. Chariot getting hammered down, although the Dreadlord is really being very dreaded here, using the volley of dark arrows against the Chaos Sorcerer, maybe going to get him pretty close to breaking. Witch Elves popping that crunk juice, going to be using the Witch's Brew, and they'll be able to tear apart these Marauders and beat the Hellstriders in sustained combat if it comes to it. Now, what are the Shades going to be doing? So the Shades going to be setting up shop, but the middle, the Doomfire Warlocks and the Bleak Swords are getting broken back by the Hellstriders and the Chaos Warriors, so they might be able to break through the ranks. Decent breath attack there from the Dragon, nothing too crazy, as we do see the Chaos Sorcerer Metal engaging, trying to take down the Raven's Herald. So let's do a big macro look at the battlefield. Objective 3 owned by the Dark Gods. Objective 1 owned by the Dark Gods as well. Marauder Horsemen and Forsaken are going to be the reinforcements, and Chaos looks like they're really going pedal to the metal here, getting some good momentum and starting to get some effective swarming here against the Druchii. But the Druchii have a decent little stand going on. They have their Shades still active. We got Witch Elves going crunk back here. Bleak Sword's probably going to get folded up. And they do have the Dragon character, right? So the Dragon character is going to be a big menace. I think that the Chaos Sorcerer here is probably going to be killed. Yeah, it looks like the Raven's Heralds were able to sit down, get some good shots here, negative 21 leadership. So that is a big win. And now that the Dark Elf Dragon is done, oh, down goes the Sorcerer, not even being given a chance to come back. He goes down to the pits of hell right there. All right. Pulling back this way, the Raven's Herald's going to be retreating, and now we get Cold One Knights being spammed out. And without that Metal Sorcerer, it's just going to be the Lord. Ooh, and this Chaos Lord might just get killed by the Dreadlord. I mean, he's a foot character and a wizard at that, not even a fighter. I think that the Elves are on the counterpunch now. Berserk had a pretty good little wave of momentum there, and it has gotten him back in the game points-wise, but this Dragon character might be able to bully this Chaos Sorcerer. We'll have to see. So Halberds and Chaos Knights still fighting it out. Berserk using a very cool color scheme here, as we do see another Blade Storm activated. Where's that going to be? Or a Chill Wind, so we did use a Chill Wind on the Warriors, just to probably trigger the passive. A lot of Cold One Knights in the back. They will trade pretty well into Hellstriders. And where is the Dark Elf Dragon going to go? Looks like it's going to land to the Hellstriders right there. And the big thing for the Dark Elves is they haven't relinquished their home point. Shade's still shooting, ripping some cost-effective shots. Now remember, Shades have really, really good armor piercing, so they are able to melt down a multitude of targets. They can shoot at squishy targets, elite targets, and do their thing. Looks like they're going to be turning about face and getting ready to shoot into the Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes, who are going to be going. And now Murderous Mastery is active, or prowess. So the Dark Elf army, I think they've had it for a hot minute, or maybe it already wore off. They probably got it earlier on, I didn't notice, but it does give them a big power spike right there. So yeah, man, the Dragon character isolating the Chaos Sorcerer. And remember, this fight is taking place in Dark Elf territory, so that means that the Chaos Lord is not going to have much support. He's just probably going to get broken and or killed on the backfield. The Dark Elf's able to win a lot of fights here, and now Chaos is looking a little bit anemic on the battlefield as they're getting worn down. Shades in combat, they are dual weapon Shades though, so they're going to be all right. Chill Wind activated on the Forsaken slows them down, does a little bit of tickling damage. Chaos making a play for the home objective of the Dark Elves with their Forsaken and some Horsemen over here. And now, yeah, look at that. The Chaos Sword is broken. I think that Daniken is probably going to pull this game out here. We do see the Chaos Sorcerer running into the trees. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I see a comeback for Berserk. He stayed in his enemy territory a little bit too long. It probably allowed a lot of the cav units to just come in and reinforce quickly, whereas his reinforcements had the potato shamble across the entire map. It's a very easy mistake to make against Dark Elves because you get the Rage Boner, you're like, I got to deal with their range units, but then you overstay a little bit. Berserk had some really good engagements, but yeah, the Dragon character also bullied it. I think that was also a big variable in this game. I think that Daniken's hero core was just so much better. The Lord and Wizard choice for Berserk felt a little bit weird. The double Metal Caster, I think just one would probably be fine. But again, Berserk is a stronger player than me, so yeah, I could learn a thing or two here. Chaos Sorcerer does rally, most likely going to be run down by some Dark Riders, and will not be a variable coming forward in this game. But now Daniken's going to move in. He does have a lot of Cold One Sphere Riders here, I think, but he's going to be using Raven's Herald to try and pick these guys off. On the backside, more Dark Riders being called in. Here we have Doomfire Warlocks as well as Cold Ones, which are going to dominate these Hellstriders in a 2v1 fight. Hellstriders are really good anti-large fighters, but they also don't have armor piercing. So against Cold One Knights, I mean, they have a little bit, but it's going to be subpar. That objective's going to go to the Dork Elves, and I think it's only a matter of time. This game is basically over. So that's the cool part about replays is we could fast forward. And we do see that the Druchii most likely just going to take their opponent's home objective. That's the one's going to be taken. Berserk fighting not to the bitter end, but a little bit longer. But yeah, that is going to be that. So GG, classic Dark Elf. Dark Elves are like, if you guys want to play like Muhammad Ali style, like counterpunching rope-a-dope, Dark Elves are the faction for it. They're always getting pushed back a little bit, but then they just kind of poke and prod at you, and then they counterpunch you. It's just how the faction plays. Dreadlord was great. Scourge Hunters did okay. Cold One Cav did good. Doomfire Warlocks and Witch Elves, they got their crunk juice on. They didn't do bad, but Doomfire Warlocks and Raven's Heralds, not bad at all. Yeah, for this build, there's things I liked. Like, I feel like the Chaos Knight gimmick is always bad. Like, I'm really not a fan of using Chaos Knights with Plague of Rust. It just feels so... Your opponent really just has to play into it, and they're such a big target that Dark Elves are excellent at shooting at and attacking. So, all right. Let's go ahead and update the brackets here. We're going to do this, and let's go to the bracket. There it is. So that's going to be Daniken advancing on against Berserk. So we got Dark Elves, Bretonia, Vampire Coast, and Wood Elves. So we will do we'll do Vampire Coast versus Wood Elves right now. Now this is a pretty cursed matchup here for the Vampire Coast, but we saw Vampire Coast upset freaking Slaanesh earlier, so anything is possible. Maximillionaire versus Wood Elves. It is time. And then we'll go to Daniken's game afterwards. Yeah, that's going to be the game plan. Thank you guys for joining today. It's cool to see some new faces, meet some new people. Pleasure. And let's get this game going. All right. All right, all right. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready to party. Okay, multiplayer battles. There we go. There we go. Perfect, perfect. And let's get into the game. All the rest of the games will be live from here. We got Charix on the hardwood. And he's going to be facing off against Maximillionaire, who's probably doing it. Yeah, it was a good game, Ents. It was a good game. I felt like the map worked against you a lot. Like that map with his safe home objective and the close distance between the objectives allowed him to deal with your mobility. I don't know. What would your assessment be? Like, did you also feel that maybe your Lord was a little bit weaker? Like, if you had gone for a Keeper of Secrets or something, would that have been stronger? Like a classic Sigvald? I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. Yeah. Tomb Kings got eliminated pretty early on. Yeah. They did. Ghost is a good faction, though. They're good. They're definitely strong. Not like S tier or anything. S tier is probably reserved for like Slaanesh, Ogre Kingdoms, Wood Elves. Yeah. Something like that. I don't know. I'd have to look at the data. But what's it going to be? They're under the Sea Dogs, yes. Imperial Road is nice and open, but the Wood Elves can definitely do some nasty flanking on this map. They can move through the sides. Map was good, but also my build could have been better. I think I could have won if I didn't engage so fast. Got it. See, you pulled the trigger a little bit too quick is what you're thinking. Things lined up well, and Max played it well for the win. Yeah, GG, man. We'll have you back for the next faction war. Don't worry. I want to do these more often, especially during the slower seasons of Total War. We have these droughts. I think it's good to spice things up a little bit. I'm rooting for Bretonia, yes. I mean, it's hard not to root for Bretonia. Bretonia is so freaking fun. Yeah, that faction rules. All right, so Maximillionaire on the Vampire Coast, Charix on the Wood Elves. We have Sons of the Mountain versus RTK. I don't know where Max... I think Max lives in the United States. Although Sons of the Mountain is like... That clan is almost entirely Polish dwarf players. So, yeah, I don't know what his correlation to that is, but... Holy Pilgrim, no, you didn't miss the tourney. You're in the top 4 now. So we have 2 top 4s and then a grand final. Yeah, so we have Dark Elves versus Bretonia on the top side, and then we have Wood Elves versus Vampire Coast down here. Now, Wood Elves probably would rather not play Bretonia. I think Wood Elves would rather play against Dark Elves. I could be wrong. An entire clan of Polish dwarfs. Yeah, a lot of the Polish players in this community, they're on 2 ends of the, like... If we're talking Polish Total War players, they either play dwarves or they play elves. There's, like, no in-between. Like, we have like, Grom Brindle, you know, of course, our classic dwarf player, a whole bunch of other ones. Then you have people like Lotus Moon and Charix who just like love their freaking elves. Like it's just one side or the other. Yeah, the true Bretonian hasn't played in a long time. The best Bretonian player is in the top 4 right now. Yeah. Okay. Vampire Coast is ready. Now this is a hard matchup, man. Charix is way too practiced against Bretonia. Yeah, I mean you have a point. You have a point. Yeah, Charix is Polish. I think Max is in the States. On the top side, I think Danikin is from Ukraine, and then his opponent on the top side, I think Plague Penguin lives in the United States. Yeah. Central and Eastern Europe definitely has a lot of really, really strong RTS players. Like if you look around a lot of old RTS games, like Warcraft 3. You know, even Dawn of War 1, the player who won our Dawn of War 1 tournament, a Polish dude. You know, like they have a really strong legacy of RTS gaming. Yeah, like, you know, the #1 Warcraft 3 player in the world is you know, Eastern European, and you see it a lot in this game too. We've had a lot of champions from those regions over the years. All right, let's break it down. Let's have some fun and see what is cooking. So for Maximillionaire, he's going to be bringing his Vampire Coast experience. Yeah, happy, yes. And bringing the double Gunnery White. So Gunnery Whites are cool because they have this item called Scab Scraith, which can roast archers as well as dryads. So that is going to be great. So we got 2 of those guys with restock as well. And is it going to be mortars? It is. So 1, 2, triple mortar. Okay. I am a big fan of artillery play, so that is also very, very fun. We got zombies. We do also have Count Noctilus here, and he's going to be using Melkoths and Inbo, which is a very, very classic composition. And for the great Charix is going to be going with a wide archer line. We all know how much Vampire Coast hates archers. So he's going to be bringing 1 million archers. Just Glade Guard spam. He's bringing like as many Glade Guard as the army limits are going to let you bring. With a couple of Dryads in the wings as well. So we do have Dryka. We have the Waystalker. And a second Waystalker. Although he's only allowed to have 1 Arrow of Khorne. Yeah, so Arrows of Khorne are really busted, so they're limited to 1. So he only has 1. Good man. And Dryka is going to be the Lord choice. So we have the screeching. Don't you guys wish we had some Dryka ASMR, which you could just be yelling angrily into our earbuds the entire time? Yeah. All right, guys. Moving on up. Gunnery Whites are there, and the 2 Waystalkers are probably going to try and take some mortars offline. So the first Arrow of Khorne is going to be activated, and it doesn't kill any of the mortars, but the next one will do some considerable damage as long as Charix is paying attention. Gunnery Whites do have long rifles, so if they set up on the high ground, they can actually take some pot shots at Dryka and or the Waystalker characters. Totally on the table. Now, mortars are firing. I think they're shooting at Dryka. It's a little bit hard to tell. Or maybe they're going into the archers. Yeah, they're shooting at Dryka. Dryka going to be trying to matrix and dodge some of those mortars there. On the backside, we do see the mortars setting up shop, and the archers being kept just out of range. So Charix wants to poke with his Waystalkers, and he is getting okay damage. The Gunnery Whites are actually eating some arrows, but Invocation is going to be able to heal them up just fine. So moving on up, we do see the zombies moving, and deckhand mobs on the backside as well. Count Noctilus just chilling, and the mortars are now going to be shooting into the woods, into the Dryads. Now, the way to counter the Dryad split push, if they're coming in like this, is you just park a Morngul or 2 right here. And then when they come in, the Mornguls just annihilate them. It's going to be a very good fight for you. But the mortars should probably be scooting up a little bit. Probably moving the mortars like up here so they can threaten the archers in the back while you take the middle objective would be very good. The White Kings are returning the fire now into the Gunnery Whites. Now, White Kings, I think, have a similar amount of HP. They both have, like, yeah, they both literally have, like, the same HP. A little bit tankier on the Gunnery Whites. And Gunnery Whites do have some built-in missile resist, too, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they got 15%. But so, too, do the Waystalkers. Waystalkers have some missile resist, too. Come on, Charix, score some goals. I love that meme, the hooligan or the soccer fan meme. It's really fun. No, this is the semifinals, William. Yeah, so whoever wins this is going to be going to the grand finals. All right, another Arrow of Khorne, and we are going to be seeing the mortars get killed. Although, does Invocation resurrect the artillery pieces? I don't think. Oh my god, I think it does. I think the mortars are coming back to life. Do they? Okay, that's something I should know, but that's some weird shit there. Yeah, the mortar still has 3 shots there, so they're chilling, man. Zombie's going to be slow pushing up. This is certainly quite a battle here. And Invocation keeping that mortar stable here. On the backside, mortar's not quite in range of the archers, but it looks like they did make contact with some of the archers, and now we see the dick end mobs moving up. So they are going to be Unados and Trace. Double Gunnery White's going to be moving up to put pressure on Dryka, which is great. And the mortars are also advancing up, which is good. They're slow pushing the Wood Elves towards the back of the map. Charix seems like, normally I feel like they would have unga-bunga'd a little bit on the coast earlier, but yeah, the Vampire Coast mortar play, doing good. Yeah, very similar to Necrons. Maybe not quite as tanky, but the 3 characters here is a great choice because each of these characters has 9 capture weight and they're very durable against missiles. Jackal, thank you for being a channel member. Appreciate you, man. All right, all right. I'm saying it on purpose for the record. Yes, we are. Just to clear up the conspiracy theory. All right, so triple mortars on the backside, annihilating some of the Glade Guard. Look at that. Man, oh man, that is some damage, as the French would say. Look at that. So 6 leadership on those bad boys. Mortar's going to continue shooting into the archers, and man, mortars are, they're eating well today. Really able to force back a lot of these units, but now Charix is going to be sounding the horn of war. He's got the full army moving forward. So War Dancers over here, and on the side, the Dryad's going to be creeping. And we are going to be seeing the Morngulls coming in as well as Deck Dropper Bombers, which are going to be excellent at clearing out Dryads. So normally Deckhand mobs would lose horribly to Dryads, but with the wacky inflatable arm boys coming in, it's going to be Pound Town. These guys are going to beat down these trees. It is going to be very, very good. All right, so Mortar is still making it rain and doing good damage, although many of the archers are still functional and online. The 2 Gunnery Whites are... Ooh, the Scabscraith play is so good. Look at that, nailing down the Glade Guard. Man, he's bringing his Vampire Counts experience here, because a lot of Coast players are not super good with Scabscraith, but he knows all the proper targets from playing Vampire Counts. Also, dealing with the Dryad split pushing, we do see the Deck Droppers. So the Deck Dropper Bombers are a very good counter against Dryads with their fire damage. Melkoth's activated from the Elven Archers, and that's going to be hitting the Lamprey's Revenge as the Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs do advance up. Archers trying to wear down the big Krabos, and the Gunnery Whites are just feasting here while the Mortars continue to bombard into the Archers in the backfield. Definitely looking pretty good for the Vampire Coast so far, which is not super common in this matchup. This one only has 1 mortar left, but the other ones have pretty good mortars. They got 4 and 4, and they are getting some good perpetual value. And now we're going to be seeing Maximilianaire going pedal to the metal, calling out 2 dogs. So Scurvy Dogs are really good at chasing down archers, but very weak against light cavalry. So the Wood Elves can bring out their own Glade Guard to try and counter this. And it looks like Charix is putting a little bit of effort into trying to get the back objective, but it's not working out super well. We do see the backside being taken here, so the Dryads getting forced back. Dryads getting forced back here as well. And Mortars are going to continue shooting in and doing what they can. Dryka, though, pushing onto the back objective is going to be a little bit scary. There's not a lot here that can actually counter her. There is going to be some sort of witchcraft going down. Is that a pendulum? Looks like Penumbral Pendulum. Not bad. Does a little bit of tickling damage. And, yeah, she might have her Malevolent Dryad summon. I don't know if she does, but... Yeah, nice, nice. The double artillery shutdown is so freaking good. So that mortar's offline, and then she summons her evil Dryads on top of the other mortar, which is just a chef's kiss of a play, by the way. Just brilliant. This one's going to be getting taken down here, slapped up a little bit. Mortars are critical binding, and that is a huge momentum shift. That's going to be giving Charix a lot of freedom to use his archers, whereas before they were having a bad time. Scurvy Dog's moving in, going to be nibbling on one of the archer units here. An idle Scurvy Dog there is getting shot down, and the other one being taken down by the Glade Riders with spears. Now, Noctilus and his Gunnery Whites are doing great, but the back objective pressure here is going to be quite brilliant. With all 3 mortars being taken down in one fell swoop by Charix's back pressure with Dryka and the Malevolent Dryad summon, that is very, very good. But the Dryad split push was a bit of an abject failure. We did see the Morngulls really tearing them up. So Vampire Coast is going to be having to use what I like to call face-the-foot style a little bit right now, where they have to just eat a lot of arrows and hopefully be able to endure on some of the points. Now remember, Vampire Coast has healing. Wood Elves do not have any healing on the roster, I don't believe. So there is going to be some damage, you know, nuances in that regard in terms of just pure damage value. But Morgul's coming back at the point. Morgul's will be okay against Rika, and the Malevolent Dryads are going to be disappearing here very, very soon. And middle point is also in flux, though. We do see Count Noctilus chasing off the objective and try and shut down some of the archers. Gunnery White's trying to hold this one down, but the Wood Elves do have a capture weight threat on that point as well, as we do see Charix looking to be in a position to maybe advance to the Grand Finals now. After getting a pick on those mortars, it really, really just opens up a lot of play for Charix. The Dryka pick was quite good, actually. She's a bully. She's a very, very good fighter. Noctilus isn't someone who could like go fisticuffs with her and take her down, right? All right, Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs going to be coming out. A lot of Dickhand mobs as well as the Depth Guard. So Depth Guard will chew through a lot on the back point. Vampire Coast, do they have a points lead? I mean, it's a little bit of a points lead, but not much. We do see the back point is taken by the Hardwood, and the middle objective is owned by Coast, but probably not for too much longer. Summon chasing down the archers here. Noctilus and company trying to fight, but the Glade, the Gunnery White's going to need an invo. Probably gather up these 3 characters right here and get a big old invocation right there. That's going to be your best bet. Vampire Coast fighting and getting their objective back here. They do get their zombies and Depth Guard up on the point. And on the back, we do see the archers online, but ammunition not super low on them. Really nice Wraith Storm by Count Noctilus. Oh my god, what the hell happened to Count Noctilus? Was there an elite archer that came in that I missed? He's just getting nailed by Starfire Shafts. That's going to end the game. Oh my god, Noctilus getting last samurai'd by those archers, man. That is freaking brutal and a half. Critical binding on that bad boy, and guys, he is going to be in big old trouble. So with Noctilus dying, that's going to end the game. We're going to be seeing the Wood Elves advancing to the Grand Finals, most likely, to face the winner of the top side of the bracket, which of course we'll be getting to after this. Yep, Noctilus is dead. The Vampires losing their Lord is really, really bad for that roster, because they have a lot of low leadership units in these Dickhand mobs, and when they die, they'll just crumble so quickly now. Depth Guard normally would be really good here. I mean, they can probably kill Dryka and battle these skirmish cavalry. The back objective does go back to Vampire Coast, but Noctilus getting last samurai'd by all those archers, because I think there were Starfire Shafts. Yeah, double Starfire Shaft. They have really good AP values, so they were able to kill Noctilus really, really fast. All right, guys, I don't think there's much of a chance for Maximillionaire here. He's going to be fighting a little bit longer. Obviously, this is a live replay, so we can't fast forward this, but I don't know how he comes back from that, man. I mean, maybe save up resources and resummon Noctilus. The invocations have been good this game, but I don't think it's been enough to really, really keep him in it. Charix is up in points now as well, looking very, very clean. Yeah, possible Wood Elves versus Dark Elf finals. Yeah, so Bretonia is going to be facing Dark Elves. So it's Daniken versus Plague Penguin on the top side there to see who's going to be getting it. Hey, Sir Nicholas and Jeanju, thank you for giving out 5 subs. Sorry I missed that during the heat of the action. And Gracious, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you, boss. Thank you guys for supporting, and more good times to come, man. If you guys like RTS, you're in the right spot. So, the battle is on. Depth Guard heading to the objective, and Scurvy Doggos and Zombie Pirate Dickhand mobs on the way. I mean, look, Coast might be able to hold its back objective, but getting the momentum to get the Wood Elves off objective 2 and eventually their home objective, I don't know how that's going to go. It's going to be tough. Scurvy Doggos looking for things to nibble on, might be able to find an opportunity here. There are some archers, especially that healthy archer there. That'd be very, very good. Vampire Coast and their Depth Guard fighting hard here, tooth and nail, but critical binding is going to be upon them. Dryka, a very disruptive piece. She's kind of like Sigvald in that way, where she's very tough to remove, and she's going to be pimp slapping some of the zombies here. There she goes, the atomic slap. And yep, Scurvy Dogs get in, get on top of archers, but immediately countered by the Wild Riders of Charix. If Noctilus had still been alive and had been able to avoid death, we might still have a game on our hands. It would actually probably be pretty close. But with Noctilus giving up, 2,300 value, dying himself, taking away magic and leadership from an already kind of flimsy army, it's a little bit too much. A little bit too much. All right, Scurvy Doggos are on the chase. Zombie Pirate Deckhand mob's going to be advancing up. We do see the 2 Waystalkers actually kind of getting killed here. They're both shaken and stirred. I mean, could we see a comeback? I like that Maximillionaire is still scrapping, maybe, but I seriously doubt it. Because all these, zombies are just countered by the mortars were what was keeping this in check, and Noctilus as well with his summons and his Melkoths, but just not going to do it, man. Not going to do it. GG. Archers are going to run out of ammo eventually, but yes, then they can just summon more archers, They can summon more. Because if you're good about unsummoning your units when they run out of ammo, they go back into your pool, and then you can... bring them back. It takes a while, of course, and you are giving up, agency on the battlefield by doing that, but typically it's worth it. A little bit of housekeeping is always welcome. Yep, Zombies going to be moving forward. Scurvy Dogs is like Maximillionaire. Basically, all the desperation tactics are on display. Trying to get his dogs to go steal the back capture, but his opponent able to screen him with the Wild Riders, keep him in check there. And the Waystalkers, the dreaded double Legolas, maybe going to be getting it done here. Yeah, they're chopping it up. So looking good. There they are. Oh, that zombie just got the business. These guys are literally the Legolas of this game. Yeah, they're pretty good. By the way, Legolas is like one of the most busted models I've played with in Middle-earth strategy battle game. He is so freaking good. There's a really fun list in Middle-earth strategy battle game. This will be the quick rant. It's called the Men of the West. You get to use like Legolas and Aragorn as King Elisar and stuff. It's so freaking fun. All right, guys, that's it. Not really a whole lot of commentary to give you guys here. This one is basically 99% over. The only variable that could turn the tide of this game would be a dreaded disconnect from Charix. However, even if he disconnected at this point, I'd probably still give him the win because just this one's so over. And yeah, Dryka doing it. Back objective is also being stolen here. We do see Maximilian are kind of creeping back a little bit on value, but he's still down by about 4,000, which is a lot. A whole bunch. So Waystalkers clearing out the zombies over time. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that is going to be all she wrote. GG, Wood Elves advance to the grand finals. All right, all right. So let's break it down and see what's cooking. So Dryka was a beast. That MLG Dryka play where she just went full hero mode and just ran into the backfield, shut down 2 mortars, probably took over the game. But then the second play was sniping Noctilus, who was kind of unsupported there. But the mortars, they did have chevrons invested in them. They didn't really have a lot of time to generate their value. But that by the way, guys, let's give a big shout out to Max because that is a hard matchup to win. In my opinion, Wood Elves are massively favored against Vampire Coast, so he put up a great fight. That still only counts as one. There is a still only counts as one rule in the tabletop game. I'll explain it to you in a second. So let's go to the brackets. There we are. And we are going to go to Charix. Victory here. And now we have Bretonia versus Dark Elves. What a wild top 4. I did not expect it to look like this. That is for damn sure. Yeah, Charix is a beast. He's one of the best players in the world. And Wood Elves are also an S tier faction, so it's a lot. Okay. So now we have Danikentrop versus Plague Penguin or Blood Penguin. Lobby, please. So the way that the rule works in tabletop, if you have Gimli and Legolas in your army, if either of them has more kills than the other one, you have to keep tabs, then the other one gets a buff. So like if Gimli has more kills than Legolas, he gets like a bonus to wound and vice versa. It's really funny. So it's like you get to play a bit of a mini game. Yeah, it's always a good time. Okay, guys, getting into the next lobby here. Charix going to be getting ready for the grand finals. And here we are. There we go. Cool. Yeah, the Middle-earth strategy battle game is my favorite tabletop game right now. I think it's the best one. It's so fun, and there's so many good flavor wins. You know, it's just amazing. Like there's so many rules that are flavorful and fun. Yeah. All right, here we go. We're loading into the game, and let's have some fun. I don't know why nobody brings Severed Claw anymore. I mean, the meta has shifted a little bit away from it, but I still think Severed Claw is very good. Where can I find this tier list of yours? Okay, Shmoop, if you remind me after the grand finals, I will give you a straight up tier list. I could just do it on the spot. I'll just go to Total Tavern, look at the data, and we'll make a tier list. Yeah, or I don't know. We'll give you a loose one, and then maybe I'll do a separate video on the tier list. That's a little bit more thought out and less like on the spot. All right, guys. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready to go. Let's have some fun. And let's see what is cooking. All right, all right. Yeah, so if we're talking Middle-earth tabletop, the Dinlanders, they're mixed with the Army of the White Hand. So Isengard has like 4 or 5 different armies, maybe 6. But one of them is Saruman with Wildmen, and a little bit of Uruk-hai support. They also have their own army from the new animated show. Hey, well played, Max. It's a hard matchup, dude, but it's the nature of faction wars, you know. Sometimes the stars have to align and you have to avoid the counters, but nothing you can do. Well played, man. You did great. You should hold your head up high, man. Defeating Slaanesh was no small feat. All right, guys. Welcome to the other semifinal. It's going to be Bretonia facing off against the Dark Elves. They took our jobs. Yes. Knights of the Realm, Knights of the Realm. Yeoman Archers are pretty good for poke and dive. Peasant Bowmen, Grail Relique, and it is going to be Alberic as well. All right. So Bretonia has never been to the finals of a faction war. I'm fairly certain Dark Elves have been a couple times. But yeah, regardless, it's still a very, very impressive feat. So Daniken, it's funny, like 6 months ago, everyone was like, oh, Dark Elves are trash, you know, and now Daniken just mains them and just like crushes people with them. So just goes to show, man, you never know. You never know. Like people said the same thing, like Greenskins were looking weak in previous patches, and then Solasora just wins like all the games I play with them and just an absolute menace. It's a lot of fun. All right, so here we do have Scourge Runner Chariots, which are great. Anti-large ballistas against Cav, anti-infantry chariots. Kind of like, hey, I need They're like the WD-40 of the Dark Elves. They counter. They can fix any squeaky thing in your roster. It's very, very good. High Beastmaster is going to be there with the Tormentor Sword, and aside from that, we have a lot of infantry, Cold One Knights, Burning Headcaster, as well as a Canate Assassin. Love to see it. Love to see it. GLHF. So let us know your bets. Who do you guys want to win? Do you want the dreaded Druki? You want an Elvish Civil War in the finals? Or do you want the Bretonians to advance on and take on the Wood Elves? Yeah, Bretonia has had an amazing run today. They took some great wins off people, man. Yeah, Faction Wars, they used to be every single month. Now they're a little bit more sparse, but I'll try and incorporate them back into the regular schedule. It's, you know, Total War's been a little bit slow, but I'll probably do another Faction War when we get as soon as we get an update, like a new DLC or something. We'll just have one right after that to showcase the new stuff, which will be fun. All right. So the battle is on. Dark Elves versus the Bretonians. I wonder if we're going to see Green Knight. Green Knight would actually be really brutal here. Like, what can kill Green Knight on this roster? Nothing. He would be a menace. The lady wills it. All right, we're seeing a little bit. It seems like a lot of people on Twitch want the Dark Elves, and a lot of people on YouTube want the Bretonians. It's a little bit split there. All right, folks. Moving on up are the Mounted Yeoman Archers, and honestly doing some okay poke against the Scourge Runners. If you can get Scourge Runners to waste their ammo on Yeoman, it's pretty good. But obviously Daniken has really good micro, and it's going to be shooting at Knights of the Realm. Canate Assassins move it up. Dark Elf Army is going to be posturing, getting ready to head towards objective number 2 right here. The unwashed masses of Bretonians are also heading towards the middle with their peasant mobs and their spearmen at arms to fight over this one. This is a great map. I always like this one. High Elves lost in round 1, but they had a really good game. High Elves lost to, it was, oh man, what was the matchup there? God, I can't remember. Was it Greenskins? No, it wasn't Greenskins. It was a long time ago. Lizardmen, thank you. God damn. Sorry, I'm juggling a lot. My brain is trying to process a lot of information, but it was dinos. Yes, it was Lord Shaftesbury on the dinosaurs. It was a good game. So far, though, Bretonia does manage to get to the middle, and the Mounted Yeomen are eating a lot of the ammo, which is good. Scourge Runner Chariots shooting into peasants is also rough, so Daniken is partially manually firing, but I think he does have auto fire on as well. You know, pros and cons of that. On the backside, Cold One Knights gathering up, as well as some Dark Riders, and Bretonia does manage to get his clutches on this objective. I have played against Plague Penguins Bretonia probably 100 times with Nurgle, and he's definitely one of the sweatier Bretonian players. I think, honestly, he's probably the best Bretonian player in the game right now. He's just so tough to deal with. So tough to deal with. So Yeoman going to be shooting into the High Beastmaster, the Forbidden Lord Snipe with the Yeoman Archers. Literally, they have like 3 armor piercing, so getting through the 80 armor is going to be tough. Look at that. Alberic going for a little bit of a punch and gets a huge hit on that Canate Assassin. And then he just kind of gets back up in the sky. He's like, no, thank you, Dovidzenia. I'll see you on the other side. Web of Shadows activated, which slows him down. But he did manage to make contact and do some good damage there. Oh, shit, guys. The Green Knight is out for the lady. The menace. And just like I was talking about, if Daniken doesn't have some Doomfire Warlocks, I don't know how he's going to stop the Green Knight. Because there's a life caster in here too, with Earthblood and Flesh to Stone. So that's going to make Green Knight basically impervious to damage. Oh boy. Green Knight in tabletop is like one of the most toxic characters in the game. He's just so awful. And here he can be as well if your opponent doesn't deal with it. On the outside, Knights of the Realm encircling a little bit, but they have to be careful because they will lose the Cold One Knights head-to-head. You don't want to be given that value for free. Scourge Runners looking like they want to charge into melee. Not sure what they're posturing up for here. Maybe going to run over some peasants, and it looks like that's going to be the case. The horses trample like 2 peasants and then leave. They hated those 2 peasants in particular. Green Knight's coming. A really good burning head from Daniken. I mean, basically just, oh my god, why did that do so much damage? Just straight up deleting that archer unit. They just got their source code deleted from Total War. They had their DLC removed. All right, on the other side, Dark Riders harrying the Yeoman Archers of Plague Penguin. He should be able to micro away. I think he's going to notice it right now, and he does get away and shouldn't take too much damage. On the outside, Knights of the Realm just lurking and waiting, and honestly, Bretonia is very happy to play this way. And you guys notice how every player who's kind of lost to Daniken today has pushed him very, very deep. They've gone into a zone, and then Daniken counterpunches really hard and then pushes you back, but we're seeing a massive degree of patience coming in from Plague Penguin, which I think is really, really big for him. The fact that he's not going balls deep and overextending into his opponent's territory, I think is certainly going to be good. Yeah, they're getting a rework after that. That's right. They got sent to the Shadow Realm. Now, the Firecaster, what spells do we have? We do not have Flaming Sword of Rune. We only have the Burning Head, so there's not going to be any magic damage for a Green Knight. I would wager Daniken probably at least has a Doomfire Warlock in reserve. And if a Doomfire Warlock can get a surround on the Green Knight, they can do some considerable damage to him. But the ammunition's going to start running out. Yeah, it's all cute and fun while they're poking with their Scourge Runners, but when the Scourge Runner ammo runs out, that's when the Bretonians are going to be feasting. And basically, Plague Penguin is just sitting on the objective saying, come at me, bro, and only presenting shitty targets. So he's like, you can shoot at my Yeoman and maybe a Knight of the Realm if I'm feeling generous, but he's not presenting anything big. Another Burning Head going down. That one not as brutal. It tickles the Peasant Archers, but the Peasant Archers are going to be back online, and Green Knight's now going to be surging forth. And using the Green Knight as damage punch isn't a bad idea either. You can move him and go poke these characters. Honestly, I do think that's a bit of a blunder by Plague Penguin, a very small one, but he could be using Green Knight to go harass these characters right now. Buna does not do good damage against Green Knight. Spirit Leech, however, would be very good. Buna is designed to kill multi-model units. It's not designed to kill single targets. I think he meant Spirit Leech. Yeah. All right, so the Knights are gathering. We do see Knights of the Realm here and Knights of the Realm. Now, we know that Plague Penguin is the Dark Lord of using Grail Knights. So more than likely, we are going to be seeing a Grail Knight coming out at some point. And here we go. The Green Knight is now going to come bully the shit out of this Khainate Assassin. This guy's going to be having a terrible time. Immediately loses a massive amount of HP. This is like one of the most legendary characters in Warhammer Fantasy versus just a random assassin guy. And Green Knight is going to be a bully. He's going to be able to give him the business. And nothing here is going to be effective against him. Daniken uses the Tormentor Sword to lock down the Green Knight and allow the assassin to get away. In the meantime, Dark Rider is going to be chasing the Yeomen, but the Yeomen are just kind of poking and enjoying their life. And the Dark Elves are going to have to advance. The one thing the Dark Elves have going for them is the quad Cold One Knights. So we do have Uno, Dos, Tres, and Quattro up in the high ground. Another good Burning Head right here. The Bretonians have a really weak infantry corps, though. That is something to consider. As the Knights of the Realm get a nice charge into the Dark Riders of Daniken and are able to feast on that unit. Alberic is going to be heading to the middle to try and hold that one down. And Plague Penguin, I bet you he calls out a Grail Knight soon. I suspect that's going to be the case. Golden Knights have gathered here, and look at that. What a smooth criminal. Those Knights of the Realm able to get the kill, pull back, and now they're going to be helping out against Golden Knights. I love this from Daniken, though. Using the Whiplash to make his Golden Knights into Giga Chads with 63 weapon strength is so freaking cool. But Alberic moving in, bullying that high Beastmaster, man. Middle objective, potentially going to be in flux. Dark Elves coming up with Corsairs, and we do see Cav coming in from the other side. So this is a brilliant play, right? Pretend you're going to fight over here, rotate across, and the Golden Knights won't be able to follow you because they're going to have to deal with those peasant mobs. A brilliant, brilliant play there. All right, guys. Knights of the Realm duking it out with the Golden Knights, and Alberic is providing his anti-large, so that is making the fight a little bit better. Knights of the Realm getting flushed to stone here, going to be giving a big damage mitigation as Questing Knights being brought in. A good middle ground. Questing Knights will do well, but Daniken is on the onslaught here, guys. He does have the big scaries coming in. Knights of the Ebon Claw. Ooh, he's about to blunder these Knights here. These Questing Knights are going to get wrecked by the Ebon Claw Knights. Okay, so we're seeing some potential throws by Plague Penguin, giving an expensive Questing Knight to the Knights of the Ebon Claw for free. However, will Alberic be able to win the high ground fight? He's going to be using the Trident of Borderlow here, which is going to be brilliant. It does come in and splash these guys and also potentially help break their leadership. Questing Knights fighting up here, while these Questing Knights in the middle are going to need to retreat. So he does at least retreat them before everything goes really bad. Calling in more Knights of the Realm here. Definitely need to get these cheap spears in the way to help fight against the Knights of the Ebon Claw. And the Dork Elves are able to overwhelm the Bretonian infantry corps over here. Now, these spears should probably pull back to that point if they can to make sure that objective doesn't go. Daniken's starting to pull ahead a little bit in value, but Bretonia does have a lot of healing. Remember this. All right, so big fight going down here, and what's really busted about Alberic is that he gives anti-large to Questing Knights. So he makes them into just armor-piercing anti-large fighters, which is brilliant. Around the flank, we do see Questing Knights coming around the back. Plague Penguin unleashing Sweaty Bretonian Myco, going to be getting into the back of the Knights of the Ebon Claw. But there are going to be some spears hot on the case, and Green Knight, he's a little bit damaged, but probably needs to try and finish off that high Beastmaster if he can. Big, ugly pit fight. The Knights of the Ebon Claw, despite getting a dank whiplash here, are going to be taking a ton of damage from the Quested Knights and the Knights of the Realm with the bonus versus large augment. Quested Knights coming up here, going to be engaging versus another Cold Wind Knight, so that's going to be a bit messy. There is a Grail Relic nearby. And the Green Knight does take down the Sorceress. So the Harry Potter of the Dark Elves has been killed. Green Knight, one of the best assassins in the entire game, able to get the job done there. But we're going to see if Bretonia is going to be able to rally. The Cold Wind Knights are a big, big problem. And I don't think Bretonia can afford to lose this back objective. They definitely need to move those units back there and try and hold it down. Questing Knights here, fighting a good fight, but going to be overwhelmed. Getting about 700-800 value in the process, so not bad at all. Are we going to see Grail Knights come out? The blessed units of Plague Penguin. I don't know, a little bit hard to say. Daniken getting a nice high ground charge using his Dark Riders. And now we see Pegasus Knights coming out to try and chase down the Dark Riders in the backfield. Not bad. Dark Riders here do get folded up. Grail Relic still very much alive. Green Knight with the Rage Boner trying to hunt down the High Beastmaster. Definitely needs to be microed very aggressively. And here it comes. All right. There it goes. The green Giga Chad, yes. He's going to be going for the kill on the High Beastmaster, who is slower than him, I think. No, they're actually the same speed. Okay. But the High Beastmaster does have the Tormentor Sword, and the Dread Spears kind of block up the Green Knight a little bit there, which is a brilliant play. So back objective going to be taken by Daniken. We do see a good fight here for Bretonia. The Knights of the Ebon Claw do get overextended and potentially killed here by the Pegasus Knights, the Lifecaster, and Knights of the Realm. I don't know where Alberic went. Alberic looks like he chased something off, but is going to be on his way back in. Now remember, even though the value does favor Dark Elves, there's a shit ton of healing here for the forces of Bretonia. They've been healing the entire game. So Knights Errants and Yeomen going to be coming in. Might need to get some actual infantry. We'll see. And a big old pit fight. Trident Borderlow going to be great here. That's going to wreck the Bleak Swords as well as these Cold Knights in terms of their leadership. Nice right there. Really, really good damage. Negative 16 leadership is no joke. You're going to see some terror routes here in a moment. Pegasus Knights fighting it out pretty hard. Starting to break those units. Bretonia is still in this game. Despite being pushed back a little bit, we do see the sons and daughters of the lady. Mainly sons in this case. There's no damsels. They are going to be attempting to grab their home objective again. Green Knight does have terror. Could get some good terror routes right here. Yeoman Archer is going to be setting up at the point as Knights of the Realm are called out here. And Alberic is fighting over here and slowly getting a win. But I think he realizes this fight is unimportant. It's like not in a good position at all. So he's going to be bringing the fight over here to try and take down the Dark Elf pressure on his home point, which is good. He needs to solidify his army and just get an anvil going and hammering. Now, Bretonia still has a points lead. Not anymore. It just got passed. So Daniken, for the first time in the game, does get the points advantage. Really close, though, man. I mean, this High Beastmaster is really beat up. Pegasus Knights, Alberic coming in, probably going to be able to steamroll a lot of the Dark Elves off this objective. And what is Plague Penguin going to call out? Is it just going to be cavalry spam? Most likely so. On the backside, Cold Knights, the smart choice. It's good against pretty much everything that's here. And Alberic is going to be landing, looking to get a terror out on the Bleak Swords, and maybe it's going to get a terror out in 3, 2, and 1. There's the terror out right there. Still got it. Green Knight, he needs to be actively hunting that High Beastmaster, just really taxing Daniken's micro or going after the Scourge Runner Chariots. Candidate Assassin would be another viable target as well. And we do see Bretonia fighting to get this objective back. Knights of the Realm are going to be coming in, and that's going to be a big hammer. But those Blackheart Corsairs do have really good armor. They're tough to drag down, man. And we get another unit of Cav coming in. Green Knight hunting down a Chariot and is able to get a break on the Scourge Runner Chariot with the remnants of some Knights of the Realm. Dread Spears here might be susceptible to terror route as well. So on the side, the Grail Relic is actually out capturing those Dark Riders. And we do have some Yeomen going in to threaten capture weight in the middle, which is brilliant. So if Bretonia is going to win this game, it's going to be like a steamroller. They're going to basically take their home objective and get a big Cav Death Star. Currently, as it stands, if this game were just perpetual conflict, the Bretonians would probably win this. But the objectives are very much in play, and we do see Daniken approaching 1,200 points here. Bretonia getting that Death Star together, and they're able to take their home objective. High Beastmaster's in a little bit of trouble. Oh no, it's getting surrounded by cavalry. And also, we do see the Green Knight hot on his case. Pegasus Knight's coming in. If that High Beastmaster gets killed, that's probably GG. Okay. He's wavering. He's frostbitten by the Green Knight. He's broken right now. Now, what needs to happen is the Pegasus Knights need to go after him and try and get the kill right there. That is big. Middle objective's going to be flipping. Oh my god, is he actually going to get it with just the Grail Relic and those Knights there? Yeah, the Yeomen are going to go after the High Beastmaster, but he's going to probably be able to get away there. Middle objective's in flux. Ooh, maybe he should have stayed there instead of trying to chase down the Lord. Maybe the Yeomen should have stayed on the point and gotten the capture. That could have been a game-losing blunder, guys. Yeah, because if he had stayed on the objective, he gets it. But he's going after the High Beastmaster and might be able to get him off the battlefield. Pegasus Knights are going for it as well. Bretonia does not have a lot of time, guys. And now they're going to be surging towards the middle with their Death Star, successfully reclaiming their home point. We do see a lot of Dork Elves moving in, but they're going to get terror-routed most likely, especially if the High Beastmaster does get killed. High Beastmaster at 600 HP. Pegasus Knights are flying overhead, so we do see a massive effort coming in from Plague Penguin. The Dorks do 1-on-1, correct. But, man, I think he should have just stayed and captured that middle objective in retrospect. It's easy to say that, obviously. A lot of cav units coming in. We do see the Blackheart Corsairs getting terrified and bullied here as more cavalry are coming in. This is going to be an absolute nail-biter of a game, as we do see Colden Knights gathering here. And 200 HP here. Pegasus Knights going for the kill. 197. If the Dark Elf Lord gets killed here, I think that wins the game for Plague Penguin. 114. He's maybe going to shatter as well. 56. And the Pegasus Knights are spam clicking. The High Beast Master's really low. 56 HP. Oh, God, he's got a spam click on him. You got to spam click. Just get your mouse and just give yourself carpal tunnel clicking on that High Beast Master. If he gets away with a little bit of HP, that's going to just be such a huge advantage. Okay. The Bretonians have broken the Dark Elf ranks and are surging forth towards Objective 1. For the lady, the epic cav charge is coming. And the Dark Elves don't really have a lot of steam here. Oh, and the High Beastmaster gets killed by the heroic Pegasus Knights, going out on their shield for the lady. And now that is going to make it exponentially easier to break this high ground point. But the question is, can the Dark Elves do some shenanigans and maybe steal the middle back? I don't know. It's going to be tough. There are some Knights Errant here. And we do see a Quest Knight coming in, which should seal the deal there. Here on the point, we do see Alberic move again with the Green Knight and the Yeomen. They're going to be trying to fight for this point. You see how leadership is really fickle? Death, forth now to the world's ending. So epic. All right, Knights of the Realm gather up. Middle objective is in flux. A little bit sketchy. Those guys need to move in. Questing Knights might be able to get them off. This game's a little bit dodgy here as we do see him at 1,400 points. And this objective is going to be taken by Bretonia. So Bretonia does get this one. And man, the middle though is really dodgy, but it looks like the Knights are able to secure it. The lady wills it. The lady wills it. All right. So objective number 1 going down for Bretonia. Objective 2 is back and forth though. Can't afford to lose that. It's really close, man. It's really close. So the Yeoman Archers and the Green Knight going to be trying to anchor down this back point, although there are some cold ones coming in. Daniken fighting to the bitter end here for this game, as there is another Knight of the Realm coming in. For Thurlingus. Yeah, Bretonia really is the Rohan faction. All right, so Green Knight and Yeoman trying to hold this one down. Losing this point so sketchy. And the Dark Elves get it back, but immediately the capture weight comes back to Bretonia. When the King returns, he returns, and the Orcs are scattering. The metaphorical Orcs. The Blackheart Corsairs and the Colden Knights are going to be on full retreat. Although now Dark Elves are threatening this objective, guys. Could Daniken, the GOAT of the Dark Elves, pull this one back? He is the best Dark Elf player in the world versus the best Bretonian player. Doesn't get any better than this. All right, Dark Riders, Repeater Crossbows going to be coming in. And Bretonia, oh, they better watch out of the back point, guys. Oh, is he not paying attention? Is that Canid Assassin going to clutch the game? That would be so funny. The Bretonians are going to be bum rushing to Objective 1 with everything to try and stabilize that. Green Knight trying to hold it down. Capture weight is belonging to the Dark Elves right now. Bretonia is going to be getting everything there. He needs to pay attention to that back point, though, guys. I'm telling you, he could lose off that. He could lose off that. All right, so the Dark Elves is going to be trying to grab this. Bretonia is grinding it down. Ooh, that capture weight is so close. Another Coldwood Knight's going to be coming in. As it currently stands, the Bretonia wins on 2 objectives. So as long as Bretonia doesn't throw the back objective, they win the game. Holy shit, he's going to throw the game, isn't he? Okay, no, he's not. Yeah, Bretonia wins on just 2 objectives now. And they're going to be fighting it out, getting this one as well. Dude, the assassin backdoor back here was so sketchy. Man, Daniken is such a terror. His decision-making is just so good, despite being behind. Just really, really rallying here. Now, Bretonia's going to be Elves counter push and get a second objective? I don't know. Maybe not. So right there, we do see a Canid Assassin battling it out here. All right, all right. And in the middle, looking pretty good. Corsairs coming back in. Bretonia does not manage to get the home objective here. But look at the points. 1489 against 1486. So freaking close. And with that, it's going to be the first time we've ever had Bretonia make it to the grand finals of a faction war. Helly, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. All right, guys. GG, well played. What a great game. That was a really stressful one, man. I thought he was going to lose it on the back objective for a second. Daniken defeated, but had an amazing run today. Very well played to Daniken. Daniken is an absolute Chad. Shout out. Always cool to see underdog Dark Elves being made to look like an S-tier faction by him. All right, guys. And Bretonia as well. I mean, Plague Penguin with an absolute run today. So now we get Bretonia versus Wood Elves in the grand finals. Daniken Skywalker, that's right. All right, let's get this grand final going, baby. That game was so epic. That had like all the Lord of the Rings moment. Green Knight was a terror too. Just like we talked about, Green Knight being just no answer for Green Knight in this build. All right, guys. So let's host the finals. Faction War Finals. All right. Let's do this. There we go. And let's break it down. Hey, Eddie, thank you for the 20 bucks. Thank you for supporting the channel. And we're going to get this. And GG, both of you. Amazing. So now we have Plague Penguin. No, Blood Penguin. He goes by both names. And who's the other finalist here? It's going to be Charks. Finals. Let's freaking go. The patience of Bretonia that game was pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good. He didn't overextend it into Dark Elf territory. He just kind of, tanked the shots, traded where he could, and was able to pull it out. It was very, very good. All right, so the finals are set up here. We have both these homies. I need to know what the map is going to be. Let me know map, please. And right on. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing on YouTube, consider dropping a like. And for those of you on Twitch, consider following or subscribing if you're not. We do Total War around here, but we also do a lot of RTS as well. In the future, we'll be covering any new RTS games. Dawn of War 4 is, of course, going to be our next big one that we dive into. I'm going to be setting up a competitive league for Dawn of War 4. So we're gonna have like 8 weeks of competition followed by championships. Assuming the multiplayer is good, we will have a very, very fun one there. So board or low landing, it could be. I have to see what the map's gonna be. I don't know. The players are doing their picks and bans right now. Dude, that game was so sweaty, man. Daniken is an absolute raid boss. Like, I thought Daniken was dead in the water, but somehow he's like Palpatine, dude. Somehow he returns and just comes back and almost gets the dub. Yeah, we're going to have more Dawn of War 1 tournaments this week. 100%. I'll be having a couple of those. So this week we're going to have Dawn of War 1. We'll have an Age of the Ring event. I'm probably going to have a tournament for that. And that's Battle for Middle-earth 2, for the record. And more Total War, obviously. Yeah. The Orcs will dominate Dalfor. We'll see. We will see. Message Charix. Let me know map, please. Great, and I'm gonna go get some water. I will BRB and uno momento. All right, guys, we're back in business. Okay, so waiting on the maps. We still don't know yet. They're currently doing their map pick and bans, and then we'll be going. I don't think Bretonia's ever won a faction war, guys. We can check though. I have all the historical data, so let me pull it up on our old Total War website. So let's go here, and we're gonna do this. So definitely not in Warhammer 3. Yeah, so we have Kislev, Tzeentch, Wood Elves, Kislev, Nurgle, Demons of Chaos. And then for Warhammer 2, Empire, Lizardmen, Skaven, Coast, Wood Elves, Skaven, Vampire Coast, Greenskins. Nope, they've never won a faction war. They never have. The mic's cutting in and out. Is it maybe too far away from my face? How's it sound now? Let me know. Hopefully good. I just moved it a little bit closer. Okay, so yeah. That's how the cookie crumbles. So let me update this. Get you to the grand finals here. And there we are. Cool, man. Against all odds, Bretonia presses on. Now, this matchup used to be Bretonian favored back in the day, but then like Zotes and Wild Hunters of Khorne were given, and when the Wood Elves got those units, it became a bit of a dodgy one. It became a little bit sketchy, I do dare say. So let's see what's cooking, man. Let's see what's cooking. Disciple, you're the only one saying that at the moment. Hopefully it's not cutting in and out, but should be good. People on Twitch saying it sounds fine. Not for me, says Hellcat. It might just be you. Try refreshing your stream, Dusty. The pressure's on. Jade Tomb is going to be the map. Okay. This map's pretty open. There's some wood ambushing, but yeah. It's a good map. It's a classic one. It is a classic one. Yeah, Wild Hunters of Khorne, it was when they gave... I'm pretty sure they gave them armor piercing. Is when it changed. Finals are just best of one, yeah. Just best of one. So nothing too hog wild. I think just having one climactic battle is the way to do it, you know. It's like as if two armies are like pushing through the eternal war, and then there's just one final decisive fight. Sometimes that can lead to, you know, anticlimactic finals, which could happen, but look, Wood Elves, if anybody is going to create an anticlimactic final, it might be Wood Elves, because if they just catch you slipping and just punish like your caster or your lord, you know, that's how you go in the trash can. Yeah, so you got to be very, very careful about that. All right, you reloaded and it's fixed. Great. Yeah, we're just doing best of one. They've been playing in this tournament for about 4 or 5 hours. I think we started at 11, so yeah, about 4 hours, give or take. Pretty quick. Can Penguin write history today? We'll find out. Is he going to win with the faction that's not only an underdog faction, considered to be very weak, but also has never won a faction war before? Wood Elves have won like 3 or 4 faction wars. Felcon won some. I think that we had Charix has won a faction war with Wood Elves before. So yeah, time flies when you're watching sweaty matches. That's right. No, the Vampire Coast was not. They were stronger in Warhammer 2. Art. That's the thing. It's not like it was like some. Like Vampire Coast was very strong in Warhammer 2. Like, I can't tell you how many times Vampire Coast made it to the finals of a faction war with or without Anticity. They were actually really strong back then. Yeah. We often had Evenstar get to the... Like, him and... God, who was it that he used to play against? Him and Vicious Satsuma. And... used to just, like... I vividly remember Vicious Satsuma and Evenstar fighting, like, Greenskins versus Coast, like, over and over. Yeah, they were like more OP in Warhammer 2. Vampire Coast is very balanced and fair in this game with even a bunch of bad matchups. Who knows, QI? It could be the case. This is my first time not watching a VOD. Oh, well, welcome, Salty. Hope you're doing well, dude. Happy to have you here. Yeah, we're just in the finals now. Let's go ahead and get it. Yeah, Vampire Coast used to be pretty... When Vampire first came out, Vampire Coast was super oppressive. Oh my god. Their freaking depth guard were like, literally like, yeah, like Space Marines. They're just like... They were impossible. Bombers just killed everything right. They've got nerfs over the years, but Vampire Coast is in a good spot. I mean, we saw Maximilian are able to pull off some great games today, and even defeat Slaanesh, which is cool. Yeah. So, Bretonia is ready. And the Wood Elves are doing it. Good luck, have fun. I'm rooting for both these players, man. These guys are both... By the way, these are like 2 of the best sports in the community. It always feels good, you know? Sometimes like villainous players will make it. Not so much anymore, but in Warhammer 2 we had that. But in Warhammer 3, yeah, people are usually really good sports. But these guys are just both like absolute gems. They're so nice. All right. Maximilianer says, this will be real ugly. Elves can't stop mass Bretonian Cavalist. Charix has some crazy tech up his sleeve. And I assure you he does. The dreaded double Zote. That's one way to do it. Anticity looks like he's rooting for the Bretonians. He wants the underdogs to get it. Yeah, I respect that. I respect that. So for those of you guys who did play in the faction war today, I see Max in chat. I see Anticity. If you guys managed to qualify for the next faction war, what factions would you like to play? Are you going to come back for revenge with Slaanesh? Max, you going to play Coast again? If you manage to get in again, what are you thinking, man? Yeah, Zotes are really good. I mean, they're quite strong here. They can bonk some of the Bretonian cav in the head with their big hammers. So Maximilianaire says, I need Charks to win so I can say I lost to the champ. There you go. That's right. You gotta protect the old ego there. Zote Gaming, Zote Goat Gaming. Oh, we don't really have any villainous players in Warhammer 3 that are still active. In Warhammer 2, we had some like cheaters and shady folks who had like, you know, bad manners with their opponents and stuff like that. But I don't know. When we switched to Warhammer 3, we were able to root out a lot of that. And I don't know if it was the switching of the game. Land Battle did bring out a lot of toxicity at times because of rules enforcement. It's not like we had to enforce rules a lot. But when it did happen, it created a lot of tension. Like during the Warhammer 2 World Championship, there was quite a bit of drama with like rules enforcement and like, yeah, but not anymore. We don't really have that issue at this point. Not too much. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and go. Let's have some fun and break it down. Spawning on the south side of the map, it is going to be the champion of the woods. It is going to be Charix, the pride of Poland, here with his Eternal Guard, backed up by Glade Guard, just basic variants. And Zotes. Zotes are there to counter the cavalry. We're going to see if it can get the job done. Now over here, looking at the armies of the Plague Penguin, a massive battle line of peasant mobs backed up by spears, Grail Reliques, and archers. Classic combined arms Bretonian army. And Lewin is for sure the best choice. For sure. Because he does have the Lion Shield. So if you screw up, you get caught, you get Prey of Anathema, you just drop the Lion Shield, and Lewin is going to get 40% missile resist on top of his natural 15. So he'll mitigate 55% of the damage, which is quite good. All right, guys. Moving on up, we got Knights Errant. And, yeah, that's just going to be light cavalry here. Charix, though, with the Dryka pick, Pendulum is not bad, and Melkoth is just always good. And the Zotes are going to have to put this game on their back, though. That is for sure. The Zotes, anti-large, armor piercing. They do have magic dampening, which is kind of cute. So you could have them like attack a unit. It lowers their spell resist. Then you cast the Melkoths, the OP MLG plays right there. This map is relatively tiny. The players had 3 options. Each player was allowed to ban 1 map, and they play the remaining map. So it makes the faction wars a lot better because historically we've had faction wars where like a map is just bad for a faction and you get eliminated and it feels really bad. So adding the map pick and bans is really, really good. Were you naked? Thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate you, man. All right, Melkoth's activated on the Knights Errant, and we're going to see if Plague Penguin gets a little bit too crunk this time around. He doesn't want to dive in too early with his cavalry. We do have a Beastcaster, so Flock of Doom spam, and the Zotes will annihilate these Knights Errant. That is for damn sure. But he's just trying to maintain capture weight, but Plague Penguin is going to need to pull back here. Peasants moving in. Archers are a good counter against Zotes. It's not, yeah, the Zotes do have 60 armor and some missile resist, but the Archers can still wear them down relatively quickly. Now the objective here is going to be flipping maybe to the Bretonians. It looks like the Wood Elves are going to be pulling back a little bit. Zote's going to be posturing up on the point. Knights Errant are going to be sitting here as well. And the capture weight does start to go to the Bretonians. Now, Zotes will have a little bit of capture weight, but each of these cav units is going to be 4. We see a lot of archer fire going in. They're not Starfire shafts, so a lot of the damage is going to be mitigated. And a Pendulum is going to be activated onto the Peasant Bowman there. And is it going to get 2 units? Ooh, MLG Pendulum from Charix. The dreaded Zoomer Micro, or Gen Alpha. I don't even know how old he is, but the Peasant Bowman here getting blasted. That Pendulum was god tier, man. And that's the danger of lining up in a line like that rather than staggering your formations. All right, so we got a pit fight here, guys. We got the Men-at-Arms. We have a Bretonian Peasant Archer shooting in, and those Archers will come back eventually, but talk about a good start right there. That was very, very good. Lewin going to be going for the kill on Dryka really quickly, actually, trying to attack Dryka, using Sword of Khorne to debuff a lot of these units. The Peasants here should have the Grail Relique. And it looks like Knights Errant going to be coming back in. Awakening of the Wood activated there. Oh, Malevolent Dryad summoned in the secondary line. So Dryka summoning a Malevolent Dryad right there, and they're going to be moving in. But Bretonia does have the hero advantage. Is King Lewin going to put this game on his back and kill the Wood Elf Lord early? Dryka's a great fighter, but the King of Bretonia takes it to another level. She's a little branch person, and he's just like some giant, monstrous war beast fighter. And with Sword of Khorne, her melee defense is only 16, so she's getting bullied really, really badly, guys. Now, the Wood Elves do steal the capture weight here. Zote's going to be coming in and trying to help out with Dryka. Spearmen at Arms and Knights of the Lionhearted fighting, and it looks like Lewin is going to be retreating from the fight. Obviously, the Bretonians do kind of lose that fight a little bit on the ground. And Dryka does have a pretty crazy buff, too. When she gets injured, she gives a nuts AoE buff. So everybody near Dryka right now, by the way, is going to be being given 15 melee attack, which is so disgusting. So if Lewin doesn't finish off Dryka, he's going to continue losing these blob fights like this, right? It's not going to go well. On the backside, we do see some Dryads making it to the point here. They need to be dealt with. Otherwise, the home point is going to be going to the Wood Elves right there. In the meantime, King Lewin getting isolated a little bit by the Wild Hunters of Khorne. Zotes lurking nearby as well. That's going to be a good Flock of Doom. Going to be hitting the Wild Hunters as Lewin does retreat through his spears. Draika's 15 melee attack aura, though, if that is left unchecked, is going to just completely wreck a lot of these fights. Some of the Zotes are rather beat up here, and we do see Men-at-Arms coming around the backside, so Bretonia with the dreaded infantry flank. Meanwhile, Bretonia does not want to lose its back point here. If they get triple capped by the Wood Elves, man, that's going to put him in a very precarious position, as some archers are moving back here, but he doesn't have any cav. It looks like he's really focusing on the epicenter of combat, which is this fight. Now remember, Bretonia has a lot of healing, but so too do the Wood Elves with Earthbloods on the Zotes, so there's some forbidden witchcraft there. King Lewin a little bit surrounded, though, guys. He's got Zotes in front of him and Wild Hunters of Khorne behind him. He does have some Knights of the Realm helping, and Spearmen at Arms are wavering, just barely hanging in there. Draika going to be getting her tree branches and just pimp slapping this Grail Relic right here, and she's doing very good work. But Lewin is able to escape, just barely hanging in there. Some more archer fire, Knights Errant's getting melted down, and the back objective looks like it's going to be stabilized as some cavalry do come back there to deal with those Dryads. Lewin's going to be healing, and we have a pretty knockdown, drag-out game, but overall the Wood Elves look to be in a more commanding position. With Draika getting a pick on the Grail Relic, it's looking really, really good. The dreaded double Zotes doing work, and Draika, you wouldn't think she'd be the meta in this matchup, but Melkoth spam is very good. And honestly, it's going all right. King Lewin going to be pulling back to defend the objective, and now maybe Bretonia is going to consider making a different alternative and trying to play objective 3 here. We will see how that's going to go. Wood Elves getting a very aggressive push here, and they're looking very, very strong, as the Zotes are still in okay shape. There's still a couple Zotes. Great Stag Knights are also online. Draika's beat up, but if Lewin can't finish the job and take down Draika, I think that Wood Elves are definitely in a bit of a commanding position right now. We'll have to see. Yeah, Bretonia just has Lore of Beasts, so they don't really need healing because Lewin heals himself, and if you're just spamming cheap cavalry, you don't really need to use Earthbloods or that kind of work on them there, in my opinion. A couple archers shooting in his Zotes over here. It's cost effective, and Lewin is going to need to carry this. He's going to need to get some big tear routes. Good Melkoth there from Draika. Great Stag Knights going to be lurking in the wings as the Peasant Archers continue exchanging fire, and the Great Stag Knights are coming. They're looking to bring Christmas early. Here comes the Christmas Cavalry. And they have huge AP and a very good charge bonus of 77. So they're going to melt a lot of these Knights Errant. And Lewin is going to try and help, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Oh, man, guys. And Draika moving in. These Zotes are going to get a fat melee attack buff, as are the Stag Knights. That is going to be disgusting. Knights of the Realm surging, though. And can Lewin turn the tide of the fight? He does get some good reinforcements. Wild Hunters of Khorne going to be coming across. And pretty much all the marbles being thrown into this fight right here. Back objective looking pretty good for the Wood Elves, actually. They're going to be stealing the home objective of Bretonia. And the King is going to be pulling back right now. This is just a pure micro game, just like cav back and forth, cycle charging, baiting each other into fights. It's very, very dodgy, but yeah, it's been a good one. Peasant Bowmen with fire arrows, trying to do what damage they can against the Wild Hunters. With the big old AoE debuff from the Sword of Khorne, they'll be augmented a little bit, but he needs to go hold that back objective if he can. Probably take a break from just hammering into these fights here. Yeah, losing the back objective is definitely unacceptable for Bretonia. Knights of the Realm going to be getting afflicted by Melkoths right there as King Lewin continues the fight. And the Zotes are just getting in there and generating value, man. Draika with the Fanatical Resolve too. God, 15 melee attack. That is such an insane stat buff for the Wood Elf Cavalry. But I think the Wood Elves are starting to secure the game. And they do get the victory. And today's faction war has been won by the Pride of Poland, Charix, winning his second faction war with Wood Elves. But what an amazing run by his opponent, the Plague Penguin, as well. GG, well played, guys. That was a really, really good faction war we had today. Amazing games across the board. Lots of close matches. But Charix he's just such a terror with his Wood Elves, man. It's so strong with them. And so is Plague Penguin. I mean, that game, if they ran it back a couple times, I'd be interested to see some adjustments, but that was an epic finale. Zotes getting the job done. GG to Charix, able to clutch that one. And there's a little bit of a prize for the tournament as well. So I'm going to give Charix a couple options. He can either get a painted miniature, a little trophy, or we can give him a cash prize. Up to him. I'll see what he wants. GG to these players. Hopefully you guys had fun today. If you did, all of you guys on YouTube, all of you homies, please do drop a like on the way out. It helps YouTube helps YouTube figure out that people still enjoy this stuff. And yeah, for those of you on Twitch, consider following or subscribing if you enjoyed what you saw. That's going to be it. GG, well played, guys. Take care of yourselves. Congratulations to the Wood Elves and to Charix for the great victory. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking off for now. Probably going to go to the movies with the smoking hot wife tonight and see what's cooking. So, yeah, an Applebee's gift card. We're going to send him an Applebee's gift card to Poland, and he can figure it out from there. I don't think they have Applebee's there, but Yes. So you want the quick tier list. Okay. So I'm going to give you a rough and dirty one right now. This is not going to be perfect. I'll need to probably think about it more because it isn't necessarily... we're going to go see that new horror movie. My wife would know. She knows what it is. I don't know. I forgot off the top of my head. The Last Conjuring movie. That's right. So thank you so much. We saw Weapons. We liked it. It was fun. Yeah, we had a lot of fun watching that one. Congratulations to Charks, though, man. Absolute beast, and very well played to the Penguin for the runner-up. He was an absolute Bretonian Chad. Gave us some great games today. All right, so Slaanesh is S tier. Vampire Coast is probably belongs more in A tier. Maybe B+, I would say. Norska is an A tier faction. Ogre Kingdoms I still think are S tier in the hands of a good player. Dark Elves are probably in A tier. Vampire Counts are A tier. Wood Elves are S tier. Chaos Dwarves are B. High Elves are probably C. Bretonia is probably C. Dwarves are probably A. Beastmen are probably A. Kislev is probably A. Khorne is probably B. Tzeentch would be probably C or B. Empire would be a B. Greenskins would be like a B. Nurgle would be a C. Grand Cathay would probably be a D. Lizardmen would be a B. Warriors of Chaos probably A or a B tier. Skaven are probably C tier. Tomb Kings are probably a B. And Chaos Demons are probably B also. That's just a shotgun. I'd have to really think about it. But kind of in that ballpark. Yeah. Yeah, Cathay is probably the worst faction of the game. Cathay and Skaven are probably the two worst factions. Yes, Skaven are probably C. I would say Skaven are better than Cathay. Oh, I don't know. It's close. All right, guys. That's it for today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. We'll see you around. Take care of yourselves. We're going to find someone to raid over on Twitch. And for all of you who joined on YouTube, thank you so much. We will see you on the other side. Adios, do widzenia. And we'll see you all on the other side. Thank you so much for watching.